includes intangible creations of the human intellect, such as patents, copyrights, and trademarks. Intellectual prostitute, synonym of zombie, an information worker who has signed a non-disclosure agreement. Intellectual prostitutes, plural of intellectual prostitute. Intellectualization, the act or process of intellectualizing. Intellectualizations, plural of intellectualization. Intellectualize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of intellectualize. Intellectualize, simple past and past participle of intellectualize. Intellectualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of intellectualize. Intellectualish, somewhat intellectual. Intellectualizing, present participle and gerund of intellectualize. Intellectualism, the use or development of the intellect. Intellectualisms, plural of intellectualism. Intellectualists, an adherent of one of the forms of intellectualism. Intellectualistic, of or relating to intellectualism. Intellectualistically, in terms of intellectualism. Intellectualists, plural of intellectualists. Intellectualities, plural of intellectuality. Intellectuality, the characteristic of being intellectual. Intellectualizable, able to be intellectualized. Intellectualization, the act or process of intellectualizing. Intellectualizations, plural of intellectualization. Intellectualize, to treat in an intellectual manner, to discuss or express intellectually. Intellectualize, simple past and past participle of intellectualize. Intellectualizer, one who intellectualizes. Intellectualizers, plural of intellectualizer. Intellectualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of intellectualize. Intellectualizing, present participle and gerund of intellectualize. Intellectual, obsolete form of intellectual. Intellectuals, plural of intellectual. Intellectually, in an intellectual manner. Intellectually challenged, of low intelligence, stupid. Intellectually disabled, having an intellectual disability. Intellectualness, quality of being intellectual. Intellectualite, one with intellectual pretensions. Intellectualites, plural of intellectualite. Intellectuals, plural of intellectual. Intelligent, misspelling of intelligent. Intelligence, the capacity of mind, especially to understand principles, truths, facts, or meanings, acquire knowledge and apply it to practice, the ability to comprehend and learn, the ability to process sentient experience to generate true beliefs with a justified degree of confidence. Intelligence agencies, plural of intelligence agency. Intelligence agency, a governmental agency that is tasked with information gathering known in the context as intelligence for purposes of national security and defense. Intelligence asset, any resource by means of which intelligence is gathered. Intelligence assets, plural of intelligence asset. Intelligence communities, plural of intelligence community. Intelligence community. Collectively, the intelligence agencies of a country or alliance. Intelligence office, an office where information may be obtained, particularly respecting servants to be hired. Intelligence officer, an employee of an organization who collects, compiles, or analyzes information which is of use to that organization. Intelligence officers, plural of intelligence officer. Intelligence offices, plural of intelligence office. Intelligence quotient, a score derived from one of several different standardized tests attempting to measure a person's intelligence relative to that of the general population, with the average usually calibrated to a number around 100. Intelligence quotients, plural of intelligence quotient. Intelligence service, synonym of intelligence agency. Intelligence services, plural of intelligence service. Intelligence gathering, the process of collecting information in order to gain knowledge about a situation or adversary, often performed clandestinely. Intelligence, having a specified kind of intelligence. Intelligence-like, resembling intelligence. Intelligencer, a bringer of intelligence news, information, a spy or informant. Intelligencers, plural of intelligencer. Intelligences, plural of intelligence. Intelligencies, plural of intelligency. Intelligencing, giving information, tale-bearing. Intelligencings, plural of intelligencing. Intelligency, obsolete form of intelligence. Intelligentsia, misspelling of intelligentsia. Intelligent, of high or especially quick cognitive capacity, bright. Intelligent agent, synonym of intelligent designer, the deity sense. Intelligent agents, plural of intelligent agent. Intelligent character recognition, an advanced technology specialized in extracting handwritten text from images. Intelligent dance music, a genre of experimental electronic music that combines elements of techno and dance music with complex rhythmic structures and atypical melodic patterns. Intelligent design, the belief that biological life on Earth, or more broadly, the universe as a whole, was created by an intelligent agent, specified or unspecified, rather than being the result of undirected natural processes. Intelligent designer, a proponent of the intelligent design hypothesis. Intelligent designers, plural of intelligent designer. Intelligent designism, synonym of intelligent design. Intelligent designist, a proponent of intelligent design. Intelligent designists, plural of intelligent designist. Intelligent disobedience, the skill of a service animal to deliberately disobey a command when the animal perceives that obeying would put the human in danger. Intelligent falling, gravity. Intelligent guess, synonym of educated guess. Intelligent haunting, a specter of a human soul that still retains the varying level of consciousness and can interact in several ways with the living. Intelligent hauntings, plural of intelligent haunting. Intelligent system, a computer system that uses techniques derived from artificial intelligence, particularly one in which such techniques are central to the operation or design of the system. Intelligent systems, plural of intelligent system. Intelligent terminal, a computer terminal capable of doing its own local processing, rather than merely sending input to and receiving output from some other linked system. Intelligent terminals, plural of intelligent terminal. Intelligent transportation system, Advanced applications that aim to provide innovative services relating to different modes of transport and traffic management without embodying intelligence as such. Intelligent transportation systems. Plural of intelligent transportation system. Intelligenter. Comparative form of intelligent, more intelligent. Intelligentus. Superlative form of intelligent, most intelligent. Intelligential, of or pertaining to intelligence. Intelligentially, in an intelligential manner, by means of the intelligence. Intelligentization, the addition of artificial intelligence to a system. Intelligently, in an intelligent manner, cleverly. Intelligentness, the quality of being intelligent. Intelligence. Intelligence, plural of intelligent. Intelligentsia, the intellectual elite of a society, particularly in Marxist doctrine. Intelligentsias, plural of intelligentsia. Intelligibilities, plural of intelligibility. Intelligibility, that which is intelligible, the degree to which something is intelligible. Intelligible, capable of being understood, clear to the mind. Intelligibleness, the quality of being intelligible. Intelligibly, in an intelligible manner. Intemere, pure, undefiled, chaste. Intemerated, alternative form of intemerate. Intemerateness, the state of being unpolluted, purity. Intemperament, a bad state. Intemperaments, plural of intemperament. Intemperance, lack of moderation or temperance, excess. Intemperances, plural of intemperance. Intemperancy, obsolete form of intemperance. Intemperate, intemperate. Intemperate, lacking moderation, temper, or control. Intemperated, simple past and past participle of intemperate. Intemperately, in an intemperate manner. Intemperateness, the quality of being intemperate. Intemperates, third person singular simple present indicative of intemperate. Intemperating, present participle and gerund of intemperate. Intemperature, intemperateness. Intemperance, obsolete form of intemperance. Intempestive, untimely, happening at an inappropriate moment. Intempestively, unseasonably, at the wrong time. Intempestivity, unseasonability, untimeliness. Intemporal, not temporal. Intenable, untenable. Intense, rare spelling of intense. Intensely, obsolete form of intensely. Intend, to fix the mind upon something or something to be accomplished, be intent upon. Intendable, capable of being intended. Intendance, alternative form of intendency. Intendances, plural of intendants. Intendancies, plural of intendancy. Intendancy, the office or employment of an intendant. Intendant, the administrator of an opera house or theater. Intendants, plural of intendant. Intendantship, the role or status of an intendant. Intendantships, plural of intendantship. Intended, lend. Intendedly, in an intended manner, intentionally. Intendedness, the state or quality of being intended. Intended, plural of intended. Intendant, obsolete form of intendant. Intendants, plural of intendant. Intender, one who intends. Intender, simple past and past participle of intender. Intendering, present participle and gerund of intender. Intenders, plural of intender. Intendist, second person singular simple present indicative of intend. Intenda, third person singular simple present indicative of intend. Intendiment, understanding, careful consideration, attention. Intendiments, plural of intendiment. Intendant, pronunciation spelling of indenting. Intending, present participle and gerund of intend. Intendingly, with intent, intentionally. Intendings, plural of intending. Intendment, the sense in which the legal system interprets something, especially the intention of legislation. Intendments, plural of intendment. Intends, third person singular simple present indicative of intend. Intenerate, to soften, tenderize. Intenerated, simple past and past participle of intenerate. Intenerates, third person singular simple present indicative of intenerate. Intenerating, present participle and gerund of intenerate. Inteneration, a softening. Intenerations, plural of inteneration. Intenable, incapable of holding or containing. Intensate, to intensify. Intensative, simple past and past participle of intensate. Intensates, third person singular simple present indicative of intensate. Intensating, present participle and gerund of intensate. Intensation, the act or process of intensifying, intensification. Indensations, plural of intensation. Intensitive, adding intensity, intensifying. Intense, of a characteristic, extreme or very high or strong in degree, severe, also excessive, towering. Intensely, in an intense manner. Indensen, to grow or become more intense, intensify. Indensend, simple past and past participle of intensen. Intenseness, the characteristic of being intense, intensity. Intensenesses, plural of intenseness. Intensening, present participle and gerund of intensen. Intensens, third person singular simple present indicative of intensen. Intenser, comparative form of intense, more intense. Intensus, superlative form of intense, most intense. Intensification, the act or process of intensifying or of making more intense. Intensifications, plural of intensification. Intensify, simple past and past participle of intensify. Intensifier, that which intensifies. Intensifiers, plural of intensifier. Intensifies, third person singular simple present indicative of intensify. Intensify, to render more intense. Intensify, present participle and gerund of intensify. Intensifyings, plural of intensifying. Intensimetric, relating to intensimetry. Intensimetry, the measurement of acoustic power. Intensiometric, alternative form of intensimetric. Intention, intensity or the act of becoming intense. Intentional, of or pertaining to intention. Intentional definition, a definition that gives the meaning of a term by specifying all the properties of the things to which the term applies. Intentional definitions, plural of intentional definition. Intentional fallacies, plural of intentional fallacy. Intentional fallacy, synonym of masked man fallacy. Intentional logic, a formal deductive system able to represent the distinction between intension and extension of a term. Intentional logics, plural of intentional logic. Intentionalism, the belief that language acquires meaning from thought or belief, which is fundamentally non-linguistic, and that propositions are therefore independent of language. Intentionalist, a proponent of intentionalism. Intentionalists, plural of intentionalists. Intentionalities, plural of intentionality. Intentionality, the condition of having an intention. Intentionally, with respect to intention. Intentions, plural of intention. Intensities, plural of intensity. Intensive, increasing the force or intensity of. Intensive. Intensitometry, measurement of intensity, especially of X-ray or sonographic images. Intensity, the quality of being intense. Intensive, done with intensity or to a great degree, thorough. Intensive agriculture, synonym of intensive farming. Intensive animal farming. Synonym of factory farming. Intensive care, the support and monitoring of critically ill patients, especially by the use of instrumentation and specialized staff and equipment. Intensive care unit, a part of a hospital into which critically ill patients in danger of dying are admitted and closely monitored. Intensive care units, plural of intensive care unit. Intensive farming, an industrial approach to farming characterized by a low fallow ratio and high use of inputs such as capital, labor, agrochemicals, and water to extract higher crop yields per unit land area. Intensive pronoun, a pronoun used to emphasize some other nominal element in its clause. Intensive pronouns, plural of intensive pronoun. Intensive properties, plural of intensive property. Intensive property, a property of the material that does not depend on the energy of the material, a property of the material at a specific point in space. Intensive therapy, intensive care. Intensive treatment. Intensive care. Intensive care unit, alternative form of intensive care unit. Intensive care units, plural of intensive care unit. Intensively, in an intensive way. Intensiveness, the condition of being intensive. Intensivenesses, plural of intensiveness. Intensives, plural of intensive. Intensivists, of or pertaining to intensive care. Intensivists, plural of intensivists. Intensivity, the condition of being intensive. Intent, something that is intended. Intent filter, a declaration within an application's manifest file that specifies the types of intense messages that a component is capable of handling. Intent filters, plural of intent filter. Indentation, intention, intentful. Intentional, intentfully, in an intentful manner. Intentional, relating to intent. Intention, a course of action that a person intends to follow. Intentional, intended or planned, done deliberately or voluntarily. Intentional communities, plural of intentional community. Intentional community, a voluntary residential community which is designed to have a high degree of social cohesion and teamwork. Intentional fallacies, plural of intentional fallacy. Intentional fallacy, the idea that an author's intentions should constrain the ways in which a text is properly interpreted when regarded as an informal fallacy. Intentional grounding, an instance when the quarterback throws the ball into the ground or into the crowds to avoid being sacked and losing field position. Intentional groundings, plural of intentional grounding. Intentional pass, an intentional walk. Intentional passes, plural of intentional pass. Intentional species, form that is without matter which is radiated from a physical object and then observed by the eye. Intentional walk, the intentional pitching of 4 balls bad pitches or of a 4th ball in order to give the batter a walk, for example, so as to avoid the risk of a home run. Intentional walked, simple past and past participle of intentional walk. Intentional walking, present participle and gerund of intentional walk. Intentional walks, plural of intentional walk. Intentionalism, the theory that the meaning of any text is determined by the intentions of its author, whether stated or not. Intentionalist, an advocate of intentionalism. Intentionalistic, of or relating to intentionalism. Intentionalistically, in an intentionalistic manner. Intentionalists, plural of intentionalists. Intentionalities, plural of intentionality. Intentionality, the quality of being intentional. Intentionally, in an intentional manner, on purpose. Intentionals, plural of intentional. Intentioned, having a certain intention. Intentioning, present participle and gerund of intention. Intentionless, without intention. Intentionlessness, absence of intention. Intentions, plural of intention. Intentive, paying attention. Attentive, heedful. Intentively, with an intentive attitude or manner. Intentiveness, closeness of attention, attentiveness, concentration. Intently, in an intent or focused manner. Intentness, the condition of being intent. Intentnesses, plural of intentness. Intent, plural of intent. Inteco, the transition of security responsibility for Afghanistan from NATO/ISAF to the Afghan state. Inter, the Inter Milan football team. Inter al, among others. Inter alia, among other things. Inter alios, among other people. In her cert, clipping of intermediate certificate. In her certs, plural of intercert. Intermas, between ourselves. Interparts, of, relating to, or characteristic of a proceeding where multiple parties to a dispute are present. Interpocula, between alcoholic drinks during a drinking session. Inter, a position which is in between two or more of the kind indicated by the root. Interagency, alternative spelling of interagency. Interalveolar, alternative form of interalveolar. Itero, abbreviation of Inter-American. Inter-American, alternative spelling of Inter-American. Interbe, to be interconnected. Interbe, present participle and gerund of interbe. Interes, plural of interbeing. Intercar, alternative form of intercar. Intercity, alternative form of intercity. Interdenominational, alternative form of interdenominational. Interdepartmental, alternative form of interdepartmental. Interdepartmentally, alternative form of interdepartmentally. Interdependent, alternative spelling of interdependent. Interdeusen, is freen theoseses. Interethne, alternative form of interethnic. Interfer, alternative spelling of interfirm. Interindividual, alternative form of interindividual. Iteris, third person singular simple present indicative of interbe. Intermosque, between mosques. Intermuslim, between Muslim denominations or ethnicities. Internuptial, alternative form of internuptial. Interorganizational, alternative form of interorganizational. Interorganizational, alternative form of interorganizational. Interpage, alternative form of interpage. Interpalestine, between the two geographical areas or between the two political factions of Palestine. Interparty, alternative form of interparty. Interprocess communication, alternative spelling of interprocess communication. Interprocess communications, plural of interprocess communication. Interracial, alternative form of interracial. Interrater, alternative form of interrater. Interrecognition, alternative form of interrecognition. Interregional, alternative form of interregional. Intershia, alternative form of intershia. Intershia, between Shiite movements or madhabs. Intershia, inter-Sunni, between Sunni movements or madhabs. Inter-universal Teichmuller theory, an arithmetic version of Teichmuller theory for number fields equipped with an elliptic curve. Interwar, alternative spelling of interwar. Interrobang, alternative spelling of interrobang. Interrobangs, plural of interrobang. Interrabel, existing between a disabled person and one who is not disabled of a romantic relationship or the like. Interabsorption, the act of absorbing each other. Interacademic, between academic institutions. Interacademy, between academies. Interaccusation, the act of accusing each other. Interaccusations, plural of interaccusation. interacetabular, between acetabula, interracial, misspelling of interracial, interacinar, between acini, interacrobial, between the acromians, interact, to act upon each other. Interact with, synonym of deal with, to behave in a certain way towards. Interactability, the quality or the state of being interactable. Interactable, able to be interacted with. Interactables, plural of interactable. Interactance, a measure of the interaction of infrared radiation with bodily tissue that is used to estimate the fat content of such tissue. Interactances, plural of interactants. Interactant, one who interacts. Interactants, plural of interactant. Interacted, simple past and past participle of interact. Interacted with, simple past and past participle of interact with. Interactee, the subject of an interaction, a person or thing that is interacted with. Interactees, plural of interactee. Interactor, misspelling of interactor. Interactinal, between arrays. Interacting, taking part in an interaction. Interacting with. Present participle of interact with. Interaction, the situation or occurrence in which two or more objects or events act upon one another to produce a new effect, the effect resulting from such a situation or occurrence. Interaction design, the structure and definition of the behavior of a system, the surrounding environment, corresponding artifacts, and the elements that communicate the aforementioned behavior. Interaction matrices, plural of interaction matrix. Interaction matrix, a simple diagram equivalent to an adjacency matrix in graph theory used to model the structure of complex systems or projects. Interaction matrices, plural of interaction matrix. Interaction picture, an intermediate representation between the Schrödinger picture and the Heisenberg picture, useful in dealing with changes to the wave functions and observables due to interactions. Interaction pictures, plural of interaction picture. Interaction space, that part of an electron tube in which electrons interact with a modulated field. Interaction spaces, plural of interaction space. Interactional, of, pertaining to, or featuring interaction. Interactionalism, synonym of interactionism. Interactionalist, synonym of interactionist. Interactionalists, plural of interactionalists. Interactionoi, in terms of interaction. Interactionism, the branch of sociology that studies interaction between individuals or groups. Interactionist, one who studies or subscribes to interactionism. Interactionistic, of or relating to interactionism. Interactionistically, in an interactionistic manner. Interactionists, plural of interactionists. Interactionless, devoid of interaction. Interactions, plural of interaction. Interactive, interacting with or communicating with and reacting to each other, influencing or having an effect on each other, acting or capable of acting on each other or with the other. Interactive fiction, text adventures and their descendants. Interactive fictions, plural of interactive fiction. Interactive geofiction. Geofiction involving roleplay. Interactive whiteboard. A large interactive display system that may interact with an audience response system and which replaces and extends a blackboard or whiteboard. Interactive whiteboards. Plural of interactive whiteboard. Interactively. In an interactive manner. Interactiveness. Interactivity. Interactives. Plural of interactive. Interactivities. Plural of interactivity. Interactivity. The quality of being interactive. Interactment. Synonym of interaction. Interactments. Plural of interactment. Interactome. All the interactions between biological entities in cells and organisms considered as a whole. Interactomes. Plural of interactome. Interactomic. Relating to interactomics. Interactomics. The study of the interactions between proteins and other components of a cell. Interactor. One who interacts. Interactors. Plural of interactor. Interacts. Third person singular simple present indicative of interact. Interacts with. Third person singular simple present indicative of interact with. Interadaptation. Mutual adaptation. Interadaptations. Plural of interadaptation. Interadditive. Added or placed between the parts of another thing. Intermixed. Mixed together while being added. Interadventual. Between the first and second advents of Jesus Christ. Intereffect. To have an effect on each other. Interaffected. Simple past and past participle of intereffect. Interaffecting. Present participle and gerund of interaffect. Interaffects. Third person singular simple present indicative of interaffect. Interagency. Between or among agencies. Interagent. An intermediate agent or middleman, intermediary. Interagentive. Pertaining to interagency. Interagents. Plural of interagent. Interaggregate. Between aggregates. Interagreement. Agreement among each other. Interagreements. Plural of interagreement. Interahamwe. A Hutu paramilitary organization involved in the Rwandan genocide. Interalar. Adwim. Interallelic. Occurring between two alleles of the same gene. Interallelically. In an interallelic manner. Interally. Between allied states. Interallelot. Between alloglots. Interals. Obsolete form of entrails. Interalveola. Between alveoli. Interambulacra. Plural of interambulacrum. Interambulacral. Of or pertaining to the interambulacra. Interambulacrum. In echinoderms, one of the areas or zones between two ambulacra. Interamerican. Between countries of the American continent. Interamian. Situated between rivers. Interamplican. Between amplicans. Interandean. Between the peaks of the Andes. Interangular. Between anvils. Interanimal. Between animals. Interanimate. Occurring as or involving interactions between separate consciousnesses. Interanimated, simple past and past participle of interanimate. Interanimates, third person singular simple present indicative of interanimate. Interanimating, present participle and gerund of interanimate. Interanimation, the act or process of interanimating. Interanimations, plural of interanimation. Interanion, between anions. Interancle, between ankle. Interannotator, between annotators. Interannual, occurring between years or from one year to the next. Interannually, in an interannual manner. Interannular, between rings, especially between successive tree rings. Interantennal, between the antennae. Interantennary, between the antennae. Interanthiomedial, between the front and towards a middle line. Interaortocaval, between or joining the aorta and the vena cava. Interapophyseal, between apophyses. Interapplication, between software applications. Interappointment, between appointments. Interarch, between arches. Interarea, between areas. Interareal, interarea. Interareas, plural of interaria. Interarm, between arms, used especially to describe the difference in measured blood pressure when measured in each arm. Interarmy, between armies. Interarray, between arrays. Interarrival, between successive arrivals. Interarrivals, plural of interarrival. Interhilio, between arteries. Interarticle, between articles. Interarticular, between the surfaces of a joint. Interarticulate, to connect or be connected together. Interarticulated, simple past and past participle of interarticulate. Interarticulate, third person singular simple present indicative of interarticulate. Interarticulating, present participle and gerund of interarticulate. Interarticulation, the manner in which the elements of a system are connected together. Interarticulations, plural of interarticulation. Interartistic, involving the overlap of multiple forms of art. Interarytenoid, between the arytenoid cartilages. Interascal, between the SI. Interassay, between assays. Interassays, plural of interassay. Interassemblage, between assemblages. Interassembly, between assemblies. Interassessor, between assessors. Interassociate, to mutually associate with one another. Interassociated, simple past and past participle of interassociate. Interassociation, mutual association between multiple entities. Interassociations, plural of interassociation. Interasteroid, between asteroids. Interasteroidal, between asteroids. Interastral, interstellar. Interastrocytic, occurring or existing between astrocytes. Interrether, synonym of interaphoria. Interethers, plural of interrether. Any natangulate in the family Interarii. Interarids, plural of interaffariate. Interatom, occurring between atoms. Interatomic, between atoms. Interatomically, in an interatomic way. Interratio, located between the atria of the heart. Interattraction, mutual attraction. Interattractions, plural of interattraction. Interattrition, attrition caused by things rubbing together. Interale, existing between royal courts. Interaural, describing the differences between the reception of sound, especially timing and intensity, by each ear. Interaurally, in an interaural manner. Interauricular, between the auricles. Interautosomal, between autosomed. Interavailability, the property of being interavailable. Interavailable, such that tickets purchased for one route or service can be used on another. Interavalanche, between successive avalanches. Interaxle, situated in an interaxis. Interaxis, plural of interaxis. Interaxio, between axes. Interaxillary, situated within or between the axils of leaves. Interaxis, the space between two axes. Interaxle, between axles. Interaxonal, between axons. Interactio, between bacteria individuals, strains, or species. Interactilially, in an interbacterial manner. Interband, describing a region between bands, magnetic, spectral, etc. Interbands, plural of interband. Interbank, of pertaining to or taking place between two or more banks, financial institutions. Interbar, between barbs. Interbasin, between river basins. Interbasinal, between basins. Interbasins, plural of interbasin. Interbatch, between batches. Interbeacon, between adjacent beacons in any of various contexts. Interbrain, between beams. Interbeat, between beats of the heart, etc. Interpad, to interleave between other beds or strata having different characteristics. Interbedded, occurring between beds of rock. Interbedding, present participle and gerund of interbed. Interbeddings, plural of interbedding. Interbeds, third person singular simple present indicative of interbed. Interbehavioral, between behaviors, applied to a naturalistic, non-dualistic form of psychology. Interbehaviorism, interbehavioral psychology. Interbehaviorist, a practitioner or proponent of interbehavioral psychology. Interbehaviorists, plural of interbehaviorists. Interbehavior, rare spelling of interbehavior. Interbehavioral, rare spelling of interbehavioral. Interbehaviors, plural of interbehavior. Interbe, a state of connectedness and interdependence of all phenomena. Interes, plural of interbeing. Interbell, plural of interbellum. Interbellic, of or pertaining to an interbellum period of time between two wars, especially the period between the two world wars 1919-1939, interwar. Interbelligerent, between participants in a war. Interbelli, of or pertaining to the time between wars. Interbellum, the time period between wars. Interbiliar, between biliars. Interbinary, between the components of a binary star. Interbirth, between births. Interbet, between bits binary digits. Interbivalent, between bivalent chromosomes. Interblack, between groups of black people. Interblade, between blades typically of a turbine. Interbly, unit. Interblend, to blend or mingle so as to form a union. Interblended, simple past and past participle of interblend. Interblending, present participle and gerund of interblend. Interblendings, plural of interblending. Interblends, third person singular simple present indicative of interblend. Interblend, simple past and past participle of interblend. Interblink, between blinks of the eye. Interblob, an area between blobs that receives the same input but is sensitive to orientation instead of color. Interblock, between blocks. Interblock, between blocks. Interblocks, plural of interblock. Interblar, between blocks. Interblot, between blots in Southern blot analysis. Interbody, between bodies. Interbond, between bonds. Interbonded, simple past and past participle of interbond. Interbonding, present participle and gerund of interbond. Interbonds, third person singular simple present indicative of interbond. Interborder, between borders. Interborough, between boroughs. Interburse, pertaining to trades or communications between different stock exchanges. Interbout, between bouts. Interborough, between boroughs. Interburse, pertaining to trades or communications between different stock exchanges. Interbout, between bouts. Interbouten, between boutons. Interbracial, between thems. Interbrain, the diencephalon. Interbrains, plural of interbrain. Interwrench, between branches of an institution. Interbranchio, between the rangi. Interbrand, between brands distinctive products or services. Interbreath, between a breaths. Interbreather, between a breathers. Interbreath, simple past and past participle of interbreed. Interbreed, to breed or reproduce within an isolated community. Interbreedable, capable of interbreeding. Interbreeder, one who interbreeds. Interbreeders, plural of interbreeder. Interbreeding, present participle and gerund of interbreed. Interbreedings, plural of interbreeding. Interbreeds, third person singular simple present indicative of interbreed. Interbrigade, between brigades. Interbring, to bring mutually, bring between for mutual purposes. Interbranchio, between the bronchi. Interbranchioa, between the bronchioles. Interbrood, between broods. Interbi, between buds. Interbuilding, between buildings. Interbulbar, between bulbs typically of the medulla oblongata. Interbundle, between bundles in various contexts. Interburst, occurring between neural bursts, such as in an epileptic seizure. Interburstless, between burstlets. Interpi, between bites. Intercadence, the occurrence of an extra beat between the two regular pulse beats, extreme dichrotism, interpolated extrasystole. Intercadent, relating to or exhibiting intercadence. Intercacal, between cake. Intercal, a parody programming language created in 1972. Intercalant, any molecule that intercalates or is inserted between two others. Intercalants, plural of intercalant. Intercalar, alternative form of intercalary. Intercalaries, plural of intercalary. Intercalarily, in an intercalary manner. Intercalaris, synonym of Macedonia's ancient Roman intercalary month. Intercalary, describing a time period inserted between others, leap, as in leap day, leap month, or leap year. Intercalary meristem, a meristem found as a slice within an organ and allowing lengthening in a middle position. Intercalary meristems, plural of intercalary meristem. Intercalate, to insert an extra leap day into a calendar in order to maintain synchrony with natural phenomena. Intercalative, simple past and past participle of intercalate. Intercalates, third person singular simple present indicative of intercalate. Intercalating, present participle and gerund of intercalate. Intercalation, a period inserted into a calendar as in a leap year. Intercalation compound, a crystalline solid consisting of a host lattice containing voids into which guest atoms or molecules are inserted. Intercalation compounds, plural of intercalation compound. Intercalations, plural of intercalation. Intercalative, that leads to intercalation. Intercalatively, in an intercalative manner. Intercalator, that which intercalates. Intercalators, plural of intercalator. Intercalatory, alternative form of intercalary. Intercalibrate, to calibrate by means of mutual comparison. Intercalibrative, simple past and past participle of intercalibrate. Intercalibrates, third person singular simple present indicative of intercalibrate. Intercalibrating, present participle and gerund of intercalibrate. Intercalibration, the act of intercalibrating. Intercalibrations, plural of intercalibration. Intercameral, between chambers. Intercamp, between camps. Intercampus, between universities or colleges. Intercanal, between canals. Intercanalicular, between canaliculi. Intercanine, between the canine teeth. Intercanopy, between canopies of trees. Intercanthal, between the canthi. Intercapillary, between capillaries. Intercapt, having an intermediate capital letter within a solid spelling, as in PowerPoint for example. Intercapping. Alternative letter case form of intercapping. Intercapping. The use of an intercapped word, the styling produced by such use. Intercaps. Alternative letter case form of intercaps. Intercaps. Synonym of intercapping. Intercapsomer. Between capsomers. Intercapsomeric. Between capsomers. Intercapsular. Between capsules. Intercapsule. Alternative form of intercapsular. Intercar. Between cars. Intercarbon. Between neighboring carbon atoms. Intercardiac. Misspelling of intercardiac. Intercardial. Misspelling of intercardinal. Intercardinal. Between the cardinal directions, as for example southwest between south and west. Intercardinal direction. Any of the four intermediate compass directions located halfway between the cardinal directions northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. Intercardinal directions. Plural of intercardinal direction. Intercardinally. Between the cardinal directions. Intercarinal. Between adjacent carinae. Intercarotid. Situated between the carotid arteries. Intercarpal. Between the carpal bones. Intercarpallary. Between carpals. Intercarrier. Between carriers in any of several contexts. Intercartel. Between cartels. Intercartilaginous. Within cartilage. Intercaruncle. The area between caruncles. Intercaruncles. Plural of intercaruncle. Intercaruncular. Between caruncles. Intercase. Between cases. Intercases. Plural of intercase. Intercasts. Between different casts. Intercategorical. Between categories. Intercategorically. Between categories. Intercategory. Between categories. Intercatenated. Interchain. Intercatenation. Chaining or linking together. Intercatenations. Plural of intercatenation. Intercaudate. Between the two caudate nuclei. Intercausal. Between causes. Intercausative. Having overlapping causation. Intercaval. Across the vena cava or between the two vena cavas. Intercave. Between caves. Intercavernous. Between the cavernous sinuses. Intercavitary. Between cavities of the body. Interseccal. Alternative form of intercecal. Between the cavernous sinuses. Intercavitary. Between cavities of the body. Interseccal. Alternative form of intercecal. Intercede. To plead on someone else's behalf. Intercede. Simple past and past participle of intercede. Intercedence. Intercession, intervention. Intercedent. Interceding, passing between, mediating, pleading. Interceder. One who intercedes, an intercessor, a mediator. Interceders. Plural of interceder. Intercedes. Third person singular simple present indicative of intercede. Intercedus. Second person singular simple present indicative of intercede. Intercede. Third person singular simple present indicative of intercede. Interceding. Present participle and gerund of intercede. Intercedings. plural of interceding. Intercede, obsolete form of intercede. Intercede, simple past and past participle of intercede. Interceding, present participle and gerund of intercede. Intercedes, third person singular simple present indicative of intercede. Intercell, between cells. Intercellular, located between or connecting cells. Intercelluloid, between cells in an intercellular fashion. Intercellulary, intercellular. Intersensal, between sensuses. Intersensus, between sensuses. Intercentennial, between centuries, occurring over more than 1 century. Intercenter, alternative form of intercental, between percentiles. Intercentra, plural of intercentrum. Intercentral, between centers. Intercentroi, between centroids. Intercentromeric, between centromers. Intercentrosomal, of or pertaining to a related pair of centrosomes. Intercentrum, the median of the 3 elements composing the center of the vertebrae in some fossil illustrations. Intercept, to stop, deflect, or divert something in progress or motion. Intercept theorem, an important elementary theorem about the ratios of various line segments that are created if 2 rays with a common starting point are intercepted by a pair of parallels. It is equivalent to the theorem about ratios in similar triangles. Interceptability, the property of being interceptible. Interceptible, able to be intercepted. Intercepted, simple past and past participle of intercept. Interceptor, alternative form of interceptor. Interceptors, plural of interceptor. Intercepting, present participle and gerund of intercept. Interception, an act of intercepting something, the state of being intercepted, or a thing that is intercepted. Interception tries, plural of interception try. Interception try, a try that results from an interception. Interceptional, relating to interception. Interceptions, plural of interception. Interceptive, pertaining to the coordination, joining, and interaction or interference of a moving object with another moving or stationary object. Interceptives, plural of interceptive. Interceptor, anything that intercepts something else. Interceptors, plural of interceptor. Interceptress, a female interceptor. Interceptresses, plural of interceptress. Intercepts, plural of intercept. Intercerebral, between the 2 cerebral hemispheres. Intercess, synonym of intercede. Intercession, the act of intervening or mediating between 2 parties. Intercession of the Theotokos, Christian feast of the Mother of God. Intercessional, relating to or pertaining to an intercession or entreaty. Intercessionary, serving as or relating to intercession. Intercessions, plural of intercession. Intercessive. Intercessor. Intercessor, a person who intercedes. A mediator, one who reconciles enemies or pleads for another. Intercessorial. Intercessory. Intercessors, plural of intercessor. Intercessory, of or pertaining to intercession. Intercessor, obsolete form of intercessor. Intercessors, plural of intercessor. Interkedal, between kedi. Interchain, between chains of a polymer, etc. Interchain, simple past and past participle of interchain. Interchaining, present participle and gerund of interchain. Interchains, third person singular simple present indicative of interchain. Interchalcogen, a chemical compound formed from two or more different chalcogens. Interchalcogens, plural of interchalcogen. Interchamber, between chambers. Interchangeable, misspelling of interchangeable. Interchangeably, misspelling of interchangeably. Interchange, to switch each of two things. Interchangeabilities, plural of interchangeability. Interchangeability, the quality of being interchangeable. Interchangeable, freely substitutable, that may be swapped at will. Interchangeableness, the quality of being interchangeable. Interchangeables, plural of interchangeable. Interchangeably, with the ability of being interchanged or swapped. Interchange, simple past and past participle of interchange. Interchangement, interchange, exchange. Interchangements, plural of interchangement. Interchanger, a device that interchanges something. Interchangers, plural of interchanger. Interchanges, plural of interchange. Interchanging, present participle and gerund of interchange. Interchangings, plural of interchanging. Interchannel, between channels. Interchapter, an intervening or inserted chapter. Interchapters, plural of interchapter. Intercharacter, between text characters. Interchelation, intermolecular chelation. Interchelistral, between chelicera. Interchip, between chips, microchips. Interchiral, between left-handed and right-handed forms typically of an organic compound. Interchir, between chirps. Interchomal, between choni. Interchondral, between cartilages. Interchromatic, between areas of different color. Interchromatid, between chromatids. Interchromatin, between chromatins. Interchromomer, between chromomers. Interchromomeric, between chromomers. Interchromophore, between chromophores. Interchromophoric, between chromophores. Interchromosomal, occurring between chromosomes or from one chromosome to another. Interchromosomally, between or among chromosomes in an interchromosomal manner. Interchromosome, between chromosomes. Interchromosomic, alternative form of interchromosomal. Interchurch, between churches. Intercident, coming or falling between, happening accidentally. Interciliary, affine ciliac. Interciliary, misspelling of interciliary. Intercipient, intercepting, stopping. Intercipients, plural of intercipient. Intercircle, between circles. Intercirculate. To circulate between multiple things. Intercirculated. Simple past and past participle of intercirculate. Intercirculates. Third person singular simple present indicative of intercirculate. Intercirculating. Present participle and gerund of intercirculate. Intercirculation. The process of intercirculating. Intercirculations. Plural of intercirculation. Intercision. Intersection. Intercisions. Plural of intercision. Intercistermal. Between cisterni. Intercistronic. Between cistrons. Intercistronically. In an intercistronic manner. Intercities. Plural of intercity. Intercitizenship. The mutual right to civic privileges in the various states of the United States. Intercity. Between cities, connecting cities with other cities. Intercivic. Between cities. Intercivilization. Between civilizations. Intercivilizational. Between civilizations. Intercladdle. Between clades. Interclay. Between clades. Interclay. Between clans. Interclash. A clashing together. Interclashed. Simple past and past participle of interclash. Interclashes. Plural of interclash. Interclashing. Present participle and gerund of interclash. Interclass. Between classes. Interclassification. The act or result of interclassifying. Interclassifications. Plural of interclassification. Interclassify. Simple past and past participle of interclassify. Interclassifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of interclassify. Interclassify. To classify individual items into multiple categories. Interclassifying. Present participle and gerund of interclassify. Interclass. Between class. Interclass. Plural of interclass. Interclausal. Between clauses. Interclavicle. That piston. Interclavicles. Plural of interclavicle. Interclavicular. Between clavicles. Interclerical. Between clerics. Interflick. A click of one button while another is already being held down. Interflex. Plural of interclick. Interclinician. Between clinicians. Interglomal. Between clones. Interglome. Between clones. Interclose. To shut in, to enclose. Interclose. Simple past and past participle of interclose. Intercloses. Third person singular simple present indicative of interclose. Interclosing. Present participle and gerund of interclose. Intercloud. To shut within clouds. Interclouded. Simple past and past participle of intercloud. Interclouding. Present participle and gerund of intercloud. Interclouds. Third person singular simple present indicative of intercloud. Interclaw. Between clubs. Interclude. To cut off or shut off something from a course or place by something intervening, to intercept, to interrupt. Intercluded. Simple past and past participle participle of interclude. Intercludes. Third person singular simple present indicative of interclude. Intercluding. Present participle and gerund of interclude. Interclump. Between clumps. Interclusion. Interception, a stopping or obstruction. Interclusions. Plural of interclusion. Intercluster. Between clusters. Interclutch. Between clutches of eggs. Interco. Abbreviation of International Code of Signals. Intercoalition. Between coalitions. Intercoastal. From one coast to another. Intercoastally. In an intercoastal manner. Intercoccygeal. Between segments of the coccyx. Intercoder. Between different individuals performing coding as part of an academic study or in medical coding. Intercodon. Between codons. Intercodons. Plural of intercodon. Intercognition. Mutual understanding. Intercohesin. Between cohesin molecules. Intercohort. Between cohorts. Intercohortal. Between cohorts. Intercoil. To coil together. Intercoil. Simple past and past participle of intercoil. Intercoiling. Present participle and gerund of intercoil. Intercoilings. Plural of intercoiling. Intercoils. Third person singular simple present indicative of intercoil. Intercollege. Between colleges. Intercollegial. Between colleges. Intercollegiate. Between colleges. Intercollegiately. In an intercollegiate manner. Intercollegiates. Plural of intercollegia. Intercollegium. Collegia. Intercollicular. Between colliculi. Intercolline. Situated between hills. Intercollision. Between collisions. Intercolonial. Between colonies. Intercolonially. Between or among colonies. Intercolony. Between colonies. Intercolor. Between people of different skin colors. Intercolumn. A space between columns. Intercolumnal. Between columns. Intercolumnar. Between columns. Intercolumnation. The regular spaces or system of spacing between the columns of a colonnade. Intercolumnations. Plural of intercolumnation. Intercolumniative. Exhibiting intercolumniation. Intercolumniation. The spaces between adjacent columns of a colonnade. Intercolumniations. Plural of intercolumniation. Intercolumns. Plural of intercolumn. Intercom. An electronic communication system, especially one between rooms in a building. Intercom system. A public address system. Intercombat. Combat. Intercombination. An electronic transition between states that have different spin quantum numbers. Intercombinations. Plural of intercombination. Intercombine. To combine with each other. Intercombined. Simple past and past participle of intercombine. Intercombines. Third person singular simple present indicative of intercombine. Intercombining. Present participle and gerund of intercombine. Intercom, to intervene, interpose, interfere. Intercoming, the act of coming between. Intervention, interference. Intercommissural, misspelling of intercommissural. Intercommed, simple past and past participle of intercom. Intercomming, present participle and gerund of intercom. Intercommission, between commissions. Intercommissural, between commissures. Intercommissural, misspelling of intercommissural. Intercommodity, between commodities. Intercommon, to share with others, to participate, especially to eat at the same table. Intercommonable, suitable for intercommoning a form of shared grazing of animals. Intercommonage, the right or privilege of intercommoning, sharing grazing land. Intercommoned, simple past and past participle of intercommon. Intercommoner, one who intercommons. Intercommoners, plural of intercommoner. Intercommoning, present participle and gerund of intercommon. Intercommons, third person singular simple present indicative of intercommon. Intercommunal, between communities or communes. Intercommunalities, plural of intercommunality. Intercommunality, a grouping of communes or municipalities that share some services. Intercommunally, between communities. Intercommune, between communes. Intercommune, simple past and past participle of intercommune. Intercommuner, one who intercommunes. Intercommuners, plural of intercommuner. Intercommunes, third person singular simple present indicative of intercommune. Intercommunicability, the ability to intercommunicate. Intercommunicable, capable of being intercommunicated. Intercommunicate, to communicate mutually, one with another. Intercommunicated, simple past and past participle of intercommunicate. Intercommunicates, third person singular simple present indicative of intercommunicate. Intercommunicating, present participle and gerund of intercommunicate. Intercommunication, mutual communication. Intercommunications, plural of intercommunication. Intercommunicative, relating to intercommunication. Intercommunicator, an intercom. Intercommunicators, plural of intercommunicator. Intercommuning, present participle and gerund of intercommune. Intercommunion, communion association between people or groups. Intercommunions, plural of intercommunion. Intercommunity, between communities. Intercommuting, that interact in a commutative manner. Intercompany, between or involving different companies. Intercomparability, the condition of being intercomparable. Intercomparable, capable of being compared with each other. Intercompare, to compare multiple characteristics of multiple things. Intercompare, simple past and past participle of intercompare. Intercompares, third person singular simple present indicative of intercompare. Intercomparing, present participle and gerund of intercompare. Intercomparison, a comparison made between diverse elements. Intercomparisons, plural of intercomparison. Intercompartment, Intercompartmental between compartments. Intercompartmental between compartments. Intercompatibility, the state of being intercompatible. Intercompatible, mutually compatible. Intercompetition, between competitions. Intercompetitor, between competitors. Intercomplementary, complementing each other. Intercomplementation, mutual complementation. Intercomplementations, plural of intercomplementation. Intercomplex, between complexes. Intercomponent, between components. Intercomprehensibility, the quality of being intercomprehensible. Intercomprehensible, that can be mutually understood by each other speakers. Intercomprehension, the ability to comprehend each other in spite of speaking different languages. Intercomprehensions, plural of intercomprehension. Intercomputer, between computers. Intercoms, plural of intercom. Intercanal, describing the hottest part of a Bunsen burner flame where the combustion zones are in the form of cones. Interconception. Interconceptional. Interconceptional, between pregnancies. Interconciliary, between councils. Intercondylar, between condyles. Intercondylic, between condyles. Intercondylar, misspelling of intercondylar. Intercondyloid, alternative form of intercondylar. Intercomb, between cones or similar conical features. Interconference, occurring between two athletic conferences or between two teams that are members of different conferences. Interconfessional, taking place between religious organizations that have different systems of formulated theology, confessions of faith. Interconformer, between conformers. Interconnect, to connect to one another. Interconnectability, the condition of being interconnectable. Interconnectable, capable of being interconnected. Interconnectance, synonym of interconnectedness. Interconnected, intertwined, connected at multiple points or levels. Interconnectedly, in an interconnected fashion. Interconnectedness, the state of being interconnected. Interconnectednesses, plural of interconnectedness. Interconnectable, capable of being interconnected. Interconnecting, present participle and gerund of interconnect. Interconnection, a connection physical or logical between multiple things. Interconnectional, relating to interconnection. Interconnections, plural of interconnection. Interconnective, having interconnections. Interconnectivities, plural of interconnectivity. Interconnectivity, the state or quality of being interconnected. Interconnector, that which interconnects. Interconnectors, plural of interconnector. Interconnects, third person singular simple present indicative of interconnect. Interconnection, dated form of interconnection. Interconnections, plural of interconnection. Interconsonant, synonym of interconsonantal. Interconsonantal, existing or occurring between consonants. Interconsonantally, existing or occurring between consonants. Interconstruct, to construct in between. Interconsultation, between consultations. Interconsultations, plural of interconsultation. Intercontact, between contacts. Intercontextual, between contexts. Intercontinental, taking place between two or more continents. Intercontinental ballistic missile, a class of long-range missiles associated especially with carrying nuclear warheads. Intercontinental ballistic missiles, plural of intercontinental ballistic missile. Intercontinentally, between continents. Intercontractile, between successive contractions. Intercontraction, between successive contractions. Intercontradiction, the act or state of contradicting each other. Intercontradictions, plural of intercontradiction. Intercontradictory, contradicting each other. Interconversion, reciprocal or mutual conversion. Interconversions, plural of interconversion. Interconverso, relating to or promoting interconversion. Interconvert, to convert mutually one into another. Interconvertibility, alternative form of interconvertibility. Interconvertible, alternative form of interconvertible. Interconverted, simple past and past participle of interconvert. Interconverter, any device or process that interconverts. Interconverters, plural of interconverter. Interconvertibilities, plural of interconvertibility. Interconvertibility, the condition of being interconvertible. Interconvertible, that can be interconverted. Interconvertibly, in an interconvertible manner. Interconverting, present participle and gerund of interconvert. Interconverter, alternative form of interconverter. Interconverters, plural of interconverter. Interconverts, third person singular simple present indicative of interconvert. Intercool, to cool by means of an intercooler. Intercool, simple past and past participle of intercool. Intercooler, a heat exchange device located between other devices or processes. Intercoolers, plural of intercooler. Intercooling, present participle and gerund of intercool. Intercools, third person singular simple present indicative of intercool. Intercopy, between copies in several contexts. Intercoracoid, alternative form of intercoracoidal. Intercoracoidal, between coracoids. Intercoralize, between coralites. Intercore, between cores. Intercorneasate, between corneasates. Intercoronal, between coronas. Intercoronoid, between coronoids. Intercorporate, between corporations. Intercorporation, between corporations. Intercorporeal, between bodies. Intercorporeality, the condition of being intercorporeal. Intercorporeally, between bodies. Intercorpuscular, between corpuscles. Intercorrelate, to correlate mutually. Intercorrelated. Simple past and past participle of intercorrelate. Intercorrelates. Third person singular simple present indicative of intercorrelate. Intercorrelating. Present participle and gerund of intercorrelate. Intercorrelation. Mutual correlation between multiple things. Intercorrelational. Relating to intercorrelation. Intercorrelations. Plural of intercorrelation. Intercortical. Between cortexes. Intercortically. In an intercortical manner. Intercosmic. Between cosmoses. Intercostal. Between the ribs of an animal or person. Intercostal space. An anatomic space between two ribs containing the intercostal muscles, nerves, arteries, veins, and lymph nodes. Intercostal spaces. Plural of intercostal space. Intercostales. Plural of intercostales. Intercostales. An intercostal muscle. Intercostally. In an intercostal way. Intercostals. Plural of intercostal. Intercostobracial. Of or relating to a group of nerves that are cutaneous branches of the intercostal nerves. Intercotylar. Between cotyles. Intercotyledonary. Between cotyledons. Intercouncil. Between councils. Intercountry. Between countries. Intercounty. Between counties. Intercouple. Between couples. Intercouple. Simple past and past participle of intercouple. Intercouples. Third person singular simple present indicative of intercouple. Intercoupling. Present participle and gerund of intercouple. Intercoursal. Of or relating to sexual intercourse. Intercourse. A particular town in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in the United States. Intercoursed. Simple past and past participle of intercourse. Intercourser. Someone or something that engages in social or business intercourse. Intercoursers. Plural of intercourse. Intercourses. Plural of intercourse. Intercoursing. Present participle and gerund of intercourse. Intercoxal. Between the hips. Intercranio. Within the cranium. Intercrater. Between craters. Intercreative. Exhibiting intercreativity. Intercreatively. In an intercreative manner. Intercreativity. A collaborative form of creativity by several people sharing ideas. Intercreedal. Between creeds. Intercrestal. Alternative. Form of intercrystal. Intercricotherotomy. Cricotherotomy. Intercrystal. Between two crests, as for example between the crests of the ilia designating one of the pelvic measurements. Intercrateria. Between criteria. Intercritical. Between attacks especially of gout. Intercrop. To grow more than one crop simultaneously in the same field. Intercropped. Simple past and past participle of intercrop. Intercropping. Present participle and gerund of intercrop. Intercrops. Third person singular simple present indicative of intercrop. Intercross. To cross back over one another. Intercrossed. Simple past and past participle of intercross. Intercrosses, plural of intercross. Intercrossing, present participle and gerund of intercross. Intercrossings, plural of intercrossing. Intercurl, taking place or located between the legs. Intercurl sex, a non-penetrative form of sex in which the penis is stimulated between a partner's thighs. Intercrystalli, occurring along the boundaries between the crystals or grains of a metal. Intercrystallization, alternative form of intercrystallization. Intercrystallize, alternative form of intercrystallize. Intercrystallite, between crystallites. Intercrystallization, the crystallization of two or more substances at the same time. Intercrystallizations, plural of intercrystallization. Intercrystallize, to crystallize two or more substances at the same time. Intercrystallize, simple past and past participle of intercrystallize. Intercrystallizes, third person singular simple present indicative of intercrystallize. Intercrystallizing, present participle and gerund of intercrystallize. Intercultivar, between cultivars. Intercultural, of, relating to, or between different cultures. Interculturalism, the philosophy of exchanges between cultural groups within a society. Interculturalisms, plural of interculturalism. Interculturalist, one who supports interculturalism. Interculturalists, plural of interculturalist. Interculturalities, plural of interculturality. Interculturality, the quality of being intercultural. Interculturalize, to make intercultural. Interculturalized, simple past and past participle of interculturalize. Interculturalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of interculturalize. Interculturalizing, present participle and gerund of interculturalize. Interculturally, in an intercultural way between cultures. Interculturation, the process by which distinct cultures that come into contact mutually influence and alter each other. Interculturations, plural of interculturation. Interculture, a new culture formed by the merging of aspects of existing cultures. Intercultures, plural of interculture. Intercuneiform, between the cuneiform bones. Intercur, to intervene, succumb or occur in the meantime. Interter, simple past and past participle of intercur. Intercurrence, a passing or running between occurrence. Intercurrences, plural of intercurrence. Intercurrent, running between or among, intervening. Intercurrently, in an intercurrent way. Intercurrents, plural of intercurrent. Intercurricular, between educational curricula. Intercurrent, present participle and gerund of intercur. Intercurs, third person singular simple present indicative of intercur. Intercust, between cusps typically of teeth. Intercuspal, between cusps. Intercuspation, the interlocking of the cusps of upper and lower teeth. Intercuspations, plural of intercuspation. Intercuspal, between the cusps of the teeth, especially between teeth of upper and lower jaws. Intercuspidation, occlusion of the cusps of the upper and lower teeth. Interca, to intersect. Intercutaneous, synonym of subcutaneous. Intercuticular, between cuticles. Intercuts, third person singular simple present indicative of intercut. Intercutting, present participle and gerund of intercut. Intercuttings, plural of intercutting. Intercycle, between cycles. Intercycles, plural of intercycle. Intercyclical, between cycles. Intercystine, between cystine residues of a protein. Intercystic, between cysts. Intercytoplasmic, misspelling of intracytoplasmic. Interdaily, between days, interday. Interdag, to intersperse. Interdash, simple past and past participle of interdash. Interdash is third person singular simple present indicative of interdash. Interdashing, present participle and gerund of interdash. Interdate, to take part in interdating. Interdated, simple past and past participle of interdate. Interdates, third person singular simple present indicative of interdate. Interdating, dating romantic courtship between people belonging to different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or religious groups. Interday, between subsequent days. Interdale, intercourse, negotiation, traffic. Interdealer, between dealers. Interdealers, plural of interdealer. Interdealing, present participle and gerund of interdeal. Interdales, third person singular simple present indicative of interdeal. Interdelt, simple past and past participle of interdeal. Interdecadal, between decades, occurring over more than one decade. Interdecile, between deciles. Interdefinabilities, plural of interdefinability. Interdefinability, the property of being indefinable. Interdefinable, able to be defined in terms of each other. Interdefinably, in an interdefinable manner. Interdelivery, between deliveries in various senses. Interdeltaic, the intertidal portion of a coastal river delta. Interdemibranchial, between demibranch. Interden, between dens. Interdendrimer, between dendrimers. Interdendritic, between the dendrites of a crystal or metal. Interdenominational, of relating to or between different denominations or churches. Interdenominationalism, any interdenominational practice. Interdenominationally, in an interdenominational manner. Interdental, pertaining to the space between the teeth. Interdentality, the quality of being interdental. Interdentalization, the process of interdentalizing. Interdentalizations, plural of interdentalization. Interdentalize, to make a speech sound interdental. Interdentalize, simple past and past participle of interdentalize. Interdentalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of interdentalize. Interdentalizing, present participle and gerund of interdentalize. interdentally, between the teeth. Interdentals, plural of interdental. Interdenticle, between denticles. Interdenticular, between denticules. Interdental, the space between two dentals. Interdentals, plural of interdental. Interdepartmental, between departments, to do with the connection of departments. Interdepartmentally, between departments. Interdepend, to depend mutually, to depend on each other. Interdepended, simple past and past participle of interdepend. Interdependence, the condition of being interdependent. Interdependences, plural of interdependence. Interdependencies, plural of interdependency. Interdependency, a mutual dependence, connection, or correlation. Interdependent, mutually dependent, reliant on one another. Interdependently, in an interdependent manner. Interdependentness, the quality of being interdependent. Interdepending, present participle and gerund of interdepend. Interdepends, third person singular simple present indicative of interdepend. Interdepositional, occurring between depositions, such as between episodes of volcanism. Interdermal, synonym of subdermal. Interdestructive, destructive to each other. Interdestructiveness, the quality of being interdestructive. Interdeveloper, between developers. Interdevice, between devices. Interdevour, of many people, creatures, etc. to devour each other. Interdevour, simple past and past participle of interdevour. Interdevouring, present participle and gerund of interdevour. Interdevours, third person singular simple present indicative of interdevour. Interdialect, a language variety that combines features of two or more dialects. Interdialectal, between dialects. Interdialectally, between dialects. Interdialects, plural of interdialect. Interdialectic, between sessions of dialysis. Interdiastemal, between diastemata. Interdiastolic, between successive diastoles. Interdict, a papal decree prohibiting the administration of the sacraments from a political entity under the power of a single person, for example a king or an oligarchy with similar powers. Extreme unction / anointing of the sick is accepted. Interdicted, prohibited or forbidden. Interdicted, third person singular simple present indicative of interdict. Interdicti, plural of interdictum. Interdicting, present participle and gerund of interdict. Interdiction, the act of interdicting or something interdicted. Interdictional, of or relating to interdiction. Interdictionary, relating to connections in more than one dictionary, for example translation. Interdictions, plural of interdiction. Interdictive, having the power to prohibit. Interdictively, in an interdictive manner. Interdictor, an aircraft designed to bomb enemy supply operations. Interdictors, plural of interdictor. Interdictory, being prohibited, interdicted. Interdicts, plural of interdict. Interdictum, a prohibition, a legal order issued by a praetor or, in the provinces, a proconsul at the request of a claimant and addressed to another person, imposing a requirement either to do something or to abstain from doing something. Interdiffuse, to mutually diffuse. Interdiffuse. Simple past and past participle of interdiffuse. Interdiffuses. Third person singular simple present indicative of interdiffuse. Interdiffusing. Present participle and gerund of interdiffuse. Interdiffusion. The mutual diffusion of two fluids, especially through a membrane. Interdiffusions. Plural of interdiffusion. Interdigestive. Between digestions of successive meals. Interdigit. Between digits as when dialing a number. Interdigital. Between the fingers or toes. Interdigitally. Between the fingers or toes. Interdigitate. To fold or lock together, as when the fingers of one hand are laced between those of the other. Interdigitative. Simple past and past participle of interdigitate. Interdigitates. Third person singular simple present indicative of interdigitate. Interdigitating. Present participle and gerund of interdigitate. Interdigitation. An interlinking that resembles the fingers of two hands being locked together. Interdigitations. Plural of interdigitation. Interdigitization. The interlinking of fingers. Interdigitizations. Plural of interdigitization. Interdigits. Plural of interdigit. Interdimensional. Between dimensions. Interdimensionalities. Plural of interdimensionality. Interdimensionality. The state or quality of being interdimensional. Interdimensionally. In an interdimensional manner. Interdimensionals. Plural of interdimensional. Interdimer. Between dimers. Interdimeric. Between dimers, especially of proteins. Interdie. To eat with one another, used especially of people of different castes. Interdine. Simple past and past participle of interdine. Interdines. Third person singular simple present indicative of interdine. Interdining. Present participle and gerund of interdine. Interdipole. Between dipoles. Interdiscal. Between vertebral discs. Interdischarge. Between successive discharges. Interdisciplinarian. One who pursues interdisciplinary studies. Interdisciplinarians. Plural of interdisciplinarian. Interdisciplinarily. In an interdisciplinary way. Interdisciplinarities. Plural of interdisciplinarity. Interdisciplinarity. Any academic or scientific study that draws on the expertise of more than one discipline. Interdisciplinary. Of or pertaining to multiple distinct academic disciplines or fields of study. Interdiscipline. An academic field that consists of two or more disciplines. Interdisciplines. Plural of interdiscipline. Interdiscursive. Between discourses. Interdiscursively. In an interdiscursive manner. Interdiscursivities. Plural of interdiscursivity. Interdiscursivity. The quality of being interdiscursive. Interdest. Between discs. Interdiscal. Alternative form of interdiscal. Interdisperse. Dispersed among others. Interdispute. Occurring during peaceful times between disputes. Interdisputes. plural of interdispute. Interdisepamental, between disepiments. Interdistal, between distal points. Interdistance, the distance between a pair of normally microscopic things. Interdistances, plural of interdistance. Interdistinguish, to distinguish between. Interdistinguish. Simple past and past participle of interdistinguish. Interdistinguishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of interdistinguish. Interdistinguishing. Present participle and gerund of interdistinguish. Interdistributary. Between distributaries. Interdistribute. To distribute among members of a group. Interdistributed. Simple past and past participle of interdistribute. Interdistributional. Between distributions. Interdistrict. Between two or more districts. Interdisulfide. Between the disulfide bonds of a peptide. Interdiverticular. Between diverticula. Interdivision. Alternative form of interdivisional. Interdivisional. Between divisions, for example, of an organization. Interdivisionally. Between divisions. Interdoctor. Between doctors. Interdocument. Between documents. Interdomain. Between domains. Interdomains. Plural of interdomain. Interdome. Between domes. Interdomes. Plural of interdome. Interdomeste. Between homes or households. Interdomiciliary. Between domiciles. Interdominion. Between dominions of the British Empire. Interdonor. Between donors. Interdorm. Between dorms. Interdormitory. Between dormitories. Interdorsal. Between dorsal fins. Interdose. Between consecutive doses. Interdosing. Between consecutive doses. Interdot. Between dots in any of several contexts. Interdots. Third person singular simple present indicative of interdot. Interdotted. Simple past and past participle of interdot. Interdotting. Present participle and gerund of interdot. Interdoblat. Between doublets. Interdrainage. Between the drainage areas of river systems. Interdream. Between dreams. Interdrink. Between drinks. Interdroplet. Between droplets. Introduce. And intertie. Introduces. Plural of introduce. Introducto. Misspelling of introductal. Interdonal. Between dunes. Interu. Between dunes. Interdunes. Plural of interdune. Interduplex. Between duplexes of nucleic acid. Inter. Alternative spelling of interred. Interreg. Between edges. Interreges. Plural of interreg. Interedition. Between editions of a publication. Intereditor. Between editors. Intereffect. The condition of two or more things affecting each other. Intereffects. Plural of intereffect. Interelectra. Between electrodes. Interelectrodic. between electrodes. Interelectrolyte, between an electrolyte and an electrode. Interelectron, between electrons. Interelectronic, between electrons. Interelectron. Interelement, between elements. Interelemental, alternative form of interelement. Interembryo, between embryos. Interembryonic, between embryos. Interempire, between empires. Interendosome, between endosomes. Interendothelial, between endothelium. Interengageable, capable of engaging with one another. Interentangle, to entangle together. Interentangled, simple past and past participle of interentangle. Interentanglement, the act or result of interentangling. Interentanglements, plural of interentanglement. Interentangles, third person singular simple present indicative of interentangle. Interentangling, present participle and gerund of interentangle. Interenterprise, between enterprises. Interentry, between entries. Interepidemic, between epidemics. Interepimeral, between the epimeral plates. Interepiphyseal, between the epiphyses. Interepithelial, between epithelial cells. Interepizootic, between epizootics. Interequinoctial, occurring between equinoxes. Intereruptive, between eruptions. Interest, interests. Interests, simple past and past participle of interest. Interesse, a person possessing a legal interest in something. Interesses, plural of interesse. Interesses, third person singular simple present indicative of interest. Interesting, present participle and gerund of interest. Interest, the price paid for obtaining or price received for providing money or goods in a credit transaction, calculated as a fraction of the amount or value of what was borrowed. Interest group, an advocacy group. Interest groups, plural of interest group. Interest in land, a proprietary interest such as ownership, a right or some other benefit in relation to some land, which may be held in gross or appurtenant to some other interest. Interest inventories, plural of interest inventory. Interest inventory, a list of persons' areas of interest generated from a standardized test and used to suggest careers they might like to pursue. Interest rate, the percentage of an amount of money charged for its use per some period of time, often a year. Interest rate guarantee, an option on a forward rate agreement. Interest rate guarantees, plural of interest rate guarantee. Interest rate swap, a contract to exchange the benefit of one interest rate with another. It is exchanged for a variable rate so as to allow one party to remove an exposure to a variable rate for which they pay a premium on the fixed rate in order to compensate for this insurance. The two rates can also be based on different currencies. Interest rate swaps, plural of interest rate swap. Interest rates, plural of interest rate. Interest bearing, that bears interest on which interest is paid for example a debt, a deposit, etc. Interest-free, not charging interest, not subject to interest payments. Interestable, capable of being made interested. Interested, having or showing interest, attention, or curiosity. Interestedly, in an interested manner, with interest. Interestedness, the state or quality of being interested or having an interest. Interester, describing the actions between esters. Interesterification, the reaction of an ester with an alcohol in order to obtain a different ester. Interesterifications, plural of interesterification. Interesterify, simple past and past participle of interesterify. Interesterifies, third person singular simple present indicative of interesterify. Interesterify, to subject to interesterification. Interesterifying, present participle and gerund of interesterify. Interesters, plural of interester. Interestes, second person singular simple present indicative of interests. Intereste, third person singular simple present indicative of interests. Interestify, misspelling of interesterify. Interesting, pronunciation spelling of interesting. Interesting, of concern, affecting, important. Interesting condition, pregnancy. Interesting conditions, plural of interesting condition. Interesting number paradox, a humorous paradox arising from the attempt to classify every natural number as either interesting or uninteresting. If there exists a non-empty set of uninteresting natural numbers, there must be a smallest uninteresting number, but this number is paradoxically interesting because it is the smallest uninteresting number. Interesting situation, synonym of interesting condition, pregnancy. Interesting situations, plural of interesting situation. Interestingly, in an interesting way. Interestingness, the state or quality of being interesting. Interestingnesses, plural of interestingness. Interestless, without interest. Interestlessly, in an interestless manner. Interestlessness, absence of interest. Interestress, alternative form of interestress. Interests, plural of interests. Interests in land, plural of interest in land. Interestuarine, between or connecting estuaries. Interethne, between ethnic groups or their members. Inter-European, between countries of Europe. Inter-event, between sequential events. Inter-examiner, between examiners. Inter-exchange, the reciprocal exchange of people between nations for economic or cultural purposes. Inter-exchanges, plural of inter-exchange. Inter-exciton, between excitons. Inter-excitonic, between excitons. Inter-exon, between exons. Inter-exchange. Inter-exciton, between excitons. Inter-excitonic, between excitons. Inter-exon, between exons. Interexonic, relating to interexons. Interexons, plural of interexon. Interexperience, experience shared with another person. Interexperiences, plural of interexperience. Interexperiential, between experiences. Interexperiment, interexperimental. Interexperimental, between experiments. Interexperimenter, between experimenters. Interface, in object-oriented programming, a piece of code defining a set of operations that other code must implement. Interface hypothesis. The hypothesis that, for adult second language learners, acquiring grammatical properties and interfacing between them, for example, between syntax and semantics, should not be problematic, but that interfacing between these and an external component, such as pragmatics or discourse information, will prove to be very difficult. Interface segregation principle. A principle that states that once an interface has become too large, it needs to be split into smaller and more specific interfaces so that any client of the interface will only know about the methods that pertain to itself. In other words, no client should be forced to depend on methods it does not use. Interfaceable. Capable of being interfaced. Interfaced. Simple past and past participle of interface. Interfaceless, without an interface, especially a user interface. Interfacer, one who, or that which, interfaces. Interfacers, plural of interfacer. Interfaces, plural of interface. Interfacial, of or pertaining to an interface. Interfacial energies, plural of interfacial energy. Interfacial energy, the energy equal to the surface tension at an interface. Interfacially, in an interfacial way. Interfacility, between facilities. Interfacing, present participle and gerund of interface. Interfacings, plural of interfacing. Interfaction, between factions. Interfactional, between factions. Interfactor, between factors. Interfactorial, between two or more factors. Interfactor, between factories. Interfaculty, between faculties. Interfaith, involving members of different religions. Interfaithless, between people who come from different religious backgrounds but are personally unconcerned with religion. Interfaithness, the quality of being interfaith. Interfamilial, between families. Interfamilially, between families. Interfamiliar, misspelling of interfamilial. Interfamily, between families. Interva, between two alluvial fans. Interfandom, occurring within or involving multiple fandoms. Interfacial, between facie. Interfascicle, a thickened rib of silica between the fascicles of a centric diatom. Interfascicles, plural of interfascicle. Interfascicular, between fascicles or bundles. Interfault, between successive faults in various senses. Interfection, the act of murder or killing. Interfemale, between females. Interfemoral, between the femurs. Interfenestral, between fenestry. Interfenestration, the space between windows. Interferent, a person applying for a patent that conflicts with an earlier one. Interference, plural of interferent. Interferase, any enzyme that interferes with a biochemical process. Interferases, plural of interferase. Interfere, to get involved or involve oneself, causing disturbance. Interfere, simple past and past participle of interfere. Interference, the act of interfering with something or something that interferes. Interference filter, an optical filter in which the wavelengths that are not transmitted are removed by interference rather than by absorption or scattering. Interference filters, Plural of interference filter. Interference maximum. Plural of interference maximum. Interference maximum. A spot in an interference pattern where the interfering waves are maximally constructive. Interference maximums. Plural of interference maximum. Interference microscope. An instrument used to study the differences in the phase of light transmitted through a specimen. Interference microscopes. Plural of interference microscope. Interference pattern. A series of light and dark bands that map out the way in which the phase difference between two waves varies in space. Interference patterns. Plural of interference pattern. Interference. Simple past and past participle of interference. Interferences. Plural of interference. Interferencing. Present participle and gerund of interference. Interferent. Any substance whose presence interferes with an analytical procedure and generates incorrect results. Interferential. Of or pertaining to interference in all senses. Interferential stimulation. The treatment of heat-injured muscles and joints by the application of an alternating current electrical stimulus. Interference. Plural of interferent. Interfere. A person who or thing that interferes. Interferers. Plural of interferer. Interferes. Third person singular simple present indicative of interfere. Interfere. Pronunciation spelling of interfering. Interfering. Present participle and gerund of interfere. Interferingly. So as to interfere. Interferingness. The quality of interfering. Interferings. Plural of interfering. Interferogenic. That produces interference. Interferogram. An image produced by using an interferometer. Interferograms. Plural of interferogram. Interferome. All the interference-stimulated genes of an organism. Interferomes. Plural of interferome. Interferometer. Any of several instruments that use the interference of waves to determine wavelengths and wave velocities, determine refractive indices, measure small distances, temperature changes, stresses, and many other useful measurements. Interferometers. Plural of interferometer. Interferometric. Of or pertaining to interferometry or interferometers. Interferometrical. Synonym of interferometric. Interferometrically. By means of interferometry. Interferometrist. A person who operates an interferometer or interprets its findings. Interferometrists. Plural of interferometrists. Interferometry. The design and use of optical or radio interferometers. Interferomic. Relating to interferomes or to interferomics. Interferomics. The study of interferomes. Interferon. Any of a group of glycoproteins produced by the immune system that prevent viral replication in infected cells. Interferonic. Pertaining to or characteristic of interferons. Interferonopathies. Plural of interferonopathy. Interferonopathy. A disorder associated with an upregulation of interferon. Interferons. Plural of interferon. Interfertile. Capable of interbreeding. Interfertility. The quality of infertile. Interfiber. Between fibers. Interfibril. Between fibers. Interfiber, alternative form of interfiber. Interfibrillar, located or situated between fibrils. Interfibrillary, between fibrils. Interfibrous, between fibers. Interfilament, between filaments of a polymer, etc. Interfilamental, between filaments. Interfilamenter, between filaments. Interfilamentary, between filaments. Interfilamentous, between filaments. Interfiller, between filaments. Interfile, to file something between or among existing entries. Interfile, simple past and past participle of interfile. Interfiles, third person singular simple present indicative of interfile. Interfiling, present participle and gerund of interfile. Interfilter, between filters. Interfinger, to interpenetrate in long alternating strips like clasped fingers. Interfinger, simple past and past participle of interfinger. Interfingering, present participle and gerund of interfinger. Interfingerings, plural of interfingering. Interfingers, third person singular simple present indicative of interfinger. Interfirm, between firms. Interfirst, between the members of the first pair of specified things such as premolars or molars. Interfix, an empty morph inserted between two morphemes in the process of word formation, such as English I and O. Interfixation, the act or process of interfixing. Interfixations, plural of interfixation. Interfix, simple past and past participle of interfix. Interfixes, plural of interfix. Interfixing, present participle and gerund of interfix. Interflava, between flavan groups. Interflavanoid, misspelling of interflavonoid. Interflavonoid, between flavonoids. Interfleet, between fleets. Interfloral, between flowers. Interflow, to flow between. Interflow, simple past and past participle of interflow. Interflow, present participle and gerund of interflow. Interflows, third person singular simple present indicative of interflow. Interfluence, the condition of being interfluent. Interfluencies, plural of interfluency. Interfluency, a flowing between. Interfluent, flowing into one another. Interfluminal, between streams, interfluvial. Interfluorophore, between fluorophores. Interfluous, alternative form of interfluent. Interflue, the region of higher land between two connected river valleys. Interflues, plural of interfluve. Interfluviae, plural of interfluvium. Interfluvial, between rivers or streams. Interfluvium, an interfluvial region. Interfocal, between foci. Interfold, to fold one into another, fold together. Interfolded, simple past and past participle of interfold. Interfolding, present participle and gerund of interfold. Interfoldings, plural of interfolding. Interfold, Third person singular simple present indicative of interfold. Interfoliaceous, at the same node with opposite or whorled leaves, but occupying a position between their places of attachment. Interfoliar, between the leaves of a plant. Interfoliate, between leaves or leaf-like structures. Interfoliated, simple past and past participle of interfoliate. Interfoliate. Third person singular simple present indicative of interfoliate. Interfoliating, present participle and gerund of interfoliate. Interfollicular, occurring or existing between follicles. Interfolliculoid, between follicles. Interforaminal, between the foramina. Interforce, between forces military, etc. Interforest, between forests groups of domains. Interform, between forms school groups. Interformational, between formations. Interforms, plural of interform. Interfoval, between the fovi. Interfovolar, between the fovally. Interfraction, between fractions. Interfractional, synonym of interfraction. Interfragment, interfragmentary. Interfragmental, between fragments. Interfragmentary, between fragments. Interframe, a video frame which is compressed to express only the change from a reference frame. Interframes, plural of interframe. Interframework, between frameworks. Interphrastically, in the very next phrase, change from a reference frame. Interframes, plural of interframe. Interframework, between frameworks. Interphrastically, in the very next phrase, in a prompt manner. Interfrat, between fraternities. Interfraternal, between fraternities. Interfraternity, between fraternities. Interfrat, the interaction of horizontal currents of different velocities. Interfretted, interlaced, linked together, set of charges or bearings. Interfriction, friction between two or more things. Interfrictional, relating to interfriction. Interfringe, between fringes. Interfrontal, between the frontal bones. Interfruitful, able to cross-pollinate. Interfuel, between types of fuel. Interfulgent, shining between, through, or among. Interfullorant, between fullerene molecules. Interfunctional, between functions of the departments of an organization. Interfund, between funds. Interfungal, between fungi. Interfurcular, between furculi. Interfusible, capable of being interfused or blended together. Interfuse, to fuse or blend together. Interfuse, simple past and past participle of interfuse. Interfuses. Third person singular simple present indicative of interfuse. Interfusing, present participle and gerund of interfuse. Interfusings, plural of interfusing. Interfusion, mutual fusion or blending. Interfusions, plural of interfusion. Intergalactic, occurring between galaxies. Intergalactic medium, a diffuse plasma that exists between galaxies. Intergalactically, in an intergalactic manner. Intergametic, between gametes. Intergametophytic, between gametophytes. Intergang, between gangs. Interganglion, between ganglia. Interganglione, between, enanch or joining the ganglions. Intergemal, between gemmi. Intergen, intergenerational, featuring participants whose ages differ greatly. Intergenal, between the cheeks. Intergender, taking place between people of opposite genders. Intergender, synonym of intergender. Intergenders, plural of intergender. Intergene, between genes. Intergeneration, between generations. Intergenerational, between or across generations. Intergenerationally, between generations. Intergeneric, between organisms of different genera. Intergenetic, pertaining to multiple genera. Intergenic, describing the non-coding sections of nucleic acid between genes. Intergenic region, DNA sequences located between genes that make up a large percentage of the human genome with no known function. Intergenic regions, plural of intergenic region. Intergenic spacer, a non-transcribed length of DNA separating repeated lengths of DNA containing genes encoding ribosomal rRNA with transcribed spacers. Intergenic spacers, plural of intergenic spacer. Intergenically, between genes. Intergeniculate, between parts of a geniculate complex. Intergeniculate leaflet, a distinctive subdivision of the lateral geniculate complex in some rodents that participates in the regulation of circadian rhythm. Intergeniculate leaflets, plural of intergeniculate leaflet. Intergenital, between the genital plates of an echinoderm. Intergenogroup, between genogroups. Intergenomal, alternative form of intergenomic. Intergenome, alternative form of intergenomic. Intergenome, between genomes. Intergenotype, between genotypes. Intergenotypes, plural of intergenotype. Intergenotypic, acting between genotypes. Intergenous, between genera. Intergermarial, between germaria. Intergestural, between gestures. Intergesture, between gestures. Interglacial, occurring between glaciations colloquially known as ice ages. Interglacially, in an interglacial manner. Interglacials, plural of interglacial. Interlacation, an interglacial period. Interlacations, plural of interglaciation. Interlandular, between glands. Interlenoid, between glenoids. Interlenoidal, between glenoids. Interlial, between glial cells. Interglobal, interplanetary. Interglobular, between globules. Interglomerular, acting between glomeruli. Interlassa, and constructed language devised by Lancelot Hobben 1895-1975. Interluteal, between the buttocks. Intergluteal cleft, the groove between the buttocks that runs from just below the sacrum to the perineum. Intergluteal clefts, plural of intergluteal cleft. Interglycosidic. Between glycosides. Interwef. The space between glyphs. Interwefs, plural of interglyph. Intergluteal. Between the gonia and the mandible. Intergovernmental. Of, relating to, or involving two or more governments. Intergovernmentalism, an approach to political integration that regards states and national governments in particular as the primary actors in the integration process. Intergovernmentalist, a proponent of intergovernmentalism. Intergovernmentalists, plural of intergovernmentalists. Intergovernmentally, between governments. Intergradation, a gradual merging of two things. Intergradational, between gradations. Intergradations, plural of intergradation. Intergrade, to pass or change from one state to another by steps or stages. Intergraded, simple past and past participle of intergrade. Intergrader, between graders. Intergrades, third person singular simple present indicative of intergrade. Intergradient, between gradients. Intergrading, present participle and gerund of intergrade. Intergraph, to graft each upon the other. Intergrafted, simple past and past participle of intergraph. Intergrafting, present participle and gerund of intergraft. Intergraft, third person singular simple present indicative of intergraft. Intergrain, between grains. Intergranular, occurring along the boundaries between the crystal. Third person singular simple present indicative of intergraft. Intergrain, between grains. Intergranular, occurring along the boundaries between the crystals or grains of a metal. Intergranularly, in an intergranular manner. Intergranulamatus, between granulomata. Intergrate, misspelling of integrate. Intergrated, simple past and past participle of intergrate. Intergrates, third person singular simple present indicative of intergrate. Intergrating, present participle and gerund of intergrate. Integration, misspelling of integration. Intergraven, engraved or carved between. Intergrew, simple past of intergrow. Intergrind, to grind together with, to blend by grinding. Intergroup, taking place between groups, especially between social groups. Intergroupal, synonym of intergroup. Intergrouping, between groupings. Intergroups, plural of intergroup. Intergrow, to grow together, intertwine. Intergrowing, present participle and gerund of intergrow. Intergrown, that have grown together and through each other. Intergrows, third person singular simple present indicative of intergrow. Intergrow, a growing together and through each other of two crystals. Intergrowths, plural of intergrowth. Intergular, between the gular plates. Intergyral, between gyri. Interhabitat, between habitats. Interhemal, between the hemal arches or hemal spines. Interaw, between halls of residence. Interhalogen, involving a bond between two halogens, or a compound formed by such a bond. Interhalogen compound, any binary compound of two different halogens. Interhalogen compounds. Plural of interhalogen compound. Interhalogens. Plural of interhalogen. Interhamlet. Between hamlets. Interhaplogroup. Between haplogroups. Interhaplome. Between haplomes. Interhelical. Between helices, especially between helices of polypeptides or nucleic acids. Interhelically. In an interhelical manner. Interhelix. Between helices of nucleic acids, etc. Interhemal. Alternative form of interhemal. Interhemicerebral. Between the cerebral hemispheres. Interhemidesmosomal. Between hemidesmosomes. Interhemisphere. Alternative form of interhemispheric. Interhemispheric. Between hemispheres, especially between the two hemispheres of the brain. Interhemispherical. Between hemispheres, interhemispheric. Interhemispherically. In an interhemispheric manner across the two hemispheres. Interhepatocellular. Between cells of the liver. Interhepatophrenic. Between the liver and the diaphragm. Interher. Between herds of cattle. Interheterolog. Between heterologs. Interhexamer. Between hexamers typically of a viral capsid. Interhippocampal. Between the hippocampus and other parts of the brain. Interrhombomeric. Between rhombomeric cells. Interhomolog. Between homologs. Interhomologous. Between homologs. Interhomolog. Alternative form of interhomolog. Interhospital. Between hospitals. Interhosts. Between hosts. Interhouse. Between houses. Interhousehold. Between households. Interhuman. Between humans. Interhumeral. Between the humeri. Interhyle. Of or pertaining to a segment sometimes present at the proximal end of the hyoid arch. Interhyles. Plural of interhyle. Inhyoidae. Plural of inhyoides. Inhyoides. A muscle involved in swallowing in some animals. Interhyphal. Between hyphae. Intriano. A surname. Endrianos. Plural of Intriano. Intericto. Between episodes, attacks, or paroxysms, as usually more specifically. Interictally. Between epileptic seizures. Interideological. Between ideologies. Interliac. Iliac. Interilluminate. To illuminate mutually, to like each other. Interilluminated. Simple past and past participle of interilluminate. Interilluminates. Third person singular simple present indicative of interilluminate. Interilluminating. Present participle and gerund of interilluminate. Interim. Transitional. Interim government. Synonym of provisional government. Interim governments. Plural of interim government. Interim order. A court order entered at the beginning of a lawsuit to preserve a semblance of organizational order or to maintain the status quo pending the final disposition of the case. Interim orders. Plural of interim order. Interimis. a supporter of a temporary settlement, such as the Leipzig interim or the Augsburg interim. Interimiste, interim, temporary, provisionary. Interimistically, on an interim basis. Interimists, plural of interimists. Interali, temporarily. Interimperial, between empires. Interimperialis, between imperialists. Interimplant, between implants. Interimplantation, between implantations. Interims, plural of interim. Interincisal, between incisors. Interincisive, between incisors. Interindividual, occurring between individuals. Interindividually, in an interindividual manner. Interindustrial, between industries. Interindustry, between industries. Interinfluence, to influence in mutual and varied ways. Interinfluenced, simple past and past participle of interinfluence. Interinfluences, third person singular simple present indicative of interinfluence. Interinfluencing, present participle and gerund of interinfluence. Interring, present participle and gerund of inter. Interinhibito, inhibiting each other. Interinhibitory, inhibiting each other. Interinjection, between successive injections. Interinstitutional, between institutions. Interinstitutionally, in a manner that involves or relates to two or more institutions, concerning interinstitutional relationships, interactions, or collaboration. Interinsular, between islands. Interinsurance, between insurance policies. Interinsurer, between insurers. Interintelligible, of a speech variety, able to be understood by speakers of another variety. Interintromission, between intromissions in sexual intercourse. Interinvolve, to involve in mutual and varied ways. Interinvolved, simple past and past participle of interinvolve. Interinvolves, third person singular simple present indicative of interinvolve. Interinvolving, present participle and gerund of interinvolve. Interior, an interior of emerging. Interior, synonym of interionic. Interiane, between ends. Indire, a town and village in South Dakota, United States. Interior Alaskan wolf, a subspecies of gray wolf native to parts of British Columbia, the Northwest Territories, interior Alaska, and Yukon. Interior Alaskan wolves, plural of interior Alaskan wolf. Interior angle, the inner angle between two sides of a polygon. Interior angles, plural of interior angle. Interior crest, the highest line of the parapet. Interior crests, plural of interior crest. Interior decoration, the decoration of the inside of homes and buildings, such as the decor and furnishings. Interior decorations, plural of interior decoration. Interior design, the design of space inside of homes and buildings, such as the choice of decor and furnishings. Interior designer, a home decor designer, a person in the business of interior design. Interior designers, plural of interior designer. Interior designs, Plural of interior design. Interior Mexican. Alternative letter case form of interior Mexican. Interior Minister. A minister typically in charge of administering policing, security, and immigration. Interior Ministers. Plural of interior minister. Interior monologue. Synonym of internal monologue. Interior we. Synonym of interior, a region of British Columbia, Canada. Interior Wheezy. Synonym of interior, a region of British Columbia, Canada. Interior Wheezy. Synonym of interior, a region of British Columbia, Canada. Interior of British Columbia. Synonym of interior, a region of British Columbia, Canada. Interior Plains. A large region of North America formed by the collision of cratons in the Paleoproterozoic. Interior Point. A point in a set S that has a neighborhood which is contained in S. Interior Points. Plural of interior point. Interiorization. Alternative form of interiorization. Interiorizations. Plural of interiorization. Interiorize. Alternative form of interiorize. Interiorize. Simple past and past participle of interiorize. Interiorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of interiorize. Interiorizing. Present participle and gerund of interiorize. Interiorities. Plural of interiority. Interiority. The state or quality of being private or interior to the person. Interiorization. The act or process of interiorizing. Interiorizations. Plural of interiorization. Interiorize. To internalize, to bring inside oneself. Interiorize. Simple past and past participle of interiorize. Interiorized stutter. Synonym of covert stuttering. Interiorized stuttering. Synonym of covert stuttering. Interiorized stutters. Plural of interiorized stutter. Interiorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of interiorize. Interiorizing. Present participle and gerund of interiorize. Interiorly. In the interior part, internally, inwardly. Interiorness. Quality of the interior. Interiors. Plural of interior. Interiorscape. An installation of plants decorating the inside of a building. Interiorscaper. One who works in interiorscaping. Interiorscapers. Plural of interiorscaper. Interiorscapes. Plural of interiorscape. Interiorscaping. The design, installation, and maintenance of interiorscapes. Interior. Obsolete spelling of interior. Interior. Obsolete spelling of interiorly. Interiors. Plural of interior. Interrogation. Between interstate. Et we in this via. Interisland. Between islands. Interislets. Between the individual islets of Langerhans. Interitum. Between items. Interix. An optional, full-featured POSIX and Unix environment subsystem for Microsoft's Windows NT-based operating systems. Inter. Abbreviation of interjection. Inter. Alternative form of interge. Interjacence. The quality of being interjacent. Interjacencies. Plural of interjacency. Interjacency, the quality of being interjacent. Interjacent, situated between, lying among. Interjacently, in such a way as to be interjacent. Interjaculate, to abruptly say something parenthetically, to offer as a side note. Interjaculated, simple past and past participle of interjaculate. Interjaculates. Third person singular simple present indicative of interjaculate. Interjaculating, present participle and gerund of interjaculate. Interjaculation, an interjaculated utterance. Interjaculations, plural of interjaculation. Interjaculatory, interjaculating. Interjangle, to jangle amid each other. Interjangled, simple past and past participle of interjangle. Interjangles, third person singular simple present indicative of interjangle. Interjangling, present participle and gerund of interjangle. Interjealousies, plural of interjealousy. Interjealousy, jealousy between multiple parties. Interject, to insert something between other things. Interjected, simple past and past participle of interject. Interjecting, present participle and gerund of interject. Interjection, an exclamation or filled pause, a word or phrase with no particular grammatical relation to a sentence, often an expression of emotion. Interjection point, an exclamation mark. Interjection points, plural of interjection point. Interjectional, being or pertaining to an interjection. Interjectional phrase, a phrase that functions syntactically as an interjection. Interjectional phrases, plural of interjectional phrase. Interjectionalize, to make an interjection. Interjectionally, in an interjectional way, having the form of an interjection. Interjectionary, interjectional. Interjections, plural of interjection. Interjective, interjectional. Interjectively, interjectionally. Interjectimus, the quality of being interjective. Interjector, one who interjects. Interjectorally, in an interjectory manner. Interjectors, plural of interjector. Interjectory, having the form of an interjection. Interjects, third person singular simple present indicative of interject. Interjectural, interjectional. Interdroy, to interconnect. Two sets. Interdroined, simple past and past participle of interjoin. Interjoining, present participle and gerund of interjoin. Interjoins, third person singular simple present indicative of interjoin. Interjoint, between joins. Interjoice, the space or interval between two joists. Interjoists, plural of interjoists. Interges, plural of interge. Interjudge, between judges. Interjudgmental, between judgments. Interjuvery, being or relating to glands occurring along the leaf rachis between the pinnae occurring below the single and often slightly larger gland at or just below the insertion of the pinnae in pinnate leaves. Interjunction, a place where two or more things join or cross. Interjunctional, between junctions. Interjunctions, plural of interjunction. Interjurisdiction, synonym of interjurisdictional. Interjurisdictional, occurring as a result of an interaction between two or more jurisdictions. Interjurisdictionally, in an interjurisdictional manner. Intercagome, between cagomes. Intercalaris, alternative form of intercalaris, ancient Roman intercalary month. Interkeratinocyte, between keratinocytes. Interkepris, between keprises. Interkinesis, plural of interkinesis. Interchimesis, the second stage of interphase, during which there is no DNA replication, but the spindles of the first meiotic division disassemble and the microtubules reassemble into two new spindles for the second meiotic division. Interkinetic, relating to interkinesis. Interkinetochore, between kinetochores. Interkingdom, between taxonomic kingdoms. Internet, to knit together, to unite closely, to intertwine. Internets, third person singular simple present indicative of internet. Interdite, simple past and past participle of internet. Interdetting, present participle and gerund of internet. Interknot, to knot among or between each other, to intertwine so as to form a knot. Interknots, third person singular simple present indicative of interknot. Interknotic, simple past and past participle of interknot. Interknotting, present participle and gerund of interknot. Interknow, to be mutually acquainted with. Interknowledge, reciprocal knowledge. Interknows, third person singular simple present indicative of interknow. Interknuckle, between knuckles. Interlayable, between labels, especially anatomy, between biological markers used to gauge the rate of bone formation. Interlateral, between the lips. Interlaborative, synonym of interlaboratory. Interlaboratory, involving cooperation between laboratories. Interlace, a decorative element found especially in early medieval art. Interlaced, simple past and past participle of interlace. Interlacement, the act of interlacing or the state of being interlaced. Interlacements, plural of interlacement. Interlacer, that which interlaces. Interlaceries, plural of interlacery. Interlacers, plural of interlacer. Interlacery, an interlaced pattern of threads or similar. Interlaces, plural of interlace. Interlacing, present participle and gerund of interlace. Interlacings, plural of interlacing. Interlacustrine, situated or existing between lakes, especially the Great Lakes of Africa. Indoletter, between ladders of a semiconductor lattice. Interlagos, a neighborhood of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Interlay, simple past and past participle of interlay. Interlay, past participle of interlie. Interlag, between lakes. Interlaken, a town in the Bernese Oberland, Switzerland. Interlamellar, between lamely. Interlamelation, interlayering. Interlamelations, plural of interlamelation. Interlaminar, occurring between layers. Interlaminate, to arrange in alternating laminae or layers. Interlaminated, laminated with two different types of layers. Interlaminates, third person singular simple present indicative of interlaminate. Interlaminating, present participle and gerund of interlaminate. Interlamination, the state or process of being interlaminated. Interlaminations, plural of interlamination. Interlandmark, between landmarks. Interlanguage, a language generated by a student of a foreign language that incorporates aspects of their native language and the target language. Interlanguages, plural of interlanguage. Interlap, to overlap mutually so that each partially covers the other. Interlapidate, to fit in between each other like stones in a building. Interlapped, simple past and past participle of interlap. Interlape, present participle and gerund of interlap. Interlapse, third person singular simple present indicative of interlap. Interlapse, the time between two events. Interlapse, simple past and past participle of interlapse. Interlapses, plural of interlapse. Interlapsing, present participle and gerund of interlapse. Interlard, bloat or embellish something by including often minor and extraneous details at regular intervals. Interlardation, synonym of interlarding. Interlardations, plural of interlardation. Interlarded, simple past and past participle of interlard. Interlarding, present participle and gerund of interlard. Interlardings, plural of interlarding. Interlardment, interlarding. Interlardments, plural of interlardment. Interlards, third person singular simple present indicative of interlard. Interlarval, between larvae. Interlatitudinal, between latitudes. Interlattice, between lattices. Interlay, to insert layers of a different material between. Interlayer, situated between layers. Interlayer, having a specified second material between the layers of the primary material. Interlayering, present participle and gerund of interlayer. Interlayerings, plural of interlayering. Interlayers, plural of interlayer. Interlaying, present participle and gerund of interlay. Interlayment, a felt, metal, or membrane sheet material used between courses of steep slope roofing to improve the weather and water shedding characteristics of the primary roof covering during times of wind-driven precipitation. Interlayments, plural of interlayment. Interlays, third person singular simple present indicative of interlay. Interleade, leading between, especially applied to doors, corridors, etc. that connect private spaces. Interwave, a leaf, often of tissue paper or other thin paper, inserted between the pages of a book to protect illustrations. Interwaved, simple past and past participle of interleave. Interweave, present participle and gerund of interleave. Interwavelet, between leaflets, botanical, etc. Interwaves, third person singular simple present indicative of interleave. Interwee, between leagues, often specifically between the two major leagues of American baseball. Interleavability, ability to be interleaved. Interleavable, able to be interleave. Interleave, to insert pages which are normally blank between the pages of a book. Interleave, simple past and past participle of interleave. Interleavably, in an interleaved manner. Interleaver, a program or algorithm that interleaves. Interleavers, plural of interleaver. Interleaves, third person singular simple present indicative of interleave. Interleaving, present participle and gerund of interleave. Interleavings, plural of interleaving. Interlag, that acts or occurs between legs. Interlegibility, the quality of being illegible. Interlegible, of scripts or languages, mutually legible. Interlegislative, between legislative bodies. Interlend, to lend between themselves. Interlending, present participle and gerund of interlend. Interlend, third person singular simple present indicative of interlend. Interlect, simple past and past participle of interlend. Interlesion, between lesions. And Elizano, between lesions. Interleucine, alternative form of interleukin. Interleucines, plural of interleucine. Interleukin, any of a group of cytokine proteins important in the regulation of lymphocyte function. Interleuki, of or pertaining to interleukin. Interleukins, plural of interleukin. Interleukocyte, between leukocytes. Interlevel, between levels. Interlexeme, between lexemes. Interlexemic, between lexemes. Interlexical, between consecutive words. Interlexically, in an interlexical way or manner. Interlibrary, between libraries. Interlibrary loan, a loan of an item such as a book, article, or sound recording between two library systems or similar institutions. Interlibrary loans, plural of interlibrary loan. Interlie, between licks. Interlie, to lie between. Interlies, third person singular simple present indicative of interlie. Interligamentary, between ligaments. Interligamentous, between ligaments. Interligand, between ligands. Interlight, a lamp placed within the plant canopy to encourage growth in leaves that would otherwise be shaded. Interlighting, the use of interlights. Interlights, plural of interlight. Interlem, between limbs. Interline, between lines. Interlinear, between lineages. Interlineal, alternative form of interlinear. Interlinear, inserted between the lines of a text. Interlinearies, plural of interlineary. Interlinearly, interlinearly. Interlinearity, the quality of being interlinear. Interlinearization, the use of interlinear notation. Interlinearize, to mark up text with interlinear notation. Interlinearize, simple past and past participle of interlinearize. Interlinearizes, third person singular simple present indicative of interlinearize. Interlinearizing, present participle and gerund of interlinearize. Interlineally, between the lines of a text. Interlinears, plural of interlinear. Interlineary, interlinear. Interlineate, to insert between the lines of a document. Interlineate, simple past and past participle of interlineate. Interlineates, third person singular simple present indicative of interlineate. Interlineating, present participle and gerund of interlineate. Interlineation, a notation made between the lines, especially in a handwritten document, interlining. Interlineations, plural of interlineation. Interline, simple past and past participle of interline. Interliner, a protective layer between an external cover and a filling, especially as a fire barrier. Interliners, plural of interliner. Interlines, an external cover and a filling, especially as a fire barrier. Interliners, plural of interliner. Interlines, third person singular simple present indicative of interline. Interlingua, a constructed interlanguage based on Romance languages English, German, Russian, and Latin developed by the International Auxiliary Language Association and first published in 1951. Interlingual, spanning multiple languages, having a multilingual flair or quality. Interlingual machine translation, a classic method where the source language is converted into an abstract, language-independent representation called interlingua. Interlingualism, the status of not being associated to or confined to one language. Interlingually, in an interlingual way. Interlinguas, plural of interlingua. Interway, an artificial language, most often called Occidental. Interlinguist, one who studies interlinguistics. Interlinguistic, of or pertaining to interlinguistics. Interlinguistically, in an interlinguistic manner. Interlinguistics, the study of international communication focused especially on planned international auxiliary languages and having e.g. Esperanto and interlingua as a chief applied product. Interlinguists, plural of interlinguists. Interlining, a cloth lining between the outer and inner layers of a garment. Interlinings, plural of interlining. Interlink, to link together. Interlinkability, the quality of being interlinkable. Interlinkable, capable of being interlinked. Interlinkage, linkage together. Interlinkages, plural of interlinkage. Interlinked, synonym of interconnected. Interlinking, linked or locked closely together as by dovetailing. Interlinkingly, so as to interlink. Interlinkings, plural of interlinking. Interlinks, third person singular simple present indicative of interlink. Interlists, to list on more than one stock exchange. Interlisted, simple past and past participle of interlists. Interlisting, present participle and gerund of interlists. Interlists, third person singular simple present indicative of interlists. Interlitter, between litters of animals. Interloan, a loan of an item between libraries or similar institutions. Interloans, plural of interloan. Interlobal, between lobes. Interlobar, between lobes. Interlobate, between lobes. Interlobe, between lobes. Interlobular, between lobules. Interlobule, a small plane process of a subulate or triangular form between the lobule and the stem in certain hepatici. Interlobules, plural of interlobule. Interlocal, between localities. Interlocally, between localities. Interlocate, to locate between others, to intercalate. Interlocated, simple past and past participle of interlocate. Interlocates, third person singular simple present indicative of interlocate. Interlocating, present participle and gerund of interlocate. Interlocation, a placing or coming between, interposition. Interlock, to fit or clasp together securely. Interlockability, the condition of being interlockable. Interlockable, able to be interlocked, made to fit together. Interlockably, so as to be able to interlock. Interlocked, simple past and past participle of interlock. Interlocker, a device that interlocks. Interlockers, plural of interlocker. Interlocking, present participle and gerund of interlock. Interlocking tower, a building or room that houses controls for switches. Interlocking towers, plural of interlocking tower. Interlockings, plural of interlocking. Interlocks, plural of interlock. Interlocular, between locules. Interlocus, between genetic loci. Interlocutor, the master of ceremonies during a minstrel show. Interlocutors, plural of interlocutor. Interlocution, discussion or conversation. Interlocutional, relating to interlocution, conversational. Interlocutions, plural of interlocution. Interlocutive, relating to interlocution. Interlocutor, a person who takes part in dialogue or conversation, a locutive partner. Interlocutorio, synonym of interlocutory. Interlocutories, plural of interlocutory. Interlocutorily, in an interlocutory manner. Interlocutors, plural of interlocutor. Interlocutorship. The role or status of interlocutor. Interlocutor, of or pertaining to dialogue or conversation. Interlocutor, obsolete form of interlocutor. Interlocutors, plural of interlocutor. Interlocutress, a female interlocutor. Interlocutrices, plural of interlocutress. Interlocutress, a female interlocutor. Interlocutrices, plural of interlocutrix. Interlocutrix, a female interlocutor. Interloop, between loops. Interlopation. Intrusion. Interlopations, plural of interlopation. Interlope, to intrude, meddle, or trespass in others' affairs. Interlopes, simple past and past participle of interlope. Interloper, one who interferes, intrudes or gets involved where not welcome, particularly is self-interested intruder. Interlopers, plural of interloper. Interlopes, third person singular simple present indicative of interlope. Interloped, between lophids. Interlope, an act of intrusion or encroachment. Interlopings, plural of interloping. Interlot, between lots. Interlocation, the thinning of a forest to let in light. Interlocations, plural of interlocation. Interlucent, shining between. Interlude, an intervening episode, etc. Interluded, simple past and past participle of interlude. Interluder, a performer who performs in an interlude. Interluders, plural of interluder. Interludes, plural of interlude. Interlude out, relating to or serving as an interlude. Interlude, present participle and gerund of interlude. Interlucency, a flowing between, intervening water. Interluminal, between lumens. Interlunar, of the 4-day period between an old moon and a new moon when the moon is not visible. Interlunar, alternative form of interlunar. Interlunation, the interlunar period, the dark time between the old moon and new moon phases. Interlunations, plural of interlunation. Interlude, synonym of interlunation. Interlie, present participle and gerund of interlie. Intermachine, between machines. Intermacrofibrillar, between macrofibrils. Intermagazine, between magazines. Intermale, between males. Intermalleolar, between malleoli. Intermammary, between the mammally. Intermammary, between the mammae. Intermammary sulcus, synonym of cleavage, the separation between the breasts. Intermammary, between the breasts or nipples. Intermandibular, between the mandibles. Intermanorial, between manners. Intermanual, between the hands. Intermanually, in an intermanual manner. Intermargin, between margins. Intermarginal, between margins. Intermarine, between seas. Intermarital. Between marriages. Intermarium, a proposed geopolitical plan conceived by Joseph Pilsudski that sought to unite former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth lands within a single polity. Intermarker, between markers. Intermarriage, marriage between people belonging to different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or religious groups. Mixed marriage. Intermarriageability, the quality of being intermarriageable. Intermarriageable, among whom intermarriage is possible. Intermarriages, plural of intermarriage. Intermarried, simple past and past participle of intermarry. Intermarry, one who intermarries. Intermarriers, plural of intermarrier. Intermarries, third person singular simple present indicative of intermarry. Intermaria, person singular simple present indicative of intermarry. Intermarry, to marry a member of another group, social stratum, or religion. Intermarry, present participle and gerund of intermarry. Intermarries, plural of intermarrying. Intermat, to mat together. Intermatch, between matching entities. Intermate, to mate with a member of another species or group. Intermate, simple past and past participle of intermate. Intermates, third person singular simple present indicative of intermate. Intermating, present participle and gerund of intermate. Intermatings, plural of intermating. Intermats, third person singular simple present indicative of intermat. Intermat, simple past and past participle of intermat. Intermatting, present participle and gerund of intermat. Intermaxilla, premaxilla. Intermaxillary, plural of intermaxilla. Intermaxillar, alternative form of intermaxillary. Intermaxillaries, plural of intermaxillary. Intermaxillary, between the maxillae. Intermaze, between different mazes in the context of animal experiments. Intermeal, between meals. Intermene, something done in the meantime, interlude. Intermeans, plural of intermene. Intermeasurable, able to be measured by comparing with each other. Intermeasurement, between successive measurements. Intermeasure, between measurers. Intermetal, to mix, mingle together. Intermetal, simple past and past participle of intermetal. Intermeddlement, act of intermeddling. Intermeddler, one who intermeddles. Intermeddlers, plural of intermeddler. Intermeddles, third person singular simple present indicative of intermeddle. Intermeddlesome, inclined or disposed to intermeddle. Intermeddlesomeness, the quality of being intermeddlesome. Intermeddling, present participle and gerund of intermeddle. Intermeddlingly, so as to intermeddle. Intermeddlings, plural of intermeddling. Interme, a short musical dramatic piece of a light, pleasing, and sometimes burlesque character. Intermetal, a compound isolated from Calicarpa americana butyber. Intermedes, plural of intermede. Intermedia, interdisciplinary activities between media such as those between drawing and poetry or between painting and theater. Intermediacies, plural of intermediacy. Intermediacy, the condition of being intermediate. Intermediate, the middle pair of tail feathers or middle rectrices. Intermedial, place between, intermediate. Intermedial, the central bone in the proximal row of three carpal bones in early amphibians. Intermedials, plural of intermedial. Intermediality, the quality of being medial combining several media. Intermediate, intermediate. Intermediaries, plural of intermediary. Intermediarily, in an intermediary manner. Intermediate, that intermediates. Intermediate, being between two extremes or in the middle of a range. Intermediate black hole, synonym of intermediate mass black hole. Intermediate black holes. Plural of intermediate black hole. Intermediate certificate. A certificate awarded to Irish students who passed the state examinations at the end of the third or fourth year of a voluntary secondary school or boarding school. Intermediate certificates. Plural of intermediate certificate. Intermediate cuneiform bone. One of the three cuneiform bones of the foot. Intermediate cuneiform bones. Plural of intermediate cuneiform bone. Intermediate egret. A white, medium-sized species of egret found in Africa, Asia, and Australia. Ardea intermedia. Intermediate egrets. Plural of intermediate egret. Intermediate filament. Any of a family of twisted protein filaments intermediate in size between microfilaments and microtubules. Intermediate filaments. Plural of intermediate filament. Intermediate frequencies. Plural of intermediate frequency. Intermediate frequency. A frequency to which a carrier frequency is shifted as an intermediate step in transmission or reception, generally associated with superheterodyne receivers. Intermediate language. A language of an abstract machine designed as an aid in the analysis of computer programs. Intermediate languages. Plural of intermediate language. Intermediate mass black hole. A class of a black hole with a mass in the range of 100 to 105 solar masses. Intermediate mass black holes. Plural of intermediate mass black hole. Intermediate nerve. Direct translation form of nervus intermedius. Intermediate nerves. Plural of intermediate nerve. Intermediate phalange. Any of the phalanx bones in the middle of the fingers or toes. Middle phalange. Intermediate phalanges. Plural of intermediate phalange. Intermediate phalanx. Alternative form of intermediate phalange. Intermediate school. A school for children that serves grades between elementary school and high school, and occasionally between the former and middle school. These grades vary from anywhere from grade 4 to grade 12. Intermediate schools. Plural of intermediate school. Intermediate scrutiny. A standard for judicial review, according to which a law must have been enacted to further a compelling governmental interest and have been narrowly tailored to achieve that interest. Intermediate switch. A light switch with two pairs of two terminals, which can be switched between straight-through or swapped wiring, typically used as part of a circuit to control a light or other device from 3 or more locations. Intermediate switches. Plural of intermediate switch. Intermediate time. A type of race or ride where the objective is to complete a course in the fastest average speed. Intermediate times. Plural of intermediate time. Intermediate value theorem. A theorem that states for each value between the least upper bound and greatest lower bound of the image of a continuous function there is a corresponding point in its domain that the function maps to that value. Intermediate vector boson. Any of the three fundamental particles, the two W bosons and the Z boson that transmit the weak nuclear force and have a mass about 100 times that of a proton. Intermediate vector bosons. Plural of intermediate vector boson. Intermediated. Simple past and past participle of intermediate. Intermediately. In an intermediate manner. Intermediateness. The condition of being intermediate. Intermediates. Plural of intermediate. Intermediating. Present participle and gerund of intermediate. Intimidation. An act of coming between, an intervention. Intermediations, plural of intermediation. Intermediate, an intermediate agent, a mediator. Intermediators, plural of intermediator. Intermediary, having the function of intermediating, mediatory. Intermediatrices, plural of intermediatrix. Intermediatrix, a female intermediator. Intermetin, a melanocyte-stimulating hormone. Intermetins, plural of intermetin. Intermediatisol, intermedial and darsal. Intermedialateral, intermediate and lateral. Intermedialateral nuclei, plural of intermedialateral nucleus. Intermedialateral nucleus, a region of gray matter found in Rex lamina Roman 7 of the spinal column. Intermediacy, a particular steroid glycoside. Intermedius, obsolete form of intermediate. Intermedium, an intermediary. Intermediums, plural of intermedium. Intermedullary, between medullae. Intermel, to mix together, intermetal, intermix. Intermel, simple past and past participle of intermel. Intermelli, present participle and gerund of intermel. Intermels, third person singular simple present indicative of intermel. Intermember, between members. Intermembral, between members or limbs. Intermembranal, between membranes. Intermembrane, between membranes. Intermembraneous, misspelling of intermembranous. Intermembranous, within or beneath a membrane. Intermeningeal, between the meninges. Intermenstrual, between menstrual periods. Intermit, the act of deveri. Bale, intermental, between minds. Intermention, to mention among other things, or casually, or incidentally. Intermentioned, simple past and past participle of intermention. Intermentioning, present participle and gerund of intermention. Intermentions, third person singular simple present indicative of intermention. Interments, plural of interment. Intermercurial, between Mercury and the Sun. Intermerge, to merge together. Intermerge, simple past and past participle of intermerge. Intermerges, third person singular simple present indicative of intermerge. Intermerging, present participle and gerund of intermerge. Intermergings, plural of intermerging. Intermesenteric, within the mesentery. Intermesh, to mesh between one another. Intermeshed, simple past and past participle of intermesh. Intermeshes, third person singular simple present indicative of intermesh. Intermeshing, that mesh between one another. Intermeshings, plural of intermeshing. Intermeason, between measons. Intermessage, between messages. Intermessenger, one who carries messages between other parties, a go-between. Intermessengers, plural of intermessenger. Intermeste, of international and domestic concern. Intermetacarpal, between the metacarpal bones. Intermetal, intermetallic compound. Intermetalli, of, relating to, acting between or comprising two or more metals. Intermetallic compound. Any solid material composed of two or more metal atoms in a definite proportion that has a definite structure which differs from those of its constituent metals. Intermetallic compounds. Plural of intermetallic compound. Intermetallic phase. An intermetallic compound. Intermetallic phases. Plural of intermetallic phase. Intermetallically. In an intermetallic manner. Intermetallics. Plural of intermetallic. Intermetals. Plural of intermetal. Intermetameric. Between metameres. Intermetamorphosis. A delusional syndrome related to agnosia in which the patient believes he/she can see others changing from one person into another. Intermetastatic. Between metastases. Intermetatarsal. Between the metatarsal bones. Intermetatarsium. A rare sesamoid bone situated in the foot found in 4% of the human population. Intermetatarsophallangeo. Between two adjacent metatarsophallangeo joints. Intermethod. Between methods. Intermethodological. Between methodologies. Intermu. Kept in confinement through a molt. Intermezzi. Plural of intermezzo. Alternative form of intermezzos. Intermezzo. A short piece of music or act in the interval of the main spectacle, a theatrical interlude. Intermezzo-like. Resembling or characteristic of an intermezzo. Intermezzos. Plural of intermezzo. Intermycor. Between micelles. Intermicroarray. Between microarrays. Intermicrobial. Between microbes. Intermicronational. Of or having to do with more than one micronation. Intermicronational organization. An organization composed of micronations. Intermicronational organizations. Plural of intermicronational organization. Intermicronationally. In an intermicronational manner. Intermicrosaccade. Between microsacchades. Intermicrotubule. Between microtubules. Intermicrovillar. Between microvilli. Intermicturition. Between acts of urination. Intermigration. Reciprocal migration. Interchange of dwelling place by migration. Intermigrations. Plural of intermigration. Intermilitary. Between military forces. Intermillennial. Between millennia, occurring over more than one millennium. Interminability. Endlessness. Interminable. Existing or occurring without interruption or end, ceaseless, unending. Interminableness. The state or condition of being interminable. Interminables. Plural of interminable. Interminably. In an interminable manner, seemingly endlessly. Interminate. Without end or limit, boundless, infinite, interminable. Terminated. Interminable, endless. Interminates. Third person singular simple present indicative of interminate. Interminating. Present participle and gerund of interminate. Intermination. A menace or threat. Interminations. Plural of intermination. Intermi. To intersect or penetrate with minerals. Interment. Simple past and past participle of intermine. Intermins. Third person singular simple present indicative of intermine. Intermingle. To mix things together. Intermingled. Simple past and past participle of intermingle. Intermingledness. The state or condition of being intermingled. Intermingled and intermingling. Intermingledums. Plural of intermingled. Interminglement. Intermingling. Interminglements. Plural of interminglement. Intermingles. Third person singular simple present indicative of intermingle. Intermingling. Present participle and gerund of intermingle. Interminglings. Plural of intermingling. Interminiban. Between minibands. Intermining. Present participle and gerund of intermine. Interministerial. Between ministers. Interministerially. In an interministerial manner. Interministry. Between ministries. Intermacy. Interference, intervention, or intermediation. Intermission. A break, especially between two performances or sessions, such as at a concert, play, seminar, or religious assembly. Intermissionless. Without an intermission, without a pause between acts in the performance of a play or in a film on television. Intermissions. Plural of intermission. Intermezzo. Having temporary cessations, not continual, intermittent. Intermith. To interrupt, to stop or cease temporarily or periodically, to suspend. Intermitochondrial. Between mitochondria. Intermitotic. Between periods of mitosis. Intermets. Third person singular simple present indicative of intermit. Intermitted. Simple past and past participle of intermit. Intermittently. With periodic stoppages or suspensions. Intermittently. Intermittent. Misspelling of intermittent. Intermittence. The state of being sporadic or intermittent, a lack of flow or fluency. Intermittences. Plural of intermittence. The state of being sporadic or intermittent, a lack of flow or fluency. Intermittences. Plural of intermittence. Intermittencies. Plural of intermittency. Intermittency. The state of being intermittent, periodicity. Intermittent. Stopping and starting, occurring or presenting at intervals, coming after a particular time span. Intermittent explosive disorder. A behavioral disorder characterized by extreme anger, sometimes uncontrollable, that is disproportionate to the situation at hand. Intermittent lake. A lake that is intermittent, that is, a lake that is dry for part of the year. Intermittent lakes. Plural of intermittent lake. Intermittently. Stopping or starting at intervals. Intermittentness. The quality of intermittent. Intermittence. Plural of intermittent. Intermitter. A device that controls the intermittent flow of a fluid. Intermitters. Plural of intermitter. Intermitting. Present participle and gerund of intermit. Intermittingly. With intermissions, at intervals. Intermix. To mix together, to intermingle or blend. Intermixable. Capable of being intermixed. Intermix. Simple past and past participle of intermix. Intermixedly, in an intermixed manner. Intermixer, one who mixes or mingles with others. Intermixers, plural of intermixer. Intermixes, plural of intermix. Intermixing, present participle and gerund of intermix. Intermixingly, so as to intermix or mingle together. Intermixings, plural of intermixing. Intermix, archaic spelling of intermixed, simple past and past participle of intermix. Intermixly, archaic form of intermixedly. Intermixture, admixture and additional ingredient. Intermixtures, plural of intermixture. Intermobilities, plural of intermobility. Intermobility, the capacity of things or people to move among or between each other. Intermodal, relating to more than one mode of transport. Intermodalism, the use of more than one mode of transport. Intermodality, between modalities. Intermodally, in a way that uses or relates to more than one mode of transport. Intermodals, plural of intermodal. Intermode, between modes. Intermodal, between models. Intermedallion, the space between two medallions. Intermedallions, plural of intermedallion. Intermodular, between modules. Intermodularly, in an intermodular manner. Intermodulate, to modulate each other. Intermodulating, present participle and gerund of intermodulate. Intermodulation, modulation of the different frequencies of interacting waves. Intermodulations, plural of intermodulation. Intermodule, between modules. Intermolar, between molars. Intermolecular, from one molecule to another, between molecules. Intermolecular force, any of the attractive or repulsive interactions that occur between atoms or molecules and become significant at separations of about 1 nanometer or less. Intermolecular forces, plural of intermolecular force. Intermolecularity, the state or condition of being intermolecular. Intermolecularly, in an intermolecular manner, between molecules. Intermolt, between molts. Intermomentary, between moments in time. Intermonolayer, between monolayers and bilayers, etc. Intermonomer, between monomers. Intermonomeric, between monomers. Intermonsoon, occurring between monsoons. Intermonsoonal, between monsoons. Intermonsoons, plural of intermonsoon. Intermont, between mountains. Intermontane, intermontane, between mountains. Intermont, between months. Intermonthly, between months. Intermorainal, synonym of intermoraining. Intermoraining, situated between moraines. Intermorbid, between morbid episodes. Intermorph, among or between morphs. Intermorphe, relating to intermorphs any sense. Intermorphs, plural of intermorph. Intermos, between mosques. Intermotif, between motifs. Intermult, alternative form of intermult. Intermound, the area between mounds. Intermounds, plural of intermound. Intermountain, between mountains. Intermouse, between experimental mice. Intermultiversal, between multiverses. Intermundane, between worlds or planets. Intermundia, plural of intermundium. Intermundial, synonym of between multiverses. Intermundane, between worlds or planets. Intermundia, plural of intermundium. Intermundial, synonym of intermundane. Intermundian, obsolete form of intermundane. Intermundium, a space between worlds. Intermunicipal, between municipalities. Intermunicipalities, plural of intermunicipality. Intermunicipality, an area administered jointly by two municipalities. Intermural, between walls enclosed by walls. Intermurals, plural of intermural. Intermured, enclosed by, or as if by, walls. Intermuscle, alternative form of intermuscular. Intermuscular, between muscles. Intermuscularly, in an intermuscular manner. Intermusculated, located at intervals between the muscles. Intermutant, a form of permutant. Intermutants, plural of intermutant. Intermutation, interchange, mutual or reciprocal change. Intermutational, between successive mutations. Intermutations, plural of intermutation. Intermutual, mutual. Intermutually, in a mutual fashion. Intermycelial, between mycelia. Endomyocardial, misspelling of endomyocardial. Intermyocellular, between muscle cells. Intermyofibrillar, between myofibrils. Intermyotonal, between myomes. Iter, a person who is interned forcibly or voluntarily. Internable, able to be interned. Internal, of or situated on the inside. Internal acoustic meatus, synonym of internal auditory canal. Internal acoustic meatuses, plural of internal acoustic meatus. Internal Affairs, a division of a law enforcement agency investigating incidents and plausible suspicions of lawbreaking and professional misconduct attributed to officers on the force. Internal Angle, synonym of interior angle. Internal angles, plural of internal angle. Internal auditory arteries, plural of internal auditory artery. Internal auditory artery, synonym of labyrinthine artery. Internal auditory canal, a short auditory canal in the petrous portion of the temporal bone through which pass the facial and vestibulocochlear nerves and the labyrinthine artery. Internal auditory canals, plural of internal auditory canal. Internal auditory meatus, synonym of internal auditory canal. Internal auditory meatuses, plural of internal auditory meatus. Internal carotid arteries, plural of internal carotid artery. Internal carotid artery, the inner branch of the carotid artery that supplies the brain, eyes, and other internal structures of the head. Internal carotid plexus, a network of nerves of the sympathetic nervous system surrounding the internal carotid artery. Internal carotid plexuses, plural of internal carotid plexus. Internal combustion, the process where fuel is burned within an engine such as a diesel engine, producing power directly as opposed to externally such as in a steam engine. Internal combustion engine, a piston or a rotary heat engine directly powered by the products of intermittent combustion of a fuel. Internal combustion engine, having an internal combustion engine. Internal combustion engines, plural of internal combustion engine. Internal combustion engine, alternative form of internal combustion engine. Internal condom, synonym of female condom. Internal condoms, plural of internal condom. Internal conflict, a psychological conflict that is internal to a character. Internal conflicts, plural of internal conflict. Internal diameter, alternative form of inner diameter. Internal diameters, plural of internal diameter. Internal ear, the inner ear. Internal ears, plural of internal ear. Internal energies, plural of internal energy. Internal energy, a property, characteristic of the state of a thermodynamic system, the change of which is equal to the heat absorbed minus the work done by the system. Internal exclusion, the temporary withdrawal of a disruptive pupil from a class without expelling them from the school site. Internal exclusions, plural of internal exclusion. Internal exile, banishment to a remote part of one's own country as a punishment or sanction. Internal exiles, plural of internal exile. Internal fertilization, fertilization achieved via copulation, primarily in mammals. Internal fertilization, plural of internal fertilization. Internal genitalia, genitalia that are hidden inside the body, the testicles, epididymides, vasa deferentia, prostate gland, and bulbourethral glands in males, and the ovaries, fallopian tubes, uterus, vagina, and vestibular glands in females. Internal iliac arteries, plural of internal iliac artery. Internal iliac artery, the interface of an iliac artery on either side of the body. Internal jugular vein, a vein that collects the blood from the interior of the cranium, the superficial part of the face, and the neck, runs down the neck on the outside of the internal and common carotid arteries, and unites with the subclavian vein to form the brachiocephalic vein. Internal jugular veins, plural of internal jugular vein. Internal link, a hyperlink that links to a target on the same website that is within the same domain. It may be either an interpage link or an intrapage link. Internal links, plural of internal link. Internal maxillary arteries, plural of internal maxillary artery. Internal maxillary artery, synonym of maxillary artery. Internal medicine, the medical specialty concerned with the diagnosis, management, and non-surgical treatment of diseases, especially of internal organ systems. Internal migration, permanent movement within a particular country. Internal migrations, plural of internal migration. Internal monologue, the inner voice of a person which provides a running verbal monologue of their thoughts important in planning, problem solving, self-reflection, etc. Internal monologues, plural of internal monologue. Internal oblique, ellipsis of internal oblique muscle. Internal oblique muscle, A flat muscle situated under the external oblique muscle in the lateral and ventral part of the abdominal wall that have aponeurosis extending medially to unsheath the rectus muscles and fusing in the midventral line in the linea alba, and that act to compress the abdominal contents and to assist in expelling the contents of various visceral organs as in urination, defecation, parturition, and expiration. Internal obliques. Plural of internal oblique. Internal occipital protuberance, a prominence on the inner surface of the occipital bone between the upper border and the foramen magnum. Internal organ, an organ, such as the heart or colon, that is entirely within the confines of the body. Internal organs. Plural of internal organ. Internal passport, a personal identity document that may be used by a country to control and monitor the internal movement and residence of its citizens. Internal passports. Plural of internal passport. Internal reconstruction, a method of reconstructing an earlier form of a language using only evidence from that language as opposed to the comparative method. Internal reconstructions. Plural of internal reconstruction. Internal refugee, synonym of internally displaced person. Internal refugees, plural of internal refugee. Internal Revenue Code, the domestic portion of federal statutory tax law in the United States. Internal Revenue Service, the United States government agency that collects taxes and enforces the internal revenue laws. Internal rhyme, the rhyming of words in modern English poetry or of stressed syllables in Old Germanic poetry within the same line of a verse. Internal rhymes, plural of internal rhyme. Internal sand high that occurs at morpheme boundaries inside of a word. Internal stress, synonym of residual stress. Internal combustion engine, alternative form of internal combustion engine. Internal combustion engines, plural of internal combustion engine. Internal combustion engine, alternative form of internal combustion engine. Internalan, any of a family of proteins found on the surface of bacteria of the genus Listeria. Internalins, plural of internalin. Internalization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of internalization. Internalizations, plural of internalization. Internalize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of internalize. Internalize, simple past and past participle of internalize. Internalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of internalize. Internalizing, present participle and gerund of internalize. Internalism, the doctrine that a particular mental phenomenon, such as motivation or justification, has an internal rather than external basis. Internalisms, plural of internalism. Internalists, holding that a particular mental phenomenon, such as motivation or justification, has an internal rather than external basis. Internalistic, of or pertaining to internalism. Internalistically, in terms of internalism. Internalists, plural of internalists. Internalities, plural of internality. Internality, the condition of being internal or internalized. Internalizable, that can be internalized. Internalization, the process of internalizing something. Internalizations, plural of internalization. Internalize, to make something internal, to incorporate it in oneself. Internalize, of discriminatory views held against one's own group as a result of internalizing them. Internalizer, one who or that which internalizes. Internalizers, plural of internalizer. Internalizers, third person singular simple present indicative of internalize. Internalizing, present participle and gerund of internalize. Internally, in an internal manner, within or inside of external limits, in an inner part or situation. Internally displaced people, plural of internally displaced person. Internally displaced person, someone who is forced to flee their home but who remains within their country's borders. Internally displaced persons, plural of internally displaced person. Internalness, the quality of the internal. Internals, the internal workings of a mechanism or system that are normally hidden from view. Internao, between the nares. Internasal, between the nasal cavities. Internasals, plural of internasal. Internatal, between pregnancies or births. Internation, between nations, international. International, a make of truck and other vehicles formerly manufactured by International Harvester. International acre, a customary unit of 4046.8564224 m2. International acres, plural of international acre. International affairs, synonym of international relations, commonly abbreviated as IA. International airport, an airport that accepts international flights. International airports, plural of international airport. International atomic time, a high-precision atomic coordinate time standard based on the notional passage of proper time on Earth's geoid. International auxiliary language. A language intended to be used by people who do not share a common language. International Auxiliary Language Association, an association founded in 1924 to study the establishment of an international auxiliary language. In 1951, Ayala presented Interlingua to the public by publishing the Interlingua English Dictionary and Interlingua Grammar. Ayala. International Auxiliary Languages, plural of international auxiliary language. International Baccalaureate, a rigorous educational program for high school students focused on developing critical thinking, collaboration, and reflection skills. International Call Prefix, a prefix that must be appended to a telephone number in order to call a number outside one's own country. International Call Prefixes, plural of international call prefix. International Call Sign, a call sign assigned in accordance with the provisions of the International Telecommunications Union to identify a radio station. The nationality of the radio station is identified by the first or the first two characters. When used in visual signaling, international call signs are referred to as signal letters. International Call Signs, plural of international call sign. International Candle, a candela unit of light. International Candles, plural of international candle. International Chess, synonym of chess. International Community, all of the countries in the world, collectively. International Court of Justice, a judicial body of the United Nations, established in 1945 to decide disputes brought by nations. International Cricket Council, the governing body that organizes world cricket. International Criminal Court, an intergovernmental organization and international tribunal seated in The Hague, Netherlands, with jurisdiction to prosecute individuals for the international crimes of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. International crises, plural of international crisis. International crisis, a sequence of interactions between the governments of two or more sovereign states in severe conflict, short of actual war, but involving the perception of a dangerously high probability of war. International date line, an imaginary line on the Earth's surface at 180 degrees longitude, mostly through the Pacific Ocean, to the east of which the calendar date is 1 day earlier than to the west. International Day of the Girl, alternative form of International Day of the Girl Child. International Day of the Girl Child, a holiday celebrated on October 11 that aims to raise awareness of the challenges and issues faced by girls around the world. International Falls, a city, the county seat of Coochiching County, Minnesota, United States. International Feet, plural of international foot. International Fisher Effect, the hypothesis that the differences in nominal interest rates reflect expected changes in the spot exchange rate between countries. International Fisher Effects, plural of international Fisher Effect. International Foot, a unit of length measurement standardized under ISO, at a value of 0.3048 meters, the standard U.S. foot since 1959, the standard U.S. surveying foot since 2022. International Football, ellipsis of international rules football, a melded football code that blends Gaelic football with Australian rules football. International Grandmaster, synonym of Grandmaster, the highest rank of chess player. International Grandmaster, alternative form of International Grandmaster. International Grandmasters, plural of International Grandmaster. International Grandmasters, plural of International Grandmaster. International Humanitarian Law, the law which regulates the conduct of armed conflict. International Pine Blue, an intense deep blue hue achieved by means of ultramarine pigment and a binder. International Law, set of rules generally regarded and accepted as binding in relations between state and between nations, serving as a framework for the practice of stable and organized international relations. International Load Line, a mark on a hull of a merchant ship to show the waterline under specified conditions, indicating the maximum load that the ship may carry. International Load Lines, plural of International Load Line. International Maritime Organization, and specialized agency of the United Nations responsible for regulation shipping. International Master, a chess player of high ability but below the level of Grandmaster as determined by FI. International Masters, plural of International Master. International Men's Day, a holiday celebrated on November 19, commemorating the cultural and political achievements of men. International Mile, the present formal value of the mile as precisely equal to 1.609344 kilometers as opposed to other historic or informal values. International Miles, plural of International Mile. International Monetary Fund, the international organization entrusted with overseeing the global financial system by monitoring foreign exchange rates and balance of payments, as well as offering technical and financial assistance when requested. International Non-Proprietary Name, an official generic and non-proprietary name given to a pharmaceutical drug or an active ingredient as designated by the World Health Organization (WHO). International Non-Proprietary Names, plural of International Non-Proprietary Name. International Orange, a reddish-orange color used to set things apart from their surroundings, especially in the aerospace industry. International Order, World Order, International orders, plural of international order. International organization, alternative form of international organization. International organizations, plural of international organization. International organization, an organization established by a treaty or other instrument governed by international law and possessing its own international legal personality. International organizations, plural of international organization. International phonetic alphabet, a standardized set of symbols for representing the sounds of human speech. International phonetic alphabet, alternative form of international phonetic alphabet. International relations, the relationships themselves. International reply coupon, a prepaid international postage voucher. International reply coupons, plural of international reply coupon. International rules football, a sport created as a mixture of Australian rules football and Gaelic football to allow international matches between Australia and Ireland. International salute, a salute of 21 guns as a sign of respect to another country's flag. International salutes, plural of international salute. International school, a school primarily for the children of foreign nationals and teaching a more international curriculum that differs from typical local education. International schools, plural of international school. International scientific vocabulary, words used in various languages with similar meanings and pronunciations as a consequence of internationalizing scientific progress. International sign, a pidgin sign language used as an international auxiliary language. International socialist, alternative letter case form of international socialist. International socialist, a member of any of various Trotskyist tendencies that hope to form bonds between workers of different countries. International socialists, plural of international socialists. International socialists, plural of international socialists. International Space Station, an artificial satellite in low Earth orbit operating by a number of cooperating space programs. International standard, a technical standard which is developed by one or more international standards organizations which is available for use worldwide. International standards, plural of international standard. International student, a student who studies in an institution of higher learning in a foreign country and is required to hold a student visa. International students, plural of international student. International studies, synonym of international relations, commonly abbreviated as is. International style, synonym of internationalism. International style, alternative letter case form of international style. International system, the global constellation of states and their relations among each other. International system of units, a standard set of units of measurement for use in scientific literature worldwide, the newest constellation of states and their relations among each other. International system of units, a standard set of units of measurement for use in scientific literature worldwide, the newest and most widespread version of the metric system. International systems, plural of international system. International Talk Like a Pirate Day, September 19, a humorous holiday during which observers are supposed to talk like pirates. International Time Bureau, the international bureau responsible for combining different measurements of universal time. International unit, A particular minute unit of mass, defined differently for different substances, but so that varying substances of the same general type have the property that one international unit of the one has the same effect on the human body as one international unit of the other. International units, plural of international unit. International waters, those parts of the ocean that are not legally recognized as being under the jurisdiction of any national government. International Women's Day, a holiday celebrated on March 8 with a focus on women's liberation, rights, class struggle, and femininity in general. International Working Women's Day, former name of International Women's Day. Internationale, a general left-wing anthem for solidarity and emancipation of the working class dating back to the 19th century. Internationalization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of internationalization. Internationalizations, plural of internationalization. Internationalize, to make something international, to involve multiple nations. Internationalize, simple past and past participle of internationalize. Internationalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of internationalize. Internationalizing, present participle and gerund of internationalize. Internationalism, political, economic and cultural cooperation between nations. Internationalisms, plural of internationalism. Internationalists, of or pertaining to internationalism. Internationalistic, relating to or exhibiting internationalism. Internationalists, plural of internationalists. Internationality, internationalness. Internationalization, the act or process of making a product suitable for international markets, typically by making text messages easily translatable and ensuring support of non-Latin character sets, languages, and regions. Internationalizations, plural of internationalization. Internationalize, to make something international, to involve multiple nations in. Internationalize, simple past and past participle of internationalize. Internationalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of internationalize. Internationalizing, present participle and gerund of internationalize. Internationally, in an international manner. Internationalness, the state or condition of being international. Internationals, plural of international. Internaut, alternative letter case form of internaut. Intermots, plural of intermot. Internaval, between navies. Internavy, between navies. Internazi, abbreviation of International Socialist. Internazis, plural of internazi. Interne, archaic spelling of intern. Internetiary, internecine. International, internecine. Internecine, mutually destructive, most often applied to warfare. Internecine, destruction, massacre. Internections, plural of internecine. Internective, internecine. Internection, intimate connection. Internections, plural of internection. Interred, simple past and past participle of intern. Internee, one who is imprisoned or otherwise confined. Internees, plural of internee. Internegative, A specialized type of negative film stock that is part of the intermediate process that goes from an original negative to a release element, most common in the motion picture film post-production process. The material used is itself the same as in an interpositive. The difference is that an in has a negative image on it, while an IP has a positive image. Internegatives, plural of internegative. Interneighbor, between neighbors. Interneighbor, alternative form of interneighbor. Interneoglacial, occurring between neoglacial periods. Intermer, an obsessive user of the internet. Internerds, plural of internerd. Internervous, between groups of nerves. Internervular, between the nervules. Internas, plural of internee. Internet, the global, decentralized network of computers which communicate with one another using the Internet Protocol Suite, which now forms a vital part of global communication, content sharing, and information exchange system. Addiction disorder, a disorder characterized by excessive Internet use that interferes with daily life. Internet address, any address that is used to identify a place or resource on the Internet, such as a URL, an IP address, or a domain name. Internet addresses, plural of internet address. Internet art, alternative form of net art. Internet banking, synonym of e-banking. Internet brigade, pro-People's Action Party internet trolls and propagandists. Internet brigades, plural of internet brigade. Internet bubble, synonym of .com bubble. Internet bubbles, plural of internet bubble. Internet cafe, a place where one can use a computer with internet access for a fee. Internet cafe, alternative spelling of internet cafe. Internet cafes, plural of internet cafe. Internet cafes, plural of internet cafe. Internet coupon, a coupon found on the internet. Internet coupons, plural of internet coupon. Internet dating, synonym of online dating. Internet famous, famous in the context of the internet. Internet fee, a stream of content appearing in blocks of similar appearance and through which a user can scroll. Internet feeds, plural of internet fee. Internet for, plural of internet forum. Internet forum, a system in which users may send, read, and reply to messages on a particular subject. Internet forums, plural of internet forum. Internet hunt, the practice of hunting animals by controlling a firearm over the internet. Internet hunts, plural of internet hunt. Internet kiosk, a terminal that provides public internet access, typically in a booth. Internet kiosks, plural of internet kiosk. Internet linguistics, a domain of linguistics that explores the language styles and forms that have emerged through the influence of the internet and other digital media. Internet of everything, synonym of Internet of Things. Internet of Things, an internet-like structure connecting everyday physical objects equipped with RFID or similar tags. Internet of Things, alternative letter case form of Internet of Things. Internet presence, the online part of an organization, normally including a website and often links from social networking sites or directories. Internet presences, plural of internet presence. Internet protocol, a communication protocol that enables networking a large number of computers to the internet by providing the basis for packet switching, routing, addressing, and other essential functions of the net. Internet radio, a digital radio service that is transmitted by means of the Internet. Internet radios, plural of Internet radio. Internet relay chat, a protocol for instant communication via the Internet. Users connect to a network and join channels, chat rooms where they can converse in typed text with other participants. Internet service provider, a company that provides Internet access. Internet service providers, plural of Internet service provider. Internetable, capable of being connected to or used via the Internet. Internetless, without the Internet. Internetly, resembling or characteristic of the Internet. Internet phobia, an aversion to the Internet. Internets, alternative letter case form of internets. Interneta, entwined or linked together so as to form a network. Interconnected, networked. Interneter, a user of the Internet. Interneters, plural of interneter. Interneting, gerund of Internet. Internety, alternative letter case form of internety. Internetwork, a network of networks. Internetworked, simple past and past participle of Internet work. Internetworking, present participle and gerund of Internet work. Internetworks, plural of Internet work. Interneural, between nerves, neural arches or neural spines. Interneurals, plural of interneural. Interneurofilament, between neurofilaments. Interneuromass, alternative form of interneuromastic. Interneuromastic, between neuromasts. Interneuromeric, between neuromers. Interneuromodulator, between neuromodulators. Interneuron, a multipolar neuron that connects afferent and efferent neurons. Interneuronal, between neurons. Interneuronally, in an interneuron. Interneuron, a multipolar neuron that connects afferent and efferent neurons. Interneuronal, between neurons. Interneuronally, in an interneuronal manner. Interneuronic, interneuronal. Interneuronopathies, plural of interneuronopathy. Interneuronopathy, any disease caused by interneuronal dysfunction. Interneurons, plural of interneuron. Internexin, a particular neurofilament protein. Internexins, plural of internexin. Internital, between masts. Interni, between nights. Interning, practice of always using references instead of copies of equal objects. Internings, plural of interning. Internist, a physician who specializes in internal medicine. Internists, plural of internists. Interneti, state of being within, intiety. Interment, the state of being imprisoned, usually without trial. Internment camp, a concentration camp, especially a non-Nazi one from before or during WW2, a detention center, a relocation camp. Internment camps, plural of internment camp. Interments, plural of interment. Internodal, of or pertaining to an internode. Internode, between nodes. Internodes, plural of internode. Internodal, internodal. Internodular, between nodules. Internomedian, relating to, connecting or between the internal and median veins of a wing. Internormative, between norms or standards. Internostril, between the nostrils. Interns, Plural of intern. Internship. A job taken by a student in order to learn a profession or trade. Internship report. A final report prepared by an intern summarizing an internship that has just been completed. Internship reports. Plural of internship report. Internships. Plural of internship. Internuclear. Acting between nuclei. Internuclear ophthalmoplegia. A medical sign indicative of a particular cause of extraocular muscle weakness in which the affected eye shows impairment of adduction. Internuclei. Between nucleoids. Internuclei. Between nucleans. Internucleani. Between nucleans. Internuclease. Between nucleases. Internucleacidic. Between nucleases. Internucleosome. Between nucleosomes. Internucleosome. Internucleosome. Internucleatic. Between nucleotides. Internucleatidae. Between nucleotides. Internunce. Obsolete form of internuncio. Internunces. Plural of internunce. Internuntial. Of or relating to an internuncio. Internuntially. Between neurons. Internuntiary. Synonym of internuntial. Internunciatory. Synonym of internuntial. Internuncio. A diplomatic representative of the Pope ranking below a nuncio. Internuncios. Plural of internuncio. Internuncioship. The office or function of an internuncio. Internuncioships. Plural of internuncioship. Internuncius. Alternative form of internuncio. Internuptial. Of or related to intermarriage. Internum. A phrase or epithet, particularly one intended to be witty, inserted in quotation marks between one's first and last names or elsewhere by or in one's name, if this is not possible at the end of a post. Internums. Plural of internum. Interobject. Between objects. Interobjective. Between objects. Interobserver. Between observers. Interoccasion. Between successive occasions. Interoccipital. A scale located between the occipital scales. Interoccipitals. Plural of interoccipital. Interocclusal. Between the occlusal surfaces of opposing maxillary and mandibular teeth. Interocclusion. Between occlusions. Interocular. Misspelling of interocular. Interoccurrence. Between occurrences. Interocclusion. Between occlusions. Interocular. Misspelling of interocular. Interoccurrence. Between occurrences. Interocean. Between oceans. Interoceanic. Between oceans, connecting two oceans. Interoception. Any of the senses that detect conditions within the body. Interoceptions. Plural of interoception. Interoceptive. Of or pertaining to interoception or an interoceptor. Interoceptively. In an interoceptive manner. Interoceptivity. The condition of being interoceptive. Interoceptor. A sensory receptor that detects stimulus within the body. Interoceptors. Plural of interoceptor. Interoctahedral. Between octahedrons, especially between octahedral cells of a crystal. Interoctave. between octaves. Interocular, between AIs. Interocularly, in an interocular manner. Interistris, between successive estrus periods. Interoffice, taking place between different offices of a single organization or company. Interoffice, simple past and past participle of interoffice. Interoffices, third person singular simple present indicative of interoffice. Interofficing, present participle and gerund of interoffice. Interrogative, misspelling of interrogative. Interrogatives, plural of interrogative. Interoligodendrocytic, between oligodendrocytes. Interolivary, between the olivary bodies. Interoli, alternative form of interolog. Interologus, relating to interologs. Interologs, plural of interolog. Interoli, a pair of conserved interprotein interactions existing in two different species. Interologs, plural of interoli. Interomatideo, between omatidia. Interomniversal, between omniverses. Interonset, between successive onsets. Interoperability. Interoperous, misspelling of iteroperous. Interoperabilities, plural of interoperability. Interoperability, the capability of a product or system to interact and function with others reciprocally. Interoperable, of a system or device able to communicate and exchange data with another system or device. Interoperably, in an interoperable manner. Interoperate, to work reliably with another system. Interoperated, simple past and past participle of interoperate. Interoperates, third person singular simple present indicative of interoperate. Interoperating, present participle and gerund of interoperate. Interoperation, the interaction and simultaneous functioning of multiple products having multiple architectures, etc. Interoperations, plural of interoperation. Interoperative, during a surgical operation. Interoperator, between operators. Interopercle, a bone between the piopercle and the branchiostegals of a fish. Interopercles, plural of interopercle. Interopercula, plural of interoperculum. Interopercular, or pertaining to the interopercle. Interoperculars, plural of interopercular. Interoperculum, interopercle. Interoperan, between operans. Interophthalmic, between eyes. Interopter, between optodes. Interorbit, between orbits. Interorbital, between orbits. Interorbitally, between orbits. Interorbitals, plural of interorbital. Interordinal, between taxonomic orders. Interordination, a reciprocal relationship between two terms. Interordinational, relating to interordinations. Interordinations, plural of interordination. Interorgan, between organs. Interorganor, between organelles. Interorganelle, alternative form of interorganor. Interorganonular, relating to or functioning via interaction between organelles. Interorganic, between organs of the body. Interorganizational, alternative form of interorganizational. Interorganizationally, alternative form of interorganizationally. Interorganization, between organizations. Interorganizational, between organizations. Interorganizationally, between organizations. Interorigin, between origins. Interosculant, mutually touching or interorganizationally, between organizations. Interorigin, between origins. Interosculant, mutually touching or intersecting. Interosculate, to have the character of or to lie between two distinct groups. Interosculated, simple past and past participle of interosculate. Interosculates, third person singular simple present indicative of interosculate. Interosculating, present participle and gerund of interosculate. Interosculation, interconnection by or as if by osculation. Interosculations, plural of interosculation. Interospective, misspelling of introspective. Interosseal, between bones, interosseous. Interosse, plural of interosseous. Interosseous, between bones. Interosseous, any of various muscles located between bones. Interossicular, between ossicles. Intersdane, FESDNs. Interoutbreak, between outbreaks. Interownership, the ownership of a resource by multiple parties. Interp sign, an interpretation sign. Interp signs, plural of interp sign. Interp, abbreviation of interpretation. Interpacket, between packets of data. Interpage, between the pages of a document or website. Interpage, simple past and past participle of interpage. Interpages, third person singular simple present indicative of interpage. Interpaging, present participle and gerund of interpage. Interpain, a cysteine proteinase obtained from Prevotella intermedia. Interpair, between pairs. Interpalatine, lying between palatines. Interpalatines, plural of interpalatine. Interpale, to place pales between or among, to separate with pales. Interpale, simple past and past participle of interpale. Interpales, third person singular simple present indicative of interpale. Interpaling, present participle and gerund of interpale. Interpalpebral, misspelling of interpalpebral. Interpalpebral, between the eyelids. Interpancreatic, between pancreatic. Interpandemic, between pandemics. Interpapillary, between papillae. Interparabranchial, between parabronchia. Interparagraph, between paragraphs. Interparalogue, between paralogues. Interparalogue, alternative form of interparalogue. Interparcel, between parcels. Interparenchymatous, between parenchymatous cells. Interparent, between or among parents. Interparental, between parents. Interparenthetical. Within parentheses. Interparenthetically. In an interparenthetical manner. Interparietal. Between the parietal bones or cartilages. Interparietals. Plural of interparietal. Interparish. Between parishes. Interparliament. Between parliaments. Interparliamentary. Between parliaments. Interparochial. Between parishes. Interparoxysmal. Between paroxysms. Interparticipant. Between participants. Interparticle. Between particles. Interparticulate. Between particles. Interparticulately. In an interparticulate manner. Interpartner. Between partners. Interparty. Between political parties. Interpassive. Having the quality of interpassivity. Interpassivity. A state of passivity, particularly cognitive or emotional passivity, enabled or facilitated by the appearance or potential of interactivity. Interpatch. Between patches. Interpathologists. Between pathologists. Interpathovar. Between pathovars. Interpatient. Between patients. Interpausal. Between successive pauses. Interpause. An intermission. Interpauses. Plural of interpause. Interpeak. Between peaks. Interpectoral. Between the pectoralis muscles. Interpedal. Between the feet. Interpedicular. Between successive pedicles. Interpeduncular. Between peduncles. Interpel. To interrupt, break in upon, or intercede with. Interpellant. Interpelling, interrupting. Interpellants. Plural of interpellant. Interpellate. To interrupt someone so as to inform or question that person about something. Interpellated. Simple past and past participle of interpellate. Interpellates. Third person singular simple present indicative of interpellate. Interpellating. Present participle and gerund of interpellate. Interpellation. The act of interpellating questioning, the period in which government officials are questioned about and explain an act, a policy, or a point raised during a debate. Interpellations. Plural of interpellation. Interpellator. One who interpellates. Interpellators. Plural of interpellator. Interpellatory. Characterized by or relating to interpellation, interpellating. Interpelle. Present participle and gerund of interpel. Interpels. Third person singular simple present indicative of interpel. Interpenetrable. That can be interpenetrated. Interpenetrant. Mutually penetrating. Interpenetrate. To penetrate mutually or reciprocally. Interpenetrated. Simple past and past participle of interpenetrate. Interpenetrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of interpenetrate. Interpenetrating. Present participle and gerund of interpenetrate. Interpenetratingly. So as to interpenetrate. Interpenetration. The act of penetrating between or within other substances, mutual penetration. Interpenetrations, plural of interpenetration. Interpenetrative, mutually penetrative, overlapping each other in space. Interpenetratively, in an interpenetrative manner. Interpentamer, between pentamers typically of peptides. Interpentameric, between peptide pentamers. Interpeptide, between peptides. Interpeptidic, alternative form of interpeptide. Interperable, interpretable. Interpercentile, between percentiles. Interperceptual, between acts of perception. Interperistaltic, between successive pulses of peristalsis. Interperitoneal, misspelling of intraperitoneal. Interperitonally, misspelling of intraperitonally. Interpermeate, to permeate each other mutually. Interpermeated, simple past and past participle of interpermeate. Interpermeates, third person singular simple present indicative of interpermeate. Interpermeating, present participle and gerund of interpermeate. Interperson, alternative form of interpersonal. Interpersonal, between two or more people. Interpersonality, the quality of being impersonal. Interpersonally, in an interpersonal way. Interpedaloid, between pedaloids. Interpedialar, between petiales. Interpediolary, between petiales. Interphagocyte, between phagocytes. Interphalangeal, between phalanges, as with an interphalangeal joint. Interphalangeals, plural of interphalangeal. Interphalanx, synonym of interphalangeal. Interphase, the stage in the life cycle of a cell between two successive mitotic or meiotic divisions. Interphases, plural of interphase. Interphase, relating to an interphase. Interphenotype, between phenotypes. Interphobia, fear, dislike, or hatred of intersexual people and or intersexuality. Interphobia, relating to, characteristic of, or exhibiting interphobia. Interphone, synonym of intercom. Interphones, plural of interphone. Interphotoreceptor, between photoreceptors. Interphrasal, alternative form of interphrase. Interphrasally, in an interphrasal way. Interphrase, between or relating to different phrases. Interphrase, alternative form of interphrase. Interphrastic, alternative form of interphrase. Interphrastically, alternative form of interphrastically. Interphylar, between phyla. Interphylum, between phyla. Interphysician, between physicians. Interpiece, between pieces. Interpierce, to pierce each other. Interpierced, simple past and past participle of interpierce. Interpierces, third person singular simple present indicative of interpierce. Interpiercing, present participle and gerund of interpierce. Interpigment, between pigments. Interpilaster, the interval or space between two pilasters. Interpilasters, plural of interpilaster. Interpillar, between pillars. Interpillow, between pillavas. Interpixel, between pixels. Interplace, to place between or among. Interplace, simple past and past participle of interplace. Interplacental, between placentas. Interplacentomal, between placentomes. Interplacentum, between placentomes. Interplaces, third person singular simple present indicative of interplace. Interplacing, present participle and gerund of interplace. Interplacodal, between placodes. Interplate, to plait together, to interweave or intertwine. Interplated, simple past and past participle of interplate. Interplating, present participle and gerund of interplate. Interplates, third person singular simple present indicative of interplate. Interplanar, between planes. Interplane, between planes. Interplanetarian, synonym of interplanetary. Interplanetarily, in an interplanetary manner. Interplanetary, existing or occurring between planets. Interplanetary medium, synonym of interplanetary space. Interplanetary space, that part of outer space between the planets of a solar system and its star. Interplant, between manufacturing plants or divisions. Interplant distance, standard distance between individual plants placed in an ordered garden or field. Interplant distances, plural of interplant distance. Interplanted, simple past and past participle of interplant. Interplanting, present participle and gerund of interplant. Interplantings, plural of interplanting. Interplants, third person singular simple present indicative of interplant. Interplasmid, between plasmids. Interplasmidic, between plasmids. Interplate, between tectonic plates. Interplateau, between plateaus. Interplatelet, between platelets. Interplatform, between platforms. Interplay, interaction, reciprocal relationship. Interplay, simple past and past participle of interplay. Interplayer, between players. Interplaying, present participle and gerund of interplay. Interplayings, plural of interplaying. Interplays, plural of interplay. Interplay, an action engrafted on another suit in which the interpleader becomes the plaintiff and the attaching plaintiff is the defendant. Interplea, to plead against each other or go to trial between themselves as the claimants in an interpleader. Interpleaded, simple past and past participle of interplead. Interpleader, one who makes an interplea. Interpleaders, plural of interpleader. Interpleading, present participle and gerund of interplea. Interpleads, third person singular simple present indicative of interplea. Interpleas, plural of interplea. Interpel, simple past and past participle of interplead. Interpledge, to pledge mutually. Interpledge, simple past and past participle of interpledge. Interpledges, third person singular simple present indicative of interpledge. Interpledging, present participle and gerund of interpledge. Interplaniglacial, between planiglacial periods. Interplural, between layers of the plura. Interplexiform, between the two plexiform layers. Interpleco, between plici or folds. Interplenian, between major eruptions. Interploy, alternative form of interploidal. Interploidal, between cells or organisms that have different ploidies. Interploidy, between organisms that have different ploidy. Intervlume, between plumes. Interfluvial, a period of decreased rainfall. Interfluvials, plural of interpluvial. Interpoint, synonym of interpunct. Interpointed, simple past and past participle of interpoint. Interpointing, present participle and gerund of interpoint. Interpoints, plural of interpoint. Interpol, the International Criminal Police Organization, an international organization facilitating police cooperation. Interpoints, plural of interpoint. Interpol, the International Criminal Police Organization, an international organization facilitating police cooperation. Interpolability, the condition of being interpolable. Interpolable, capable of or suitable for being interpolated. Interpolant, a point interpolated between others. Interpollants, plural of interpollant. Interpolar, between poles. Interpolary, relating to or by means of interpolation. Interpolatable, that can be interpolated. Interpolate, to introduce something between other things, especially to insert possibly spurious words into a text. Interpolated, simple past and past participle of interpolate. Interpolator, alternative form of interpolator. Interpolators, plural of interpolator. Interpolates, third person singular simple present indicative of interpolate. Interpolating, present participle and gerund of interpolate. Interpolation, an abrupt change in elements with continuation of the first idea. Interpolational, relating to interpolation. Interpolations, plural of interpolation. Interpolative, of or pertaining to interpolation. Interpolatively, in an interpolative manner. Interpolativity, the quality of being interpolative. Interpolator, one who or that which interpolates. Interpolators, plural of interpolator. Interpolatory, relating to interpolation. Interpol, an auxiliary pole of a commutator placed between the main poles to increase its efficiency. Interpol, plural of interpol. Interpolus, to polish sporadically or at intervals. Interpolus, simple past and past participle of interpolus. Interpolissus, third person singular simple present indicative of interpolus. Interpolising, present participle of interpolus. Interpolitical, between different political groups or systems. Interpolity, between polities. Interpolygon, between polygons. Interpolygonal, between polygons. Interpolymer, copolymer. Interpolymeric, copolymeric. Interpolymerize, synonym of copolymerize. Interpolymers, plural of interpolymer. Interpome, to interpose, to insert or place between. Interpone, simple past and past participle of interpone. Interponen, one who or that which interposes, an interloper, an opponent. Interponents, plural of interponent. Interpones, third person singular simple present indicative of interpone. Interponing, present participle and gerund of interpone. Interpopulation, between populations. Interpopulational, between populations. Interporo, between pores. Interpore, between pores. Interporiferous, lying between poriferous areas. Interposable, capable of being interposed. Interposal, interposer. Interposals, plural of interposal. Interpose, to insert something or oneself between other things. Interpose, simple past and past participle of interpose. Interposer, one who interposes. Interposers, plural of interposer. Interposes, third person singular simple present indicative of interpose. Interposes, second person singular simple present indicative of interpose. Interposa, third person singular simple present indicative of interpose. Interposing, present participle and gerund of interpose. Interposingly, so as to interpose. Interposit, an intermediate depot or station between one commercial city or country and another. Interposition, the act of interposing or the state of being interposed, at being, placing, or coming between, mediation. Interpositional, relating to an interposition. Interposition, positioned between. Interpositions, plural of interposition. Interpositive, a specialized type of negative film stock that is part of the intermediate process that goes from an original negative to a release element, most common in the motion picture film post-production process. The material used is itself the same as in an internegative. The difference is that an IP has a positive image on it, while an N has a negative image. Interpositives, plural of interpositive. Interposits, plural of interposit. Interpost-sigapophisal, between post-sigapophises. Interposer, the action of interposing, interposition, interposal. Interposers, plural of interposure. Interpotential, between successive discharges of action potential. Interpreter, abbreviation of interpreter. Interpretable, interpretable. Interprandial, between meals. Interpreter, obsolete form of interpreter. Interpreters, plural of interpreter. Interpredator, between predators. Interprediction, interframe prediction. Interpregnancy, between pregnancies. interpremaxillary, between premaxillary, interpremolar, between premolars, interpresentation, between presentations, interpret, to decode the meaning of a topic and then act, whether to continue researching the topic, follow through, act in opposition, or further the understanding through sharing and interpretation. Interpret away, to smooth out undesired concepts and teachings in a text, often one of fundamental importance to a religion or ideology, by interpreting that text contrary to its spirit or original meaning. Interpretabilities, plural of interpretability. Interpretability, the ability to be interpreted. Interpretable, capable of being interpreted or explained. Interpretableness, the quality of being interpretable. Interpretably, in an interpretable way. Interpretement, interpretation. Interpretaments, plural of interpretement. Interpretant, the effect of a sign on someone who reads or comprehends it. Interpretance, plural of interpretant. Interpretated, misspelling of interpreted. Interpretation, an act of interpreting or explaining something unclear, a translation, a version. Interpretation panel, a board set up in a public place with text and often pictures that provide educational information about the place or about some historical event that occurred there. Interpretation panels, plural of interpretation panel. Interpretation sign, a public sign at a historical site, nature reserve, etc. that provides information, facts, and figures for the benefit of visitors. Interpretation signs, plural of interpretation sign. Interpretational, of or pertaining to interpretation, serving to interpret. Interpretationally, in an interpretational way. Interpretationism, the analysis of the mental by interpretation of the physical. Interpretationists, relating to interpretationism. Interpretationists, plural of interpretationists. Interpretations, plural of interpretation. Interpretative, marked by interpretation. Interpretatively, in an interpretative manner. Interpretativeness, quality of being interpretative. Interpret, misspelling of interpret. Interpreted, simple past and past participle of interpret. Interpreted away, simple past and past participle of interpret away. Interpreter, a person or thing that interprets the meaning of something for another. Interpreters, plural of interpreter. Interpretership, a qualification in interpreting. Interpreterships, plural of interpretership. Interpretess, a female interpreter. Interpretesses, plural of interpretess. Interpreting, synonym of interpretation, an act of interpreting or explaining what is obscure. Interpreting away, present participle and gerund of interpret away. Interpretings, plural of interpreting. Interpretive, alternative form of interpretative. Interpretively, in an interpretive way. Interpretivism, antipositivism. Interpretivisms, plural of interpretivism. Interpretivists, relating to interpretivism. Interpretivistic, relating to interpretivism. Interpretivistically, in terms of or by means of interpretivism. Interpretivists, plural of interpretivists. Interpreter, archaic form of interpreter. Interpretorial, relating to or characteristic of an interpreter. Interpreters. Plural of interpreter. Interpretory, interpretative. Interpreter, obsolete form of interpreter. Interpreters, plural of interpreter. Interpretress, alternative form of interpretess. Interpretresses. Plural of interpretress. Interprets, third person singular simple present indicative of interpret. Interprets away. Third person singular simple present indicative of interpret away. Interpretive, simple past and past participle of interpret. Interpreting, present participle and gerund of interpret. Interpresigapophisal, between presigapophises. Interprime, the mean of two consecutive odd primes. Interprimes, plural of interprime. Interprismatic, between prisms. Interprocedural, between procedures, among or across instances of procedures. Interprocedurally. Between procedures. Interprocess, between processes. Interprocess communication, a set of techniques for the exchange of data among two or more threads in one or more processes. Interprocess communications, plural of interprocess communication. Interprocessor, between processors. Interproduce, to produce each other. Interproduced, simple past and past participle of interproduce. Interproduces, third person singular simple present indicative of interproduce. Interproducing, present participle and gerund of interproduce. Interprofessional, between professionals. Interprofessionalism, the condition of being interprofessional. Interprofessionality, the condition of being interprofessional. Interprofessionally, in an interprofessional manner. Interprogeny, between progeny. Interprogram, between programs. Interprogram, alternative form of interprogram. Interproject, between projects of or relating to an intersection of multiple projects. Interprosthetic, between prostheses. Interprotein, between proteins. Interprotocol, between communications protocols. Interprotomer, between the protomers of an oligomeric protein. Interproton, between protons. Province, between provinces. Interprovincial, occurring or existing between provinces. Interprovincially, between provinces. Interproximal, between the proximal parts of two adjoining surfaces, but especially between the surfaces of adjoining teeth. Interproximally, located in an interproximal position. Interproximate, between adjacent vertices. Interpus, plural of interper. Interps, plural of interp. Interpsychic, etween sagies. India, etween etutia. Interpterygoid, between pterygoid bones. Interpubic, between the pubic bones or cartilage. Interpulmonary, between the lungs. Interpulse, between pulses. Interpunct, the punctuation mark. Interpuncto, between puncta, interpunction, punctuation insertion of points between words or sentences. Interpunctions, plural of interpunction. Interpuncts, plural of interpunct. Interpunctuate, to add punctuation between words or phrases. Interpunctuation, any form of punctuation between words. Interpupil, between pupils. Interpupillary, misspelling of interpupillary. Interpupillary, between the pupils of the eyes. Interpurchase, between purchases. Interpyramidal, between the carpal bones. Interquadrant, between quadrants. Interquantile, between quantiles. Interquark, between quarks. Interquarter, between quarters. Interquartile, between quartiles. Interquartile range, the difference between the first and third quartiles, a robust measure of sample dispersion. Interquartile ranges, plural of interquartile range. Interquartiles, plural of interquartile. Interquartile, alternative form of interquartile. Intercubit, between cubits. Interquel, an installment in a series of works set chronologically between two of its predecessors. Interquels, plural of interquel. Interquery, between more than one query. Interquintile, between adjacent quintiles. Interrace, interracial. Interracial, between or among two or more different races. Interracialism, the mixing of races or ethnicities. Interracialisms, plural of interracialism. Interracialist, one who supports interracialism. Interracialists, plural of interracialists. Interraciality, the quality of being racial. Interracialization, the process of interracializing. Interracialize, to make interracial. Interracialize, simple past and past participle of interracialize. Interracializes, third person singular simple present indicative of interracialize. Interracializing, present participle and gerund of interracialize. Interracially, between races. Interradial, between the radii or rays. Interradially, in interradial manner. Interradicular, between roots or radicals. Interradii, plural of interradius. Interradius, any radial part, but especially the radius of a cylinder halfway between two periae. Interrail, to travel using the interrail rail pass. Interrail, simple past and past participle of interrail. Interrailer, one who travels using the interrail rail pass. Interrailers, plural of interrailer. Interrailing, present participle and gerund of interrail. Interrails, third person singular simple present indicative of interrail. Interrailway, between railways. Interramal, between rami, especially between the mandibles of the lower jaw. Interramification, an intermingling of branches. Interramifications, plural of interramification. Interrange, between ranges. Interret, a surname from Italian. Interants, plural of interant. Interrater, between raters. Interact, to react together. Interacted, simple past and past participle of interact. Interacting, present participle and gerund of interact. Interaction, the reaction between two or more compounds, elements, etc. Interactions, plural of interaction. Interacts, third person singular simple present indicative of interact. Interreader, between readers. Interrealm, between realms. Interreceptor, between receptors. Interrecognition, mutual or shared recognition or acknowledgement. Intercurrent, between recurrences. Inter, having been interred. Introducibility, the condition of being introducible. Introducible, describing matrices that are mutually reducible. Interreef, between reefs. Interreference, mutual reference between two or more things. Interreferences, plural of interreference. Interreferential, exhibiting or relating to interreference. Interreflection, the illumination of an object by reflected light from other objects that are not light sources. Interreflections, plural of interreflection. Interregal, between kings or their successive reigns. Interregent, a person who holds royal functions during an interregnum, an interim regent. Interregents, plural of interregent. Interregaz, plural of interrex. Interregimental, between regiments. Interregion, interregional. Interregional, of, pertaining to, or connecting two or more regions. Interregional migration, permanent movement from one region of a country to another. Interregional migrations, plural of interregional migration. Interregnat, plural of interregnum. Interregnal, relating to an interregnum. Interregnum, ellipsis of British interregnum, the period of 1649–1660 when an unmonarchical state ruled Britain. The monarchy was then restored. Interregnums, plural of interregnum. Interregulate, to mutually regulate. Interregulated, simple past and past participle of interregulate. Interregulation, mutual regulation. Interregulatory, relating to interregulation. Interreign, an interregnum. Interreigns, plural of interreign. Enforcement, between instances of enforcement. Interrelate, to form relationships between multiple things. Interrelated, having a mutual or reciprocal relation or parallelism, correlative. Interrelatedly, in an interrelated manner. Interrelatedness, the state or condition of being interrelated. Interrelatednesses, plural of interrelatedness. Interrelates, third person singular simple present indicative of interrelate. Interrelating, present participle and gerund of interrelate. Interrelation, mutual or reciprocal relation. Interrelational, between relations relating to an interrelation. Interrelationalities, plural of interrelationality. Interrelationality, the quality of being relational. Interrelations, plural of interrelation. Interrelationship, between multiple relationships. Interrelation. Interrelationships, plural of interrelationship. Interreligious, involving more than one religion. Interreligious, misspelling of interreligious. Interrenal, between the kidneys. Interrenal gland, structures in fishes homologous to the cortical tissue of the mammalian adrenal gland. They are in close proximity to or embedded in the kidney. Interrenal glands, plural of interrenal gland. Interrenalism, the complex of influences exerted by pathological changes of the suprarenal glands on the body form and the sexual characteristics of a patient. Interrenals, plural of interrenal. Interrepeat, between successive repeats. Interrepellent, repelling each other. Interreplicate, between replications. Interreplicator, between replicators. Interreplican, between replicants. Interrepublic, between republics. Interrepublican, between republics. Interrepulsion, mutual repulsion. Interer, one who inters or buries. Interus, plural of intera. Interresearcher, between researchers. Interresidual, between residues. Interresidue, between the residues sections of amino acids of a protein. Interrespondent, between respondents. Interresponse, between responses. Interresponsibilities, plural of interresponsibility. Interresponsibility, responsibility for each other. Interesting, misspelling of interesting. Interreticulation, reticulation between two other structures. Interreticulations, plural of interreticulation. Interrex, an official in ancient Rome who acted as single head of state during the interregnum between two consulates. Interrexaz, plural of interrex. Interhombomeric, alternative form of interhombomeric. Interrhyme, to rhyme with each other. Interrhymed, simple past and past participle of interrhyme. Interrhymes, third person singular simple present indicative of interrhyme. Interrhyming, present participle and gerund of interrhyme. Interribosomal, between ribosomes. Interreg, between ridges. Interril, between rills. Interring, present participle and gerund of inter. Interrins, plural of interring. Interroad, between roads. Interrobang, the non-standard punctuation mark a combination of an exclamation, which may be used at the end of a sentence to express excitement or disbelief, or to indicate that it is a rhetorical question. Interrobang, simple past and past participle of interrobang. Interrobanging, present participle and gerund of interrobang. Interrobangs, plural of interrobang. Interri, between rods. Interrar, abbreviation of indagation. Interrogibility, interrogatability. Interrogible, that can be interrogated, that can respond to a query. Interrogant. One who interrogates, a questioner. Interrogants. Plural of interrogant. Interrogatability. The state or condition of being interrogible. Interrogatable. Interrogible. Interrogate. To question or quiz, especially in a thorough and / or aggressive manner. Interrogative. Simple past and past participle of interrogate. Interrogati. Someone who undergoes an interrogation. Interrogaties. Plural of interrogati. Interrogates. Third person singular simple present indicative of interrogate. Interrogatists. Second person singular simple present indicative of interrogate. Interrogating. Present participle and gerund of interrogate. Interrogatingly. So as to interrogate, with urgent or bullying questioning. Interrogatings. Plural of interrogating. Interrogation. A question put, an inquiry. Interrogation mark. A question mark. Interrogation marks. Plural of interrogation mark. Interrogation point. A question mark. Interrogation points. Plural of interrogation point. Interrogation point. Alternative form of interrogation point. Interrogation points. Plural of interrogation point. Interrogational. Relating to interrogation. Interrogations. Plural of interrogation. Interrogative. Asking or denoting a question. Interrogative adjective. An interrogative pronoun used as an adjective. Interrogative adjectives. Plural of interrogative adjective. Interrogative pronoun. A pronoun used in a question. In English, the 5 interrogative pronouns are what, which, who, whom, and whose, also used as relative pronouns. These require no antecedent. Interrogative pronouns. Plural of interrogative pronoun. Interrogative point. Synonym of question mark. Interrogative points. Plural of interrogative point. Interrogatively. In an interrogative manner, by means of a question. Interrogativeness. The state or condition of being interrogative. Interrogatives. Plural of interrogative. Interrogativity. The quality of being interrogative. Interrogativize. To make interrogative. Interrogator. One who interrogates. A person who asks questions, especially one who is adversarial. Interrogatories. Plural of interrogatory. Interrogatorily. In an interrogatory fashion. Interrogators. Plural of interrogator. Interrogatory. A formal question or set of questions submitted to opposing party to answer, generally governed by court rule. Interrogatress. Female interrogator. A formal question or set of questions submitted to opposing party to answer, generally governed by court rule. Interrogatress. Female interrogator. Interrogatresses. Plural of interrogatress. Interrogatrix. A female interrogator. Interrogi. Synonym of interrogati. Interroges. Plural of interrogi. Interim. Between rooms. Interrosius. Misspelling of interrosius. Interrow. Between rows, especially rows of crops. Interrugal. Between ruby. Interrow. mark with straight lines between or among pre-existing straight lines. Interrupt, between runs in various senses. Interrupt, to disturb or halt an ongoing process or action or the person performing it by interfering suddenly, especially by speaking. Interrupt requests, the act of interrupting any of several hardware processes in a computer. Interrupt requests, plural of interrupt requests. Interruptibility, alternative form of interruptibility. Interruptible, that can be interrupted. Interruptant, something that interrupts or causes an interruption. Interruptants, plural of interruptant. Interrupted, simple past and past participle of interrupt. Interrupted club moss, Lycopodium annotatum, a club moss of the family Lycopodiaceae common throughout the northern hemisphere. Interruptively, in an interrupted manner. Interruptedness, the quality of being interrupted. Interruptee, something or someone that is interrupted. Interruptees, plural of interruptee. Interrupter, one who or that which interrupts. Interrupter gear, a triggering device attached to the machine gun armament of fighter aircraft so that the gun could fire through the arc of a spinning propeller without the bullets striking the blades. Interrupter gears, plural of interrupter gear. Interrupters, plural of interrupter. Interruptus, second person singular simple present indicative of interrupt. Interrupta, third person singular simple present indicative of interrupt. Interruptibility, the quality of being interruptible. Interruptible, able to be interrupted. Interruptant, pronunciation spelling of interrupting. Interrupting, present participle and gerund of interrupt. Interrupting time, the time between the trip circuit energization and power arc interruption. Interrupting times, plural of interrupting time. Interruptingly, in the manner of one interrupting. Interruption, the act of interrupting or the state of being interrupted. Interruption science, the interdisciplinary scientific study of how interruptions affect human performance and how these disruptions can be mitigated. Interruptionless, without interruption. Interruptions, plural of interruption. Interruptive, acting or tending to interrupt. Interruptively, in an interruptive manner. Interruptless, without interruption. Interrupter, alternative form of interrupter. Interrupters, plural of interrupter. Interruptory, interrupting, serving to interrupt. Interrupts, plural of interrupt. Interruptee, plural of interrupter. Interruptory, interrupting, serving to interrupt. Interrupts, plural of interrupt. Interruptee, inclined to interrupt others. And ers, third person singular simple present indicative of inter. Intersacid, the period between successive saccids. Intersaccids, plural of intersacid. Intersaccatic, between successive saccids. Intersaccular, between saccules. Intersal, the sale of goods or services to each other by multiple parties. Intersample, between samples. Intersatellite, between satellites. Interscalar, between scale sizes. Interscale, between scales. Interscaling, between the scaly muscles. Interscalnic, alternative form of interscaling. Interscan, occurring between scans. Interscammer, between scanners. Interscapulatum, synonym of interscapulum. Interscapular, between the shoulder blades. Interscapulally, between the shoulder blades. Interscapulars, the interscapular feathers of a bird. Interscapulothoracic, between a shoulder blade and the chest. Interscapulum, the space between the shoulders. Entorcine, between seams. Entorsaner, between seams. Interscholastic, involving two or more schools. Interscholastically, between schools. Interschool, occurring or taking place between two or more schools. Interschools, synonym of interschool. Interscience, between sciences. Interscientific, between sciences. Interscorer, between scorers. Interscribe, to write or draw between. Interscribed, simple past and past participle of interscribe. Interscribing, present participle and gerund of interscribe. Interscutal, between scuta. Interscutularis, a muscle that connects the base of the ear to the middle of the skull. Interseabor, between seaboards. Interseam, between seams. Interseamed, simple past and past participle of interseam. Interseaming, present participle and gerund of interseam. Interseams, plural of interseam. Interseason, between seasons. Interseasonal, between successive seasons. Interseasonally, between successive seasons. Antosecond, dividing into parts, crossing, intersecting. Intersecond, between the members of the second pair of specified things such as premolars or molars. Intersecondary, between secondary schools. Intersect, to cut into or between, to cut or cross mutually, to divide into parts. Intersectant, intersecting. Intersectarian, between sects. Intersected, simple past and past participle of intersect. Intersectin, an adapter protein involved in clathrin-mediated endocytosis. Intersecting, present participle and gerund of intersect. Intersectingly, so as to intersect. Intersectins, plural of intersectin. Intersection, the junction of two or more paths, streets, highways, or other thoroughfares. Intersection syndrome, a painful condition affecting the lateral side of the forearm when inflammation occurs at the intersection of certain muscles. Intersectional, of or pertaining to an intersection, especially of multiple forms of discrimination, for example, the intersection of misogyny and racism which affects black women specifically. Intersectionalism, the phenomenon of minorities present within minorities, or intersections between minorities, specifically, the phenomenon of interactions of multiple systems of oppression or discrimination. Intersectionalists, based on or informed by theories of intersectionality. Intersectionalistic, of or pertaining to an intersectionalist. Intersectionalists, plural of intersectionalists. Intersectionalities. Plural of intersectionality. Intersectionality. The quality or state of being intersectional, that is, of being characterized by intersection, especially of multiple forms of discrimination. Intersectionally. In an intersectional manner. Intersections. Plural of intersection. Intersective. Relating to intersection. Intersectively. In an intersective manner. Intersectivity. The property of being intersective. Intersector. That which intersects. Intersectoral. Between sectors. Intersectors. Plural of intersector. Intersects. Third person singular simple present indicative of intersect. Intersecular. Spanning more than one century. Intersegment. Between segments. Intersegmental. Between segments. Intersegmentally. Intersegmental manner. Intersegmentary. Between segments. Intersegments. Plural of intersegment. Interseismic. Between seismic events, especially between earthquakes. Interseizure. Between consecutive seizures. Intersemitic. Between different signs or symbols. Intersensor. Between sensors. Intersensorial. Between senses means of perception. Intersemitic. Between different signs or symbols. Intersensor. Between sensors. Intersensorial. Between senses means of perception. Intersensory. Between senses means of perception. Intersentence. Synonym of intersentential. Between sentences. Intersentential. Between sentences. Intersententially. Between sentences. Intersepular. Between sepals. Intercepta. Plural of interceptum. Interceptal. Between septa. Interceptum. Diaphragm. Intersequence. Between sequences. Intersequential. Synonym of intersequence. Interserotype. Synonym of interserotypic. Interserotypic. Between serotypes. Interserovar. Between serovars. Interser. To put in between other things. To insert. Intersertal. Having glass between larger crystals in a porphyritic rock. Interserted. Simple past and past participle of intersert. Interserting. Present participle and gerund of intersert. Intersertion. The act of interserting or that which is interserted. Intersertions. Plural of intersertion. Interserts. Third person singular simple present indicative of intersert. Interserver. Between servers. Interservice. Involving relationships between branches of the armed forces. Intersesamoid. Between sesamoid bones. Intersesamoidian. Between or connecting sesamoid bones. Intercession. Between sessions. Intercessional. Between sessions. Intercessionals. Plural of intercessional. Intercessionary. Between sessions. Intercessions. Plural of intercession. Intersat. Between sets. Intersats. Third person singular simple present indicative of interset. Intersetting. Present participle and gerund of intersets. Intersects. of an individual having any of a variety of inherent conditions in a species with distinct sexes in which one's sex characteristics differ from those of a typical male and female. For example, having sex characteristics relating to both male and female sexes. Intersex. Intersex. Intersexes. Plural of intersex. Intersexing. Present participle and gerund of intersex. Intersexism. Discrimination against people who are intersex. Intersexness. The state of having the physical features of both sexes, or of having ambiguous sex, i.e. not unambiguously male or female. Intersex phobia. Fear, dislike, or hatred of intersexual people and hence, or intersexuality. Intersex phobic. Relating to, characteristic of, or exhibiting intersex phobia. Intersexual. Between the sexes. Intersexualism. The state of being intersexual. Intersexualist. An intersex person. Intersexualists. Plural of intersexualists. Intersexuality. The state of having the physical features of both sexes, or of having ambiguous sex, i.e. not unambiguously male or female. Intersexualization. The process of becoming intersex. Intersexualized. Synonym of intersex to make intersexual, to make intersex. Intersexualize. Made or being intersexual, intersexed. Intersexually. In an intersexual way. Intersexuals. Plural of intersexual. Intersexy. Both intersexual and sexy. Intersheath. A thin metallic cylindrical sheath placed concentrically between the conductor and the outer sheath of a cable. Intersheath. Occurring between sheets. Intershell. Between shells. Intershells. Plural of intershell. Intershine. To shine among or between. Intershining. Present participle and gerund of intershine. Intership. Between ships. Interyacht. To shock mutually, as if by collision. Interyacht. Simple past and past participle of intershock. Intershocking. Present participle and gerund of intershock. Intershocks. Third person singular simple present indicative of intershock. Interred. Between shoots. Intershop. Between shops. Intershot. Between successive shots. Intershow. To show mutually. To show among or between two or more people. Intershow. Simple past and past participle of intershow. Intershrow. Between shrubs. Intersibling. Between siblings. Intersidereal. Between or among constellations or stars. Interstellar. Intersegmental. Between successive signals. Intercellite. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and titanium. Intercestor. Between sisters. Intersite. Between sites, places, or websites. Interskymian. Between Skymians. Interslavic. Between Slavs or Slavic nations. Interslice. Between slices. Interslope. Between slopes. Intersocial. Pertaining to social interaction. Intersocially. Between societies. Intersocietal. Between societies. Intersocietally. Between societies. Intersociety. Between societies. Inter-software, between different software programs. Intersolubility, the quality of being indissoluble. Intersoluble, each soluble within the other. Intersomatic, between bodies. Intersemitic, between somites. Intersamial, between uremes. Intersona, sounding between. Intersaw, between songs. Intersonic, having a speed between that of the dilational wave and the shear wave. Intersorority, between sororities. Intersource, between sources. Intersovereign, between sovereigns or rulers. Intersow, to sow a plant species between rows of a crop. Intersower, simple past of intersow. Intersowing, present participle and gerund of intersow. Intersowum, past participle of intersow. Intersows, third person singular simple present indicative of intersow. Interspace, a space or interval between two things, an interstice. Interspace, simple past and past participle of interspace. Interspaces, plural of interspace. Interspacing, present participle and gerund of interspace. Interspar, a strut between spars. Interspars, plural of interspar. Interspatial, between spaces. Interspatially, between spaces. Interspawning, between successive spawnings. Interspeaker, between speakers of a language. Interspecial, between species. Interspecialty, between medical specialties. Interspecies, occurring or arising between species. Interspecific. Interspecific, occurring among members of different species. Interspecies. Interspecific competition, competition for resources between species. Interspecific competition, plural of interspecific competition. Interspecific plum, a pluot or any of the other experimental or proprietary plum apricot hybrid plants and their fruits. Interspecific plums, plural of interspecific plum. Interspecifically, between different species. Interspecificity, the property of being interspecific. Interspecimen, between specimens. Interspect, to examine or evaluate the relationships between. Interspected, simple past and past participle of interspect. Interspecting, present participle and gerund of interspect. Interspects, third person singular simple present indicative of interspect. Interspersal, interspersion. Interspersals, plural of interspersal. Intersperse, to mix two things irregularly, placing things of one kind among things of other. Intersperse, placed at intervals among other things. Interspersally, in a way that is interspersed. Intersperser, a device for very audio playback. Interspersers, plural of intersperser. Intersperses, third person singular simple present indicative of intersperse. Interspersing, present participle and gerund of intersperse. Interspersion, the state of being interspersed. Interspersions, plural of interspersion. Intersphenoi, Alternative form of intersphenoidal. Intersphenoidal. Between the prosphenoid and basisphenoid bones. Interspheral. Between spheres. Intersphere. A sphere that is tangent to every edge of a given polyhedron. Interspheres. Plural of intersphere. Interspheroi. Between spheroids. Intersphincteric. Between the internal and external sphincters. Interspicular. Between spicules. Interspy. Between spikes on a graph. Interspin. Between spins of related electrons. Interspinal. Between spines. Interspine. Between spines. Interspines. Plural of interspine. Interspinous. Interspinal. Interspiracular. Between spiracles. Interspiration. Spiritual inspiration at separate times or at intervals. Interspirations. Plural of interspiration. Interspiritual. Of, relating to, or between different spiritual beliefs or religions. Intersplanchnic. Between the viscera. Intersplice. To splice between, to intercut, for example, a scene in a film. Intersplice. Simple past and past participle of intersplice. Intersplices. Third person singular simple present indicative of intersplice. Intersplicing. Present participle and gerund of intersplice. Intersporal. Between spores. Interspore. Synonym of intersporal. Interspousal. Between spouses. Intersprinkle. To sprinkle among or between. Intersprinkle. Simple past and past participle of intersprinkle. Intersprinkles. Third person singular simple present indicative of intersprinkle. Intersprinkling. Present participle and gerund of intersprinkle. Intersprinklings. Plural of intersprinkling. Intersprocket. Between sprockets. Intersquad. Between squads. Intersquadron. Between squadrons. Interstack. Between stacks. Interstacked. Stacked together. Interstacking. Stacking together. Interstadial. Between developmental stages. Interstadially. Between developmental stages. Interstadial. Plural of interstadial. Interstage. The structure, generally containing mechanical components and instruments but no engines or fuel tanks, connecting the top of the stage of a multi-stage rocket to the bottom of the stage above it. Interstages. Plural of interstage. Interstaminal. Between stamens. Interstaminate. Between stamens. Interstanza. Between stanzas. Interstanzaic. Interstanzaic. Between stanzas. Interstapedial. Relating to pat of the columella of the ear, between the stapes and the mediastapedial. Interstate. Of, or relating to two or more states. Interstate compact. Any of several agreements, comparable to treaties, between states of the United States. Interstate compacts. Plural of interstate compact. Interstater. One who, or that which, is from another state. Interstaters, plural of interstater. Interstates, plural of interstate. Interstation, between stations. Interstellar, between the stars. Interstellar cloud, a region of space with particularly dense concentrations of interstellar gas. Interstellar clouds, plural of interstellar cloud. Interstellar comet, a comet or exocomet located in interstellar space and not gravitationally bound to a star. Interstellar comets, plural of interstellar comet. Interstellar extinction, the dimming of light from the stars due to absorption and scattering from dust in the interstellar medium. Interstellar medium, the matter that exists in the space between star systems in a galaxy, including gas, dust, and cosmic rays. Interstellar planet, a planetary mass object which has either been ejected from its system or was never gravitationally bound to any star or other such object, and that therefore orbits the galaxy directly. Interstellar planets, plural of interstellar plant. Interstellar polarization, the polarization of the light received from distant stars as a result of interaction with dust particles. Interstellar ramjet, synonym for buzzard ramjet. Interstellar ramjets, plural of interstellar ramjet. Interstellar space, the space between the stars. Interstellar spaces, plural of interstellar space. Interstellar, archaic form of interstellar. Interstat, between steps. Interstereocilia, between stereocilia. Interstereocilia, between stereocilia. Interstereociliary, between stereocilia. Interstero, unable to interbreed and produce offspring. Intersterility, the quality of interstell. Intersternal, between the sterna, set of circumembranes or parts of insects and crustaceans. Interstice, a small opening or space between objects, especially adjacent objects or objects set closely together, such as between cords in a rope, components of a multiconductor electrical cable or atoms in a crystal. Interstice, containing interstices situated at intervals. Interstices, plural of interstice. Interstimulate, to stimulate each other. Interstimulated, simple past and past participle of interstimulate. Interstimulates, third person singular simple present indicative of interstimulate. Interstimulating, present participle and gerund of interstimulate. Interstimulation, between stimulations. Interstimulations, plural of interstimulation. Interstimuli, alternative form of interstimulus. Interstimulus, between stimuli. Interstitch, connect things together with stitches to form a single piece. Interstitched, simple past and past participle of interstitch. Interstitches, plural of interstitch. Interstitching, present participle and gerund of interstitch. Interstitia, plural of interstitium. Interstitial, of, relating to, or situated in an interstice. Interstitial fluid, a solution found in tissue spaces that inundates and moistens cells in multicellular animals. Interstitial fluids, plural of interstitial fluid. Interstitial lung disease, any of a group of lung diseases affecting the tissue and space around the air sacs. Interstitial lung diseases, plural of interstitial lung disease. Interstitial nephritides, plural of interstitial nephritis. Interstitial nephritis, a kidney disorder in which the interstitial spaces between the kidney tubules become inflamed. Interstitially, in an interstitial way. Interstitials, plural of interstitial. Interstition, an interstice or interstitium, an interstitial space. Interstitions, plural of interstition. Interstitious, interstitial. Interstitium, an interstitial space within a tissue or organ. Interstomatal, between stomata. Interstrain, between strains. Interstrand, between strands. Interstratal, between strata. Interstratification, stratification among or between other layers or strata. Interstratifications, plural of interstratification. Interstratify, stratified with two alternating types of strata. Interstratifies, third person singular simple present indicative of interstratify. Interstratify, to put or insert between other strata. Interstratifying, present participle and gerund of interstratify. Interstreak, between streaks. Interstreaked, simple past and past participle of interstreak. Interstreaking, present participle and gerund of interstreak. Interstreaks, third person singular simple present indicative of interstreak. Interstream, between streams. Interstreet, between streets. Interstrass, between stressed syllables. Interstria, the region between stripes. Interstri, plural of interstria. Interstrial, between stria. Interstriation, between striations. Interstri, between strides. Interstring, between strings. Interstrip, between strips. Interstripe, between stripes. Interstroke, between strokes in any context. Interstructural, between structures. Interstudy, between studies. Intersubran, between subband. Intersubclide, between subclades. Intersubclass, between subclasses. Intersubfamily, between subfamilies. Intersubgeneric, between subgenera. Intersubgroup, between subgroups. Intersubject, between subjects. Intersubjective, involving or occurring between separate conscious minds. Intersubjectively, in an intersubjective way, between or among multiple subjects. Intersubjectiveness, intersubjectivity. Intersubjectivities, plural of intersubjectivity. Intersubjectivity, the state or condition of being intersubjective. Intersubliminar, between subliminas. Intersublinage, between sublinages. Intersubsidiary, between or among subsidiaries. Intersubspecies, between subspecies. Intersubspecific, between subspecies. Intersubstitutability, the quality of being dissociable. Intersubstitutable, capable of being substituted substituted for each other, interchangeable. Intersubstitute, to exchange, substituting each for the other. Intersubstituted. Simple past and past participle of intersubstitute. Intersubstituting. Present participle and gerund of intersubstitute. Intersubstitution. The act of intersubstituting. Intersubstitutions. Plural of intersubstitution. Intersubtype. Between subtypes. Intersubtypes. Plural of intersubtype. Intersubunit. Occurring between protein subunits. Entersa. Of cows, to engage in the abnormal behavior of suckling each other's teats. Intersuct. Simple past and past participle of intersuck. Intersucking. Present participle and gerund of intersuck. Intersucks. Third person singular simple present indicative of intersuck. Intersuperfamily. Between superfamilies. Intersuperacular. Any of the scales on top of a reptile's head between the supraocular scales. Intersuperaculars. Plural of intersuperacular. Intersurface. Between surfaces. Intersurvey. Between surveys. Intersyllabic. Between syllables. Intersyllable. Between adjacent syllables. Intersymbiote. Between symbionts. Intersymbol. Between adjacent symbols. Intersymptom. Between the recurrence of symptoms. Intersynaptic. Between synapses. Intersystem. Between systems. Intersystematic. Between systems. Intersystematical. Archaic form of intersystematic. Intersystemic. Between systems. Intersystemically. Between systems. Intersystolic. Between systoles. Intertabular. Between mathematical or statistical tables. Intertactic. Between tactic regions of a polymer. Intertenial. Between Intertenialwa. Between teniali. Entertainment. Alternative form of entertainment. Entertainments. Plural of entertainment. Intertalk. To converse. Intertalked. Simple past and past participle of intertalk. Intertalking. Present participle and gerund of intertalk. To converse. Intertalked. Simple past and past participle of intertalk. Intertalking. Present participle and gerund of intertalk. Intertalks. Third person singular simple present indicative of intertalk. Intertangle. To entangle, to intertwine. Intertangled. Entangled, intertwine. Intertanglement. The entanglement together of more than one thing. Intertanglements. Plural of intertanglement. Intertangles. Third person singular simple present indicative of intertangle. Intertangling. Present participle and gerund of intertangle. Intertack. A structure in between the stacked tanks of a rocket body, where one tank is arranged above/below another in the vertical body. Intertanks. Plural of intertank. Intertarsal. Between the tarsal bones. Intertas. Between tasks. Intertaxon. Between taxa or between organisms of different taxa. Intertaxonic. Alternative form of intertaxon. Interteam, between teams. Intertecto, between tecta. Intertegular, between tegulas. Intertelencephalic, between parts of the telencephalon. Intertelomer, alternative form of intertelomeric. Intertelomeric, between telomeres. Intertemporal, describing any relationship between past, present, and future events or conditions. Intertemporal choice, a choice made between current benefits and future benefits. For example, by consuming less today and saving more, consumption could be increased in the future. Intertemporal choices, plural of intertemporal choice. Intertemporally, in an intertemporal manner. Intertendinous, between tendons. Intertendon, between tendons. Intertendons, plural of intertendon. Intertentacular, between tentacles. Interturgo, situated between the turga or tergites of an arthropod. Interterm, between terms. Interterminal, between terminals. Interterms, plural of interterm. Interterritorial, between territories. Interterritorially, between territories. Interterdile, between terdiles. Intertesseral, between tesserae. Intertest, terdiles. Intertesseral, between tesserae. Intertests, between or among tests, as with intertest variability or intertest scatter. Intertestamental, pertaining to the time between the writing of Malachi and the writing of the New Testament, roughly the last 4 centuries BCE and first half of the 1st century. Intertester, between testers. Intertex, to intertwine, to weave or bind together. Intertex, simple past and past participle of intertex. Intertexes, third-person singular simple present indicative of intertex. Intertexing, present participle and gerund of intertex. Intertext, a reference to one text within another. Intertexts, plural of intertext. Intertextual, pertaining to intertextuality, being or involving the reference to one text in another. Intertextualities, plural of intertextuality. Intertextuality, the idea that a given text is a response to what has already been written, be it explicit or implicit. Intertextualization, the process of making or becoming intertextual. Intertextualizations, plural of intertextualization. Intertextualize, to make or become intertextual. Intertextualize, simple past and past participle of intertextualize. Intertextualizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of intertextualize. Intertextualizing, present participle and gerund of intertextualize. Intertextually, in an intertextual manner. Intertexture, the act of interweaving or the state of being interwoven. Intertextures, plural of intertexture. Interthalamic, between the 2 parts of the thalamus. Interthalamic adhesion, a sort of bridge connecting the pair of thalami. It is quite short since the thalami are quite close to each other and to the median plane between them. Interthalamic adhesions, plural of interthalamic adhesion. Intertheater, between military theaters. Intertheater, alternative form of intertheater. Intervaco, between thacas. Intertheoretical, between theories. Intertheoretically, between or among theories. Intertheory, alternative form of intertheoretical. Intervank, to use talk to think collectively, to engage with others' ideas through oral language. Intervanking, present participle and gerund of interthink. Intervanks, third person singular simple present indicative of interthink. Interthoracic, misspelling of intrathoracic. Intervos, simple past and past participle of interthink. Interthread, to pass strands of material over and under one another to create a fabric, by analogy, to weave long, narrow objects together. Interthreaded, simple past and past participle of interthread. Interthreading, present participle and gerund of interthread. Interthreads, third person singular simple present indicative of interthread. Intertidal, pertaining to the part of a shore between the high water and the low water. Intertidal wetland, an area along a shoreline that is exposed to air at low tide and submerged at high tide. Intertidal zone, the part of a shore between high water and low water, especially the beach exposed at maximum ebb spring tides. Intertidal zones, plural of intertidal zone. Intertidally, between successive tides. Intertidals, plural of intertidal. Intertie, in any framed work, a horizontal tie other than sill and plate or other principal ties, securing uprights to one another. Interties, plural of intertie. Intertill, to till the soil between rows of crops. Intertillage, the act of intertilling. Intertilled, simple past and past participle of intertill. Intertilling, present participle and gerund of intertill. Intertills, third person singular simple present indicative of intertill. Intertissue, between tissues. Intertissue, interwoven. Intertissular, between tissues. Intertidal, a piece of static text inserted into the film to provide context or other information. Intertitled, simple past and past participle of intertidal. Intertidals, plural of intertidal. Intertidling, present participle and gerund of intertidal. Intertitular, between titles. Intertone, between tones. Intertones, plural of intertone. Intertone, to interlock. Intertie, simple past and past participle of intertongue. Intertongues, third person singular simple present indicative of intertongue. Intertoning, present participle and gerund of intertongue. Intertoning, a sound occurring between stressed syllables, as the slash har slash in Philharmonic. Intertonics, plural of intertonic. Intertube, between teeth. Intertopic, between topics. Intertown, between towns. Intertrapecular, between trabeculae. Intertracheal, within the trachea. Intertrache, between tracheids cells. Intertrack, between tracks of a railway, album of music, etc. Intertray, to trade with each other, to engage in mutual trading. Intertrade, simple past and past participle of intertrade. Intertrades, Third person singular simple present indicative of intertrade. Intertrading. Present participle and gerund of intertrade. Enter traffic. Mutual traffic or trade back and forth between two or more entities. Intertradio. Between parts of the tragus. Intertrage. Between the tragus and the entities of the external ear. Intertrain. Between pulse strains. Intertransformability. The ability to transform into each other. Intertransformable. Able to transform into each other. Intertransformation. A change in form, nature, or appearance between or across different things. Intertransfusion. Between transfusions. Intertranslatability. The quality of being intertranslatable. Intertranslatable. Capable of being intertranslated. Intertranslation. Translation between multiple things. Intertranslations. Plural of intertranslation. Intertransmissible. Able to be transmitted between entities. Intertransmission. Between transmissions. Intertransbicuous. Transbicuous within or between. Able to see through. Intertransverse. Between the transverse processes of the vertebrae. Intertrap. Between traps. Intertrapian. Between successive basaltic lava flows. Intertreatment. Between treatments. Intertree. Between trees. Intertrial. Between trials. Intertribal. Between tribes. Intertribally. Between tribes. Intertribe. Alternative form of intertribal. Intertrigeminal. Between trigeminal nerves. Intertrigens. Plural of intertrigo. Intertrigenous. Of, relating to, or affected by intertrigo. Intertriglyph. The space between triglyphs. Intertriglyphs. Plural of intertriglyph. Intertrigo. Chafing or dermatitis occurring between two folds of skin. Intertrigonal. Between trigons. Intertrigonous. Alternative form of intertrigonous. Intertrigos. Plural of intertrigo. Intertrimer. Between trimers. Intertrimeric. Between trimers, especially between trimeric proteins. Intertrochanter. Intertrochanteric. Intertrochanteric. Between the two trochanters of the femur. Intertrochanteric. Alternative form of intertrochanteric. Intertropier. Between trochleae. Intertrons. Unit. Intertroop. Between troops. Intertrophic. Taking place between meals. Intertropic. Alternative form of intertropical. Intertropical. Between or within the tropics. Intertropical convergence zone. The zone near the equator where mixing occurs between the two tropical zones of the atmosphere. Intertropical front. The weather front that continuously occurs near the equator due to the mixing between the two tropical zones of the atmosphere. Intertropical fronts. Plural of intertropical front. Intertropics. the intertropical regions. Intertrude, to intrude, to force or thrust into. Intertrude, simple past and past participle of intertrude. Intertrudes, third person singular simple present indicative of intertrude. Intertruding, present participle and gerund of intertrude. Intertube, between or among tubes or nanotubes. Intertuberal, between tubers. Intertubercle, between tubercles. Intertubercular, between tubercles. Intertuberous, between tuberosities. Intertubes, una. Intertubular, between tubes or tubules. Intertubule, alternative form of intertubular. Intertumor, intertumoral. Intertumoral, between tumors. Intertumorally, in an intertumoral manner. Intertumor, alternative form of intertumoral. Intertumoral, alternative form of intertumoral. Intertunnel, between tunnels. Intertur, to disturb. Interturb, simple past and past participle of intertur. Interturban, present participle and gerund of intertur. Interturbs, third person singular simple present indicative of intertur. Intertur, between turns of a winding. Interwangled, mixed together, interwined, interwingled. Interwen, between twins. Interwine, to twine things together. Interwine, twined or twisted together, entwined. Interwinement, a twining together. Interwinements, plural of intertwinement. Interwiner, a mapping between two equivariant maps. Interwiners, plural of interwiner. Interwines, third person singular simple present indicative of intertwine. Intertwingle, to confuse or entangle together, to enmesh, to muddle. Intertwingled, simple past and past participle of intertwingle. Intertwingles, third person singular simple present indicative of intertwingle. Intertwingling, present participle and gerund of intertwingle. Intertwingularity, deep and complex interconnection or interrelation. Interwining, present participle and gerund of interwine. Interwiningly, so as to interwine. Interwinings, plural of intertwining. Intertwist, to twist together, to intertwine. Intertwisted, simple past and past participle of intertwist. Intertwisting, present participle and gerund of intertwist. Intertwistings, plural of intertwisting. Intertwists, third person singular simple present indicative of intertwist. Intertympanic, between tympana. Intertype, a typecasting machine closely resembling the linotype and using the same matrices. Intertypes, plural of intertype. Intertypic, between types. Intertypical, alternative form of intertypic. Interumulate, between umuli. Interunion, between unions. Interunions, plural of interunion. Interunit, between units. Interunite, to unite together, to undergo, or cause to undergo interunion. Interunited, simple past and past participle of interunite. Interunites. Third person singular simple present indicative of interunite. Interuniting. Present participle and gerund of interunite. Interuniversal. Between universes. Interuniverse. Between universes. Interuniversity. Existing or taking place between universities. Interrupted. Misspelling of interrupted. Interurban. Of pertaining to, involving or joining two or more urban centers. Interurbans. Plural of interurban. Interuser. Between users. Interuterine. Misspelling of intrauterine. Interutricular. Between utricles. Intervacuum. Plural of intervacuum. Intervacuum. An intervening empty space. A vacant interval. Intervaginal. Between vaginae or sheets. Interval. A distance in space. Interval class. An interval measured by the distance between its two pitch classes ordered so they are as close as possible. Interval classes. Plural of interval class. Interval cycle. That which unfolds a single recurrent interval in a series that closes with a return to the initial pitch class. Interval cycles. Plural of interval cycle. Interval of time. Synonym of time interval. Interval time. The difference of time between two race cars on the track. Interval times. Plural of interval time. Interval training. Training based upon a series of high-intensity workouts interspersed with rest or relief periods. Interval transit time. The amount of time required for a wave to travel a specific distance proportional to the reciprocal of velocity. Interval transit times. Plural of interval transit time. Interval variable. An ordinal variable with the additional property that the magnitudes of the differences between two values are meaningful. Interval variables. Plural of interval variable. Interval. An alluvial terrace or plain. Interval. Having an interval of the specified kind or duration. Intervalence. Between metal sites that have different oxidation states. Intervals. Plural of interval. Intervallic. Obsolete spelling of intervallic. Intervalize. To cause to occur at regular time intervals. Intervalla. Plural of intervallum. Interval. Alternative form of interval. Intervalle. Between valleys. Intervallis. Plural of intervalle. Intervallic. Of or pertaining to intervals. Intervallically. In an intervallic manner, by means of or in relation to intervals. Intervallum. An interval. Intervallums. Plural of intervallum. Intervally. At or by intervals, periodically. Intervallogram. A graphical representation, typically a bar chart of intersystolic intervals. Intervallograms. Plural of intervallogram. Intervallography. The construction and interpretation of intervallograms. Intervallometer. A device that measures intervals of time. Intervallometers. Plural of intervallometer. Intervals. Plural of interval. Intervals of time. Plural of interval of time. intervalvular, between valves. Intervariabilities, plural of intervariability. Intervariability, the condition to be invariable. Intervariable, between variables. Intervariance, a measure of intervariability. Intervariances, plural of intervariance. Intervariance describes something such as a correlation that is between variables. Intervariation, variation between multiple things or conditions. Intervariations, plural of intervariation. Intervaricose, between varicosities. Intervary, simple past and past participle of intervary. Intervaries, third person singular simple present indicative of intervary. Intervarietal, occurring between two or more different varieties. Intervarsities, plural of intervarsity. Intervarsity, taking place between universities. Intervary, to alter or vary between, to change between. Intervary, present participle and gerund of intervary. Intervascular, between blood vessels. Intervasion, a military action consisting of armed forces of one geopolitical entity entering territory controlled by another such entity, generally with the objective of intervention in some troubled situation. Intervasions, plural of intervasion. Intervehicle, between vehicles. Intervehicular, between vehicles. Intervene, between veins. Intervenal, occurring between veins. Intervened, intersected with or as if with veins. Intervening, present participle and gerund of intervene. Intervenes, third person singular simple present indicative of intervene. Intervenability, the quality of intervenable. Intervenable, able to be intervened in, vulnerable to intervention. Intervenably, in a manner that enables intervention. Intervendor, between vendors. Intervene, to occur or act as an obstacle or delay. Intervene, simple past and past participle of intervene. Intervenee, one who is intervened upon. Intervenees, plural of intervenee. Intervener, one who intervenes. Interveners, plural of intervener. Intervenes, third person singular simple present indicative of intervene. Intervenus, second person singular simple present indicative of intervene. Intervena, third person singular simple present indicative of intervene. Intervenience, intervention. Interveniences, plural of intervenience. Interveniences, plural of interveniency. Interveniency, intervention or interposition. Intervene, being only in between other more important things, secondary, incidental. Intervenience, plural of intervenient. Intervening, intervention, mediation. Intervening cause, a foreseeable event that occurs after a tortfeasor's initial act of negligence and causes injury to a victim, generally not absolving the tortfeasor of liability for injury. Interveningly, so as to intervene or come between. Intervenings, plural of intervening. Intervenium, a portion of parenchyma between the veins of a leaf. Intervenor, one who intervenes, especially in a legal sense. Intervenors, plural of intervenor. Intervenos, used to describe a mushroom which has veins in the spaces between the gills. Intervenous, between veins. Intervene, to thwart, to obstruct. Intervented, simple past and past participle of intervend. Interventing, present participle and gerund of intervent. Intervention, the action of intervening, interfering in some course of events. Interventional, during which intervention is possible. Interventional, incorporating or characterized by intervention. Interventionalist, synonym of interventionist. Interventionalists, plural of interventionalist. Interventionally, in terms of or by means of intervention. Interventionism, the political practice of intervening in a sovereign state's affairs. Interventionisms, plural of interventionism. Interventionists, of or pertaining to interventionism or an advocate thereof. Interventionistic, pertaining to interventionism. Interventionistically, in an interventionistic way. Interventionists, plural of interventionists. Interventions, plural of intervention. Interventive, serving to intervene or interpose, intervening. Interventor, one who intervenes, a mediator, especially one designated by a church to reconcile parties and unite them in the choice of officers. Interventors, plural of interventor. Interventral, between ventral parts typically of vertebra. Interventricular, located between the ventricles of the heart. Interventricular septa, plural of interventricular septum. Interventricular septum, the stout wall separating the lower chambers, the ventricles of the heart, from one another. Interventricular septums, plural of interventricular septum. Intervents, third person singular simple present indicative of intervent. Intervenue, interposition. Interverbal, atween words. Interversion, embezzlement. Interversions, plural of interversion. Intervert, to turn to another course or use. Intervertebral, between the vertebrae. Intervertebral disc, a disc between the vertebrae in the spine. Intervertebral discs, plural of intervertebral disc. Intervertebrally, between the vertebrae. Interverted, simple past and past participle of intervert. Intervertax, between the vertices. Interverting, present participle and gerund of intervert. Interverts, third person singular simple present indicative of intervert. Intervesical, between vesicles. Intervesicular, between vesicles. Intervessel, between vessels. Intervestibular, between vestibules. Intervibrisal, between vibrissae. Interview, an official face-to-face meeting of monarchs or other important figures. Interview under caution. A formal interview of a suspect by the police as part of a criminal investigation, for which the suspect is entitled to legal representation, used to determine whether or not to prosecute the suspect, and most commonly conducted following arrest, though sometimes in other circumstances. Interview-worthy. Worthy of an interview, suitable for or befitting an interview. Interviewable. Capable of being interviewed. Interviewed. Simple past and past participle of interview. Interviewee. Someone being interviewed, i.e. the person answering the questions. Interviewees. Plural of interviewee. Interviewer. One who interviews. Interviewers. A female interviewer. Intervieweresses. Plural of interviewers. Interviewers. Plural of interviewer. Interviewing. Present participle and gerund of interview. Interviews. Plural of interview. Interviews under caution. Plural of interview under caution. Intervillage. Between villages. Interviller. Between villi. Intervillicitis. Inflammation in the intervillous space. Intervillus. Between the villi. Intervillous space. Any of the spaces between the placental villi that contain maternal blood. Intervillous spaces. Plural of intervillous space. Interviral. Between viruses. Intervirus. Alternative form of interviral. Intervise. To televise over the internet. Intervised. Simple past and past participle of intervise. Intervises. Third person singular simple present indicative of intervise. Intervisibility. The quality of being invisible. Intervisible. Mutually visible, each in sight of the other. Intervising. The act of broadcasting something on the internet. Intervisit. Between visits, for example, to a medical clinic. Intervisitation. The paying of mutual visits, the act of visiting each other. Intervisitations. Plural of intervisitation. Intervisited. Simple past and past participle of intervisit. Intervisiting. Present participle and gerund of intervisit. Intervisits. Third person singular simple present indicative of intervisit. Intervital. Between lives. Intervocal. Intervocalar. Intervocalar. Existing or occurring between vowels. Intervocalically. Between vowels. Intervocalization. Between vocalizations. Intervolume. Between volumes. Intervolution. The state of being intervolved or coiled up, a convolution. Intervolutions. Plural of intervolution. Intervolve. To involve one with another. Intervolve. Simple past and past participle of intervolve. Intervolves. Third person singular simple present indicative of intervolve. Intervolving. Present participle and gerund of intervolve. Intervortex. Between vortices. Intervowel. Synonym of intervocalic between vowels. Intervoxel. Between voxels. Interwall. Between walls. Interwar. During or relating to the period of time between two wars, especially the two world wars 1919-1939. Interwave. Between waves. Interweave. To combine things through weaving. Interweave. Simple past and past participle of interweave. Interweavement. And interweaving. Interweavements, plural of interweavement. Interweaver, one who interweaves. Interweavers, plural of interweaver. Interweaves, third person singular simple present indicative of interweave. Interweaving, present participle and gerund of interweave. Interweavingly, so as to interweave. Interweavings, plural of interweaving. Interweb, una. Interwebs, plural of interweb. Interwebs, plural of interweb, alternative form of interwebs. Interwed, synonym of intermarry. Interwedded, simple past and past participle of interwed. Interwedding, present participle and gerund of interwed. Interweds, third person singular simple present indicative of interwed. Interwell, between wells all senses. Interwhisker, between whiskers. Interwhite, between groups of white people. Interworld, between worlds. Interwiki, between wikis. Interwiki, simple past and past participle of interwiki. Interwiki, present participle and gerund of interwiki. Interwikis, plural of interwiki. Interwin, to wind around, to intertwine. Interwinding, present participle and gerund of interwind. Interwinds, third person singular simple present indicative of interwind. Interwing, between two wings. Interwire, between wires. Interword, between consecutive words. Interwork, to work two or more things into and through each other. Interworked, simple past and past participle of interwork. Interworking, interoperability. Interworkings, plural of interworking. Interworkplace, between workplaces. Interworks, third person singular simple present indicative of interwork. Interworld, a world between other worlds. Interworldly, between worlds. Interworlds, plural of interworld. Interwound, simple past and past participle of interwind. Interwove, simple past of interweave. Interwoven, past participle of interweave. Interwoven, in an interwoven manner. Woven, past participle of interweave. Interwovenly, in an interwoven manner. Interwovenness, the quality of being interwoven. Interwrap, to intertwine, to wrap together. Interwrapped, simple past and past participle of interwrap. Interwrapping, present participle and gerund of interwrap. Interwraps, third person singular simple present indicative of interwrap. Interweave, to weave into a wreath, to intertwine. Interwreath, simple past and past participle of interweave. Interwreaths, third person singular simple present indicative of interweave. Interwreathing, present participle and gerund of interweave. Interwrought, simple past and past participle of interwork. Interxylary, among the xylem elements. Enterzine, an online publication whose on-screen appearance simulates that of a printed magazine. Interzines, plural of interzine. Interzonal, between zones. Interzonally, between zones. Interzone, a position between neighboring zones. Interzones, plural of interzone. Interzoo, between zoos, zoological gardens. Interzoetial, between zoetia. Interzoidal, between zooids. Interzygopophyseal, between zygopophyses. Interzygopophysial, alternative form of interzygopophyseal. Interzygomatic, between zygomata. Interzygotic, between zygotes. Intestability, the state or characteristic of being legally disqualified from making a will as by reason of being under the age of majority or mentally incompetent. Intestable, not legally permitted to make a will as by reason of being under the age of majority or mentally incompetent. Intestableness, the state or characteristic of being legally disqualified from making a will as by reason of being under the age of majority or mentally incompetent. Intestacies, plural of intestacy. Intestacy, the state of being intestate or of dying without having made a valid will. Intestate, without a valid will indicating whom to leave one's estate to after death. Intestates, plural of intestate. Intestinal, relating to the intestines. Intestinal crypt, an intestinal gland. Intestinal crypts, plural of intestinal crypt. Intestinal flora, the microorganisms, bacteria, archaebacteria, fungi, protists, and viruses that inhabit the intestines of animal hosts, especially those in a mutualistic relation with the host. Intestinal fortitude, guts, courage. Intestinal gland, a gland found in the intestinal epithelium lining of the small intestine and large intestine. Intestinal glands, plural of intestinal gland. Intestinal obstruction, a bowel obstruction. Intestinal obstructions, plural of intestinal obstruction. Intestinalization, conversion to an intestinal form. Intestinalizations, plural of intestinalization. Intestinalize, to convert into an intestinal form. Intestinalized, modified to be of an intestinal form. Intestinally, vat intestines. Intestine, the alimentary canal of an animal through which food passes after having passed all stomachs. Intestine war, a civil war. Intestine wars, plural of intestine war. Intestine-like, resembling an intestine or intestine. Intestine war, a civil war. Intestine wars, plural of intestine war. Intestine-like, resembling an intestine or intestines. Intestines, plural of intestine. Intestiniform, having the shape of an intestine. Intestino, of or relating to an intestine. Intestinocutaneous, synonym of enterocutaneous. Intestino, both originating in and acting on an intestine, usually with reference to reflexes but also relevant to paracrine or autocrine signaling. Intestinotrophic, that stimulates or regulates growth of intestinal tissue. Intestinovaginal, relating to an intestine and the vagina, usually more specifically. Intestinosical, relating to an intestine and the urinary bladder, usually more specifically. Intestisomatic, relating to the intestines and body. Integumentary, a particular human monoclonal antibody. In texine, the inner membrane when to exist in the exine. In texines, plural of in texine. Indexed, the text of a book. Intoxicated, distracted by text messaging, said of someone driving poorly for this reason. Intextine, alternative form of intexine. Intextines, plural of intextine. Indexed, plural of intext. In texture, in wrought, woven in or intrinsic. In Tha, an ethnic group in Myanmar. In Thabai, a surname from Lao of Lao origin. In Thabangs, plural of in Thabang. Initialism of inevitable near-term human extinction. Immersed, pronunciation spelling of interest. Immersts, plural of immersed. Inthrall, archaic form of enthrall. Ithrall, archaic form of enthrall. Enthralled, simple past and past participle of enthrall. Enthralling, present participle and gerund of enthrall. Enthrallment, obsolete spelling of enthrallment. Enthrallments, plural of enthrallment. Enthralls, third person singular simple present indicative of enthrall. Enthrallment, archaic form of enthrallment. Enthrallments, plural of enthrallment. Enthralls, third person singular simple present indicative of enthrall. Enthrill, alternative form of enthrill. Enthrills, third person singular simple present indicative of enthrill. Enthrone, archaic form of enthrone. Enthrone, simple past and past participle of enthrone. Enthrones, third person singular simple present indicative of enthrone. Enthrar, to throng or collect together. Enthrowing, present participle and gerund of enthrong. Enthroning, present participle and gerund of enthrone. Enthronizate, placed upon a throne, enthroned. Enthronization, synonym of enthronement. Enthronizations, plural of enthronization. Enthronize, to enthrone. Enthronized, simple past and past participle of enthronize. Entronizes, third person singular simple present indicative of enthronize. Enthronizing, present participle and gerund of enthronize. Enthrust, to thrust in or inward. Enthrusting, present participle and gerund of enthrust. Entrusts, third person singular simple present indicative of entrusts. Entie, the indicative of the sun. Entice, archaic spelling of entice. Entice, simple past and past participle of entice. Entices, third person singular simple present indicative of entice. Intitiama, a sacred Aboriginal Australian ritual supposed to increase the population of a totem plant or animal. Intitiamas, plural of intitiama. Enticing, present participle and gerund of entice. Intifada, an insurrection, a usually violent attempt to take control of a government. Intifada, alternative spelling of intifada. Intifadas, plural of intifada. Intifadas, plural of intifada. Intifadae, alternative form of intifada. Intifades, plural of intifadae. Intifadas, a proponent of an intifada. Indefitus, plural of intifidus. Insula, the innermost part of an anatomical structure, particularly a tubular one. Intimacies, plural of intimacy. Intimacy, feeling or atmosphere of closeness and openness towards someone else, often but not necessarily involving sexuality. Intimacy coordinator, a member of a film crew who ensures the well-being of actors who participate in sex scenes or other intimate scenes. Intimacy coordinators, plural of intimacy coordinator. Intimi, plural of intima. Intimal, of or pertaining to an intima. Intimus, plural of intima. Intimascope, a device used to measure the thickness of the intima of blood. Intimascopes, plural of intimascope. Intimate, closely acquainted, familiar. Intimate apparel, lingerie, women's underwear. Intimate area, the genitalia. Intimate partner violence, domestic violence between people who are in an intimate relationship. Intimate parts, genitalia. Intimate relations, sexual intercourse. Intimated, simple past and past participle of intimate. Intimately, in an intimate manner. Intimateness, quality of being intimate. Intimator, alternative form of intimator. Intimators, plural of intimator. Intimates, plural of intimate. Intimatus, superlative form of intimate, most intimate. Intimate, third person singular simple present indicative of intimate. Intimating, present participle and gerund of intimate. Intimation, the act of intimating. Intimations, plural of intimation. Intimatopia, a fantasy world that serves as an ideal setting for sexually charged relationships involving a high degree of sustained emotional intimacy. Intimatopias, plural of intimatopia. Intimate topic, of or relating to intimatopia. Intimator, one who or that which intimates. Intimators, plural of intimator. In time, inordinate, internal, intimate. Intimidate, to make timid or afraid, to cause to feel fear or nervousness, to deter, especially by threats of violence. Intimidated, simple past and past participle of intimidate. Intimidates, third person singular simple present indicative of intimidate. Intimidating, present participle and gerund of intimidate. Intimidatingly, in an intimidating manner. Intimidation, the act of making timid or fearful or of deterring by threats, the state of being intimidated. Intimidations, plural of intimidation. Intimidative, synonym of intimidating. Intimidator, one who intimidates. Intimidators, plural of intimidator. Intimidatory, that intimidates, intimidating. Intimin, an attestant of certain strains of E. coli. Intimins, plural of intimin. Intimism, a genre of art or literature involving the depiction of quiet, domestic scenes, usually of domestic interiors. Intimisms, plural of intimism. Intimus, a painter or writer whose art is in the intimism genre. Intimist, alternative form of intimist. Intimists, plural of intimists. Intimistic, of or pertaining to intimism or intimists. Intimists, plural of intimists. Intenal, relating to the intent. Intinction, the act of steeping or soaking the bread or body of Christ in the wine or blood of Christ so the communicant may receive both aspects of the Eucharist simultaneously. Intinctions, plural of intinction. Intine, the innermost wall of a spore or pollen grain. Intines, plural of intine. Ite, present participle and gerund of int. Intibuca, a town in La Union Department, El Salvador. Entire, obsolete spelling of entire. Entire, obsolete spelling of entirely. Entireties, plural of entirety. Entirety, archaic spelling of entirety. Entes, plural of entire. Entitle, archaic spelling of entitle. Entitled, simple past and past participle of entitle. Entitles, third person singular simple present indicative of entitle. Entitling, present participle and gerund of entitle. Intitulate, to entitle. Intitulated, simple past and past participle of intitulate. Intitulates, third person singular simple present indicative of intitulate. Intitulating, present participle and gerund of intitulate. Intitule, to entitle, to give a title to. Intituled, simple past and past participle of intitule. Intitules, third person singular simple present indicative of intitule. Intituling, present participle and gerund of intitule. Intib, ed, initialism of introverted, intuitive, thinking and judging a personality type in the Myers-Briggs type indicator. Ed, abbreviation of interjection. Antithesis, plural of intage. Idle, abbreviation of international. Indie, abbreviation of intermediate. Ed, abbreviation of intermittent. Ill, abbreviation of international. Edo, initialism of Irish National Teachers Organization. Edo, to or towards, the inside of. Into detail, thoroughly, including every detail. Into place, synonym of in place into a proper or intended position. Into shape, alternative form of in shape. Into space, pointed directly in front of oneself, blankly. Into the bargain, along with it additionally as well. Into the stratosphere, alternative form of in the stratosphere. Into the wide blue yonder, a faraway place which is unknown and mysterious. Into thin air, immediately and inexplicably out of sight. Into time, over time. The contraction of into it. Intoed, pigeon-toed. Intolerabilities, plural of intolerability. Intolerability, the state of being intolerable, intolerableness. Intolerable, not tolerable, not capable of being borne or endured. Intolerableness. The state of being intolerable or insufferable. Intolerably. In an intolerable manner, beyond endurance. Intolerance. The state of being intolerant. Intolerances. Plural of intolerance. Intolerancies. Plural of intolerancy. Intolerancy. Intolerance. Intolerant. Unable or indisposed to tolerate, endure, or bear. Intolerantly. In an intolerant manner. Without toleration. Intolerantness. Intolerance. Intolerance. Plural of intolerant. Intolerated. Not tolerated. Intolerating. Intolerant. Intoleration. Intolerance. Intolerator. One who does not tolerate something. Intolerators. Plural of intolerator. And who? Archaic form of entomb. Entombed. Simple past and past participle of entomb. Entombing. Present participle and gerund of entomb. Entombment. Archaic form of entombment. Entombs. Third person singular simple present indicative of entomb. Intonable. To intound. Intonaci. Plural of intonaco. Intonaco. The final, very thin layer of plaster on which a fresco is painted. Intonacos. Plural of intonaco. Intonacos. Plural of intonaco. Intonaromori. A group of experimental musical instruments invented by the Italian futurist Luigi Russolo in the early 20th century. Indone. To intone or recite words, especially emphatically or in a chanting manner. Intonated. Simple past and past participle of intonate. Intonets. Third person singular simple present indicative of intonate. Intonating. Present participle and gerund of intonate. Intonation. The rise and fall of the voice in speaking. Intonation unit. Synonym of prosodic unit. Intonation units. Plural of intonation unit. Intonational. Pertaining to intonation. Intonational phrase. A chunk of spoken language containing its own melody or intonation pattern. Intonational phrase. Plural of intonational phrase. Intonational. In an intonational context. Intonations. Plural of intonation. Intonator. A device for adding intonation to synthesize speech. Intonators. Plural of intonator. Intone. To give tone or variety of tone to vocalize. Intone. Simple past and past participle of intone. Intonium. A basic unit of intonation. Intonement. The act or process of intoning. Intonements. Plural of intonement. Intonemes. Plural of intoneme. Intoner. One who intones. Intoners. Plural of intoner. Intones. Third person singular simple present indicative of intone. Intona. Third person singular simple present indicative of intone. Intoning. Present participle and gerund of intone. Intoningly. With marked intonation. Intonings. Plural of intoning. simple past of intake. Entoplasine, a particular intercalating compound. Intor, a traditional dance in Rwanda and Burundi, performed by men carrying weapons now replicas. Intorsion, a winding, bending, or twisting. Intorsions, plural of intorsion. Intor, to twist in and out, to twine, to wind or ring. Intorte, simple past and past participle of intort. Intorting, present participle and gerund of intort. Intortion, alternative form of intortion. Intorsions, plural of intortion. Intorter, a muscle that carries out intorsion. Intorters, plural of intorter. Intorts, third person singular simple present indicative of intort. Intouchness, the condition of being in touch with something. In town, within a town. Intoxicable, that can become intoxicated. Intoxicant, something which intoxicates, an intoxicating agent. Intoxicants, plural of intoxicant. Intoxicate, to stupefy by doping with chemical substances such as alcohol. Intoxicated, stupefied by alcohol, drunk. Intoxicated like, resembling an intoxicated state. Intoxicated like, alternative form of intoxicated like. Intoxicatedly, in an intoxicated fashion, drunkenly. Intoxicatedness, the state of being intoxicated, drunkenness. Intoxicates, third person singular simple present indicative of intoxicate. Intoxicatus, second person singular simple present indicative of intoxicate. Intoxicateth, third person singular simple present indicative of intoxicate. Intoxicating, able to intoxicate, an intoxicant. Intoxicatingly, in a way that is intoxicating. Intoxication, a poisoning as by a spirituous or a narcotic substance. Intoxications, plural of intoxication. Intoxicative, relating to or causing intoxication. Intoxicator, one who or that which intoxicates. Intoxicators, plural of intoxicator. Intoxication, synonym of intoxication. Intoxications, plural of intoxication. Intoximeter, a breathalyzer. Intoximeters, plural of intoximeter. Initialism of introverted, intuitive, thinking and perceiving, a personality type in the Myers-Briggs type indicator. Ever, abbreviation of interpreter. Thus, plural of intper. Plural of int. Ever, abbreviation of intransitive. Inter, alternative form of inter. Intraoral, alternative form of intraoral. Intralegum, a court's power to interpret and apply the law to achieve the most equitable result. Intravires, within the legal power or authority of a person or body. Is within a single entity indicated by the root word. Intra-abdominal, alternative form of intra-abdominal. Intralelic, such that one allele affects the expression of another allele in the same gene locus. Intraalveolar, alternative form of intraalveolar. Intraarchipelagic, within an archipelago. Intraarticular, alternative form of intraarticular. Intraarticularly, alternative form of intraarticularly. Interatrial, within an atrium, typically of the heart. Intraatrial conduction time, the amount of time between the beginning of the P wave in the surface ECG and the top of the A wave as recorded from the tissue Doppler imaging from the left atrial free wall next to the mitral annulus. Intraatrial conduction times, plural of intraatrial conduction time. Intraoral, intrafallopian, alternative form of intrafallopian. Intrafallopian, alternative form of intrafallopian. Intramarriage, alternative form of intramarriage. Intramuslim, within Muslim organizations. Intra-NATO, within NATO, between NATO members. Intraoctaval, with the active. Intraoperative, alternative form of intraoperative. Intraordinary, alternative form of intraordinary. Intrapage, alternative form of intrapage. Intrauterine, alternative form of intrauterine. Intravaginal, within the vagina. Intraabdominal, with the cardiovascular. Intraabdominally, with the cardiovascular. Intrasenar, within an acinus. Intradepocyte, within an adipocyte. Intraadrenal, within the adrenal glands. Intraaggregate, within an aggregate. Intraalveolar, within an alveolus. Intraamniotic, with the amniotic sac. Intraamniotically, in an intraamniotic manner. Intraamebal, within an amoeba. Intraamygdala, within the amygdala. Intraanalytical, within an analysis or a type of analysis. Intraanimal, within an animal or animal species. Intraannual, within a particular year. Intraaortal, alternative form of intraaortic. Intraaortally, in an intraaortal manner. Intraaortic, within the aorta. Intraarray, within an array. Endothelial, within or into an artery. Endothelially, in or into an artery. Intraarticular, situated within a joint. Intraarticularly, within a joint. Intraarticulary, alternative form of intraarticular. Intrassay, within an assay. Intraatomic, within an atom. Intraatrial, alternative form of intraatrial. Intraoral, alternative form of intraoral. Intaxial, within the parenchyma of the brain. Intraaxillary, situated below the point where a leaf joins the stem. Intraaxonal, within an axon. Intraaxonal, in an intraaxonal manner. Intrabacillary, within a bacillus. Intobacterial, within a bacterium. Intobacterially, in an intobacterial manner. Intrabaline, within the material of baleen. Intraballoon, within a balloon. Introband, describing a property within a band, magnetic, spectral, etc. Intrabank, within a single bank financial institution. Intrabasalis, within the basalis. Intrabasin, within a basin. Intrabasinal, within the same sedimentary basin. Intrabatch, within a batch. Intrabath, within a bath, specifically within a spin bath. Intraabdominal, rare form of intra-abdominal. Intrabiliary, within the bile duct. Intrabinary, within a binary star system. Intrabivalent, within a bivalent chromosome. Intrabiventor, within the biventor lobule. Intrablasticolar, within a blasticle. Intrablasticolic, within a blasticle. Intrablock, within a single block. Intrablock, within a single block. Intrabodies, plural of intrabody. Intrabody, that exists, operates, or occurs within a body, especially the human body. Intrabolus, within a bolus. Intrabone, within a bone. Intrabony, within bony tissue. Intrabrachial, into or within the arm. Intrabrain, within a brain. Intrabrand, within a brand. Intrabreed, within a single breed. Intrabrachial, within a bronchus. Interbranchiole, within a bronchus. Interbranchiala, within the bronchioles of the lung. Intrabrood, within a brood. Intrabuccal, within the cheek. Intrabuilding, within a single building. Intrabulbar, within the bulb of the penis. Intrabursal, within a bursa. Intrabursally, in an intrabursal manner. Intraburse, within a burse. Intracacal, within the cecum. Intracacally, in an intracacal manner or direction. Intracalcarine, within the calcarine sulcus. Intracaldera, within a caldera. Intercalvarial, within a calvarium. Intracalvarium, the interior of the calvarium. Intracameral, within or interchamber typically of the eye. Intracamerally, within a chamber typically of the eye. Intracampus, within the campus of a university or college. Intracanal, within a canal. Intracanalicular, within the canaliculus. Intracanicular, misspelling of intracanalicular. Intracanopy, within a canopy typically of trees. Intracanthal, within a canthus. Intracapillary, within a capillary. Intracapsid, within a capsid. Intracapsomeric, within a capsomer. Intracapsular, within a capsule. Intracapsularly, in an intracapsular manner. Intercardiac, inside the heart. Intercardiacally, inside the heart. Intercardial, intercardiac. Intercardially, within the heart. Intracardinally, misspelling of intercardially. Intracarotid, within the carotid. Intracarpal, within the carpus. Intracarpillary, within the carpals. Intracartilaginous, within the cartilage. Intracase, within a single case. Intracast, within a single cast. Intracategorical, within a single category. Intracategorically, within a single category. Intracategory, within a single category. Intracatheter, a thin catheter for use within a blood vessel. Intracatheters, plural of intracatheter. Intracaval, within the vena cava. Intracavernosal, within the corpus cavernosum. Intracavernous, within the corpus cavernosum. Intracavernously, in an intracavernous manner. Intracavital, within a cavity. Intracavitally, into a cavity of the body. Intracavitarily, into a cavity of the body. Intracavitary, into a cavity of the body. Intracavity, within a cavity. Intracecal, alternative form of intracecal. Intracecally, alternative form of intracecally. Intracell, intracellular. Intracellular, inside or within a cell. Intracellularity, the condition of being intracellular. Intracellularization, conversion to an intracellular form. Intracellularize, to convert to an intracellular form. Intracellularize, simple past and past participle of intracellularize, in an intracellular manner. Intracellulary, misspelling of intracellularly. Intracellular, with the coelom. Intracellamically, with the coelom. Intrasensal, within a census. Intracephalic, within a head. Intracerebellar, within the cerebellum. Intracerebroventricular, misspelling of intracerebroventricular. Intracerebral, occurring or situated within the cerebrum. Intracerebrally, within the cerebrum. Intracerebroventricular, misspelling of intracerebroventricular. Intracerebrovascular, within the blood vessels of the brain. Intracerebroventrically, misspelling of intracerebroventricularly. Intracerebroventricular, within the ventricles of the brain. Intracerebroventricularly, into the ventricles of the brain. Intracervical, within the neck cervix or column. Intracervically, into the cervix. Intracane, within a chain of a polymer, etc. Intracamber, within a chamber. Intracanal, within a channel. Intracheal, alternative form of intratracheal. Intracheally, alternative form of intratracheal. Intracap, within a chip. Intrachiral, between individuals of the same chirality. Intrachloroplastic, within a chloroplast. Intraconal, within a chona. Intrachondral, within cartilage. Intrachorionic, inside the chorion. Intrachoroidal, within a choroid. Intrachromatid, within a chromatid. Intrachromophoric. Within a chromophore. Intrachromosomal. Occurring within a chromosome. Intrachromosomally. Within a chromosome. Intrachromosome. Within a single chromosome. Intrachromosomic. Intrachromosomal. Intraciliary. Within a cilium. Intracircuit. Within a circuit. Intracistern. Into the cisterna. Intracisternal. Occurring within a subarachnoid cistern. Intracisternally. Within a subarachnoid cistern. Intracistronic. Within a cistron. Intracity. Within a city. Intricabilities. Plural of intricability. Intricability. And an ability to track. Intracladal. Within a clade. Intraclade. Within a clade or monophyletic taxon. Intraclan. Within a single clan. Intraclass. Within a class. Intraclass. A sediment formed by the redeposition of material erodes from an original deposit. Intraclastic. Of or pertaining to intraclasts. Intraclasts. Plural of intraclasts. Intraclavicular. Within a clavicle. Intracloacal. Into or within the cloaca. Intraclonal. Within a clone. Intraclonally. In an intraclonal manner. Intraclave. Occurring within a cloud. Intraclaw. Within a cloud. Intracluster. Within a cluster. Intraclutch. Within a clutch of eggs. Intracoalition. Within a coalition. Intracoalitional. Within a coalition. Intracoastal. Within or near a coast. Intracoastally. In an intracoastal manner. Intracochlear. Within the cochlea. Intracochleally. Within the cochlea. Intracoder. Within one of a group of individuals performing coding as part of an academic study or in medical coding. Intracodon. Within a codon. Intracolemic. Misspelling of intracolamic. Intracolomatic. Intracolomic. Intracolomic. Within the coelom. Intracolomically. Through or within the coelom. Intracognition. Cognition. Within the individual. Intracoicin. Within a coicin molecule. Intracohort. Within a cohort. Intracolic. Within the colon. Intercollegiate. Within a single college. Intracollicular. Within a colliculus. Intracolonial. Within a colony of organisms. Intracolonic. Within the colon. Intracolonical. Alternative form of intracolonic. Intracolonically. In an intracolonic manner. Intracolony. Within a colony. Intracolumn. Within a column. Intracolumnar. Within a column. Intracommunal. Within a single commune or community. Intracommutally. Within a community. Intracommunity. Within a single community. Intracompany. occurring within a company, often especially as between its divisions or departments. Intracompartmental, within a compartment. Intracompartmentally, in an intracompartmental manner. Intracomplex, within a complex. Intracomponent, within a component. Intraconal, within a cone. Intraconazole, misspelling of itraconazole. Intracondylar, within a condyle. Intraconference, occurring within a single athletic conference or between teams that belong to the same conference. Intraconjunctival, within the conjunctiva of the eye. Intraconjunctivally, into the conjunctiva of the eye. Intraconnect, to connect with other cells that are connected together in a cluster. Intraconnected, simple past and past participle of intraconnect. Intraconnecting, present participle and gerund of interconnect. Intraconnection, an internal connection. Intraconnections, plural of intraconnection. Intraconnects, third person singular simple present indicative of intraconnect. Intraconnection, dated spelling of intraconnection. Intraconnections, plural of intraconnection. Intraconoidal, within the pineal gland. Intraconsonantal, within or during a consonant sound. Intracontinental, within a continent, especially occupying a large part of a continent. Intracontinentally, in an intracontinental manner. Intracontractual, within a legal contract. Intracordal, within the vocal cords. Intracorneal, within the cornea. Intracoronal, within the corona. Intracoronarily, in an intracoronal manner. Intracoronary, into or within the coronary artery or the heart. Intracorporal, within a corpus, especially within the corpus cavernosum. Intracorporally, in an intracorporal manner. Intracorporate, within a corporation. Intracorporeal, inside the body. Intracorporeally, inside the body. Intracorpuscular, within the corpuscle. Intracorrelation, intraclass correlation. Intracorrelations, plural of intracorrelation. Intracortical, within a cortex. Intracortically, within the cortex. Intracostal, within a rib. Intracountry, within a country. Intracounty, within a county. Intracranial, of or pertaining to the brain or inside of the head, within the cranium. Intracranial hypertension, the condition, usually chronic, of elevated pressure in the skull above normal levels, increased intracranial pressure. Intracranial pressure, the pressure inside the skull, and thus in the brain tissue and cerebrospinal fluid. Intracranial pressures, plural of intracranial pressure. Intracranially, into or within the cranium. Intracranial, misspelling of intracranial. Intracranioventricular, within a ventricle of the brain. Intracranioventricularly, within a ventricle of the brain. Intracranium, the interior of the cranium. Intracrater, occurring within a crater. Intracratonic, within a craton. Intraclavicular, within a crevice. Intracranial, within a hair. Intragri, acting inside a cell. Intracrinology, the study of intracrine hormones and their related disorders. Intracrustal, inside or within crusts. Intracryptal, within a crypt. Intracrystal, within a crystal. Intracrystalline, within a crystal. Intractabilities, plural of intractability. Intractability, the state of being intractable, intractable. Intractable, not tractable, not able to be managed, controlled, governed, or directed. Intractableness, the state of being intractable, intractability. Intractably, in an intractable manner, uncontrollably, unmanageably. Intractable, misspelling of intractable. Intractile, not tractile, incapable of being drawn out or extended. Intracuff, within a surgical cuff. Intracule, a mathematical function that gives the probability of observing two electrons in a given molecule with a given difference in position or momentum. Intracules, plural of intracule. Intracultivar, within a single cultivar. Intracultural, within a single culture. Intraculturally, in an intracultural way, within a culture. Intracurricular, within an educational curriculum. Intracutaneous, within the layers of the skin. Intradermal. Intracutaneously, in an intracutaneous fashion. Beneath the skin. Intracuticular, within the cuticle. Intracuticularly, in an intracuticular manner. Intracycle, within a cycle. Intracyclic, within a cycle. Intracyclical, within a cycle. Intracyclically, within a cycle. Intracess, alternative form of intracystic. Intracystic, within a cyst. Intracystically, in an intracystic manner. Intracytokine, within a cytokine. Intracytoplasm, intracytoplasmic. Intracytoplasmatic, alternative form of intracytoplasmic. Intracytoplasmatically, alternative form of intracytoplasmically. Intracytoplasmic, located in the cytoplasm of a cell. Intracytoplasmically, in an intracytoplasmic manner. Intracytosolic, within a cytosol. Intrada, a piece of music that serves as an introduction. Intradaily, within a single day. Intraday. Intrades, plural of intrada. Intraday, occurring during a single day. Intradecadal, within a decade. Intradeltoid, into the deltoid muscle. Intradendritic, within a dendrite. Intradenominational, within a religious denomination. Intradenominationally, in an intradenominational manner. Intradental, within a tooth. Intradepartmental, within a department. Intradepartmentally, within a department. Intradermal, within the skin. Intradermally, in an intradermal manner. Intradermic, synonym of intradermal. Intradermically, synonym of intradermally. Intradermolingual, in the skin of the tongue. intradermolingually, in an intradermolingual manner, intradermoplantar, intradermal and plantar, intradevice, within a device, interdiagnoste, within a diagnosis, interdialect, within a single dialect, interdialectal, within a single dialect, interdialectally, within a single dialect, interdialytic, carried out or occurring during dialysis of blood, intradiegetic, part of the narrative, intradimensional, within a dimension, intradimensionally, in an intradimensional manner, intradimer, within a dimer, intradimeric, within a dimer typically of a protein, end-al, between the carbon atoms that carry the two hydroxyl groups of a diol, intradiploic, within the diplo, intradirective, being an intransitive verb in which the subject both actively performs and undergoes the action, intradirective verb, an intransitive verb in which the subject both actively performs and undergoes the action, as in verbs of motion such as walk, go, fly. Intradirective verbs, plural of intradirective verb. Intradiscal, within a disc. Intradiscally, within a disc. Intradisciplinary, within a single academic discipline. Intradistributional, within a distribution. Intradistrict, within a single district. Intradisulfide, within or connected by a disulfide bond. Interdiurnal, during the hours of daylight. Intradiverticular, within a diverticulum. Intradivision, within a division. Intradivisional, within a division. Intradoctor, relating to a single doctor. Intradocument, within a single document. Intradomain, within a domain. Intradomestic, within a household. Intradomestically, in an intradomestic manner. Intradomicile, of or related to the area inside a domicile. Intradomiciles, plural of intradomicile. Intradomiciliary, within a domicile. Intradose, the inner curve of an arch or vault. Intradoses, plural of intradose. Intradot, within a quantum dot. Intraduodenal, misspelling of intraduodenal. Intradroplet, within a single droplet. Introduct, within a duct. Introducto, within a duct. Introductory, within a duct. Intradunal, within dunes. Intraduodenal, within the duodenum. Intraduodenally, within the duodenum. Intraduplex, within a duplex of nucleic acid. Intradural, within the duramater. Intradurally, in an intradural manner. Interdade, within a dia. Intradie, having an overlapping range of frequencies with another. Intraelectro, within an electro. Intembryonic, within an embryo. Intembryonically, in an intraembryonic manner. Intraendodermal, within the endoderm. Intraendoplasmic, within the endoplasm. Intraendosomal, within an endosome. Intraendothelial, within the endothelium. Intraenterocytic, within an enterocyte. Intraenterprise, within the enterprise. Intraependymal, within an ependyma. Intraepidemic, during an epidemic. Intraepidermal, within the epidermis. Intraepidermis, alternative form of intraepidermal. Intraepithelial, within the epithelium. Intraepithelially, in an intraepithelial manner. Intraepitopic, within an epitope. Intraerythrocytic, misspelling of intraerythrocytic. Intraerythrocyte, within an erythrocyte. Intraerythrocytic, within an erythrocyte. Intraerythrocytically, within an erythrocyte. Intraesophageal, within the esophagus. Intraesophageally, within the esophagus. Intraesterification, the redistribution of the fatty acids of an oil or fat having a specific triglyceride makeup to give a more random distribution, a form of intraesterification. Intraesterifications, plural of intraesterification. Intraestuarine, within an estuary. Intraethnic, within an ethnic group. Intraexaminer, by or of an individual examiner. Intraexcitin, within a single excitin. Intraexon, within an exon. Intraexonic, within an exon. Intraexperiment. Intraexperimental. Intraexperimental, within an experiment. Intrafacial, within or into the face. Intrafactional, within a single faction. Intrafactory, within a single factory. Intrafaith, taking place within or relevant to a single faith community. Intrafallopian, within the fallopian tube. Intrafamilial, occurring within a family. Intrafamilially, within a family. Intrafamily, occurring within a family. Intrafantum, occurring within or part of fandom, especially a single one. Interfacial, within a fascia. Intrafascicular, within the fascicle. Intrafascicularly, in an intrafascicular manner.